In the desolate, ruined world, survival meant scrounging for scraps, a harsh reality for the young people in Sector 50. A rustling sound sent a shiver through the air, drawing the attention of two boys digging through debris. It was the golem, a hulking, silent figure that appeared without warning, its presence both feared and sought after. No one knew where it came from or who controlled it, but one thing was clear: give it junk and it would give you food. The golem's glowing red eyes seemed to scan its surroundings, an unsettling silence hanging heavy in the air. A young man, Ray, stepped forward, offering a bag of collected junk to the massive construct. The golem accepted his offering, dropping a generous amount of food in return, more than anyone else seemed to get. That much food would last for days, a luxury in their barren world, and the other scavengers watched with open envy. They muttered amongst themselves about how he always managed such a haul, their whispers laced with suspicion. Another boy, Ron, had tried to trade a flashlight the previous day, but the golem had rejected it, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed. He remembered the warnings about golems retaliating if attacked, a chilling thought that kept most from trying their luck. Ray, however, remained unfazed, his expression unchanging even as the golem stomped away. Walking through the abandoned streets, Ray sensed he was being followed, the subtle sounds of movement giving them away. Stopping dead in his tracks, he called out, knowing exactly how many were hiding in the shadows. Ron and his gang emerged, their faces grim, confirming Ray's sharp senses. Ron reminded Ray of a past warning, a promise that if he showed his face again, he'd never walk. Ron, emboldened by his numbers, scoffed, demanding Ray hand over his bag of food, promising to let him go unharmed. Ray simply called him a liar, knowing their true intentions. The children of the streets had a saying: a ghost lives on 17th Street. They spoke of a white ghost, silent and expressionless, whose eyes would trap you in your lies. Ron, furious at the young man's calm defiance, lunged forward with a punch. Ray moved with impossible speed, his fist connecting with Ron's face in a brutal, decisive blow. Ron crumpled, the force of the strike leaving him unconscious on the ground. The other gang members, shocked and enraged, rushed forward, ready to kill him. Ray moved like a blur, evading and striking with cold precision, each blow finding its mark. One after another, they fell, their attacks useless against his speed and skill. Blood splattered, yet Ray's face remained utterly devoid of emotion, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Ron, regaining consciousness, watched in terror as Ray approached, still clutching a hidden knife. He screamed for Ray to stay back, calling him a monster. Ray simply repeated his earlier warning, a chilling reminder of his promise. Ron, desperate, pulled out his knife, threatening to stab him for real if he came any closer. Ray glanced at the blade, then at Ron, a faint glow around the weapon betraying its true nature. He considered Ron's terrified face, a deep, black mana swirling around his chest, indicating intense fear. Ray knew he couldn't feel emotions like others, but he could read them, seeing them as colors of mana within people. He remembered being 10, realizing he was different, a monster in others' eyes because he couldn't cry or feel anger even when injured or when a friend died. This unique vision allowed him to see the world in a burst of colors, each emotion a vibrant hue, red for anger, blue for apathy, yellow for joy. He saw Ron's intense fear as a deep, black mana, a truth his lies couldn't hide. A liar like Ron deserved punishment, and Ray was the one to deliver it. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray, a young man with a unique gift, quietly made his way through the constant black rain, heading towards the children he protected. His arrival was met with pure joy by Pale, the leader of the underpass children, who rushed to greet him with a wide smile. Ray had brought back a bag full of food and supplies, laying them out by the light of a lantern. The children were amazed, showering him with praise for his incredible haul, asking if he got it all from the golem. He explained that the golem only accepted magic items with residual mana, a concept they couldn't grasp because they couldn't see mana itself. Later, as they prepared to split the food, our boy watched them with a quiet sense of satisfaction, knowing he had provided for his family. He remembered the day he had been found, 1 year ago, near death and buried in the snow, when Pale and his siblings discovered him. They worked together to pull him out, their faces etched with concern, saving his life when he had thought it was fine to die. Their kindness had brought him back, and from that moment he felt an unwavering duty to support them. He owed them his very life, a debt he intended to repay, whether it was a favor or vengeance. Pale, observing him closely, insisted he take his share of the food, even when our boy tried to refuse. Pale proved that their bond was deeper than words, knowing exactly when he was hungry, prompting him to finally eat. As the black rain continued outside, the children discussed its mysterious origins, attributing it to mages in higher sectors. Pale worried when he decided to go out again, questioning his choice to brave the heavy black rain. Our protagonist, however, was determined, slipping away despite his friend's pleas, leaving Pale frustrated and concerned. Out in the downpour, he shielded himself with a shimmering aura of mana, impervious to the rain's sickness-inducing properties. He headed towards a ration warehouse on 18th Street, knowing it was easier to infiltrate on rainy days. The guards, true to form, were gambling inside, leaving security lax and the warehouse dimly lit. Inside, he began his unique process, sensing hundreds of different kinds of mana in the air, drawing in specific colors. He mixed them according to precise formulas to create powerful fire magic, though he found controlling red mana particularly challenging. Suddenly, a knife whizzed past his head, revealing that he was not alone. 3 guards, equipped with night vision goggles, had known his position from the start, surprising him with their preparation. They mocked him, calling him a little rat, and telling him to struggle, confident in their advantage. But our boy was not just some ordinary thief. He could see the flow of mana from their vessels. By reading the subtle currents through their arteries, he could predict their every move. He moved with incredible speed, deflecting a knife and striking one guard with a powerful blue mana punch, sending him flying. The guards were stunned, unable to comprehend how he could see them or move so fast, cursing in their disbelief. He quickly dispatched the other 2 with precise, devastating blows, leaving them unconscious on the floor. He stood amidst the fallen guards, his eyes glowing with an intense, focused power, the task completed. A new figure arrived, Humphrey, an executive from the Hector group, drawn by the commotion, his face a mask of shock. He stared in disbelief at his 3 unconscious men, unable to process how they had been taken out so easily. Humphrey's face contorted in a silent scream of rage, electricity crackling around him, realizing the full extent of the intrusion. His men had been defeated by a single, little rat, and this was only the beginning of a much larger, more dangerous conflict. Ray, a young mage burdened by a desperate debt, found himself cornered after raiding a notorious warehouse. An imposing figure, Humphrey, the Hector group's executive, surveyed the fallen men, his presence alone a chilling promise of retribution. Humphrey's face twisted in rage, his eyes glowing as he prepared to strike. Ray knew the rumors of his intimidation were true. This was a man on a different level, and he needed to escape. A blur of motion, he tried to evade the executive's powerful, unyielding attacks, but a crushing kick sent him sprawling. He realized a direct confrontation was hopeless. Humphrey paused, acknowledging our boy's surprising speed, but the relentless pressure continued. Ray's instinct screamed one truth: he could not win this fight head-on. Instead of clashing directly, he decided to target his opponent's weak points. Humphrey's chest glowed with raw power, a clear sign of his readiness for a brutal fight. With a burst of fiery magic, Ray unleashed a concentrated attack. Humphrey cried out, briefly stunned by the unexpected force. The brief opening was all he needed. Our boy vanished, leaving Humphrey to search in frustration. Ray pressed himself against the chain-link fence, the sounds of the search party closing in. Humphrey's men were everywhere, their shouts echoing through the rain-soaked night. He ran, knowing that if they caught him, not only would he be killed, but the children he supported would be left alone. His resolve hardened. He wasn't afraid to die, but the thought of those kids, whose smiles were his only reason to fight, gave him the strength to push past exhaustion. He couldn't let them down. A sudden dead end brought his desperate flight to a halt. The pursuers were right behind him, knives glinting in the dim light, and there was nowhere left to run. As the men closed in, Ray made a crucial observation. Humphrey was nowhere to be seen. A risky thought sparked in his mind, a slim chance he hadn't considered before. He could win this. The realization hit him with the force of a revelation, igniting a fierce determination in his eyes. One of the subordinates charged, enraged by our boy's defiance. Ray met the attack head-on, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man reeling back in shock. The fight escalated quickly. He moved with a focused intensity, his magic-infused strikes landing with brutal precision. The subordinate, bewildered by the unexpected strength, couldn't keep up. With a final, decisive strike, our boy knocked him unconscious, leaving him sprawled on the wet ground. More shouts indicated others were still nearby, and Ray knew his magic wouldn't last indefinitely. He spotted another potential escape route, a dark path where the footsteps of his pursuers began to fade. He managed to find a temporary refuge amongst discarded trash bags, deciding to stay hidden until morning. The rain poured down, mirroring the heavy burden on his mind as he hoped for a new day. The next morning, a pale light filtered through the gloom as he finally stirred from an uneasy sleep. Moving cautiously, he prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Found you." It was another subordinate, back for revenge, his chest glowing ominously with a furious, magic-fueled rage. Our boy sensed the man's intense anger, noting the dark energy swirling within his vessel. He also knew he hadn't fully recovered from the previous night's ordeal, making this fight even more precarious. The subordinate lunged, knife flashing, declaring he would show no mercy. He intended to kill Ray, his face contorted in a vicious snarl. The man attacked with a relentless fury, his eyes burning red with power. Ray struggled, barely deflecting the swift, brutal strikes that aimed to end his life. A moment of weakness, a slight loss of balance, and the subordinate seized his opportunity. "Goodbye, brat," he sneered, bringing his knife down in a deadly arc. The blade descended, striking our boy and splattering blood across his face. Yet, when the dust settled, it was the subordinate who lay motionless on the ground, defeated. A new voice cut through the tense air, cool and collected. "What's with this mess so early in the morning?" It was Niles, the 17th Street boss, a smoking gun in his hand. He casually lit a cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the aftermath. This unexpected arrival changed everything. Ray lay on the ground, injured and vulnerable, as Niles approached him with a concerned look, the morning light doing little to soften the harsh reality of their surroundings. Niles seemed surprised to see Ray awake so early, a rare occurrence. Ray simply confirmed he was, explaining that Hector's men had been on the prowl. Ray revealed a handful of empty cans, a silent testament to his struggles. Niles observed him, a wry smile playing on his lips as he called the boy bold. Ray offered a sarcastic thanks, to which Niles admitted that surviving in their world was genuinely difficult. Ray knew this to be true. People like Niles were hard to deal with, their emotions too flat to ever truly fill their vessel. A year earlier, Ray had happened upon Niles, pulling him from the river. Niles had been an executive in the 46th sector, betrayed and left for dead, and Ray sensed no lie in his story. In repayment, Niles had given Ray structured and effective fighting lessons. Now, Ray brought up a previous conversation, a serious request hanging in the air. He spoke of joining an organization, specifically Niles's. The older man was visibly surprised by the sudden declaration. Ray explained his motivation. Joining Niles's organization would keep the kids safe. It was the only way he saw to protect them. Niles considered this, his expression unreadable as his men departed. He turned to Ray, asking if he could use magic, a question that visibly shocked the boy. Ray's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and fear crossing his face, wondering how Niles knew his secret. Niles explained that he had learned a few things from a magician in his previous organization. Mana existed in the air, and only a rare few could detect and use it. Ray pressed further, asking if the magician mentioned anything about color. Niles replied that he hadn't, saying mana couldn't be seen. This left Ray silently questioning what exactly he was seeing. Niles playfully teased him about being old, feigning offense when Ray called him out on it. He swung a punch that Ray easily dodged, a familiar banter between them. Ray's answer to Niles's request was a firm no. He explained his rejection, believing it would be a waste for someone with Ray's abilities to die in the slums. Niles urged Ray to leave, suggesting he could find a better life in other sectors up the Elton River. He even offered to find him a car, emphasizing the value of Ray's potential. Despite the tempting offer, Ray firmly refused. He reminded Niles that he took care of the kids here, a responsibility he wouldn't abandon. Niles, softening, assured him not to worry, revealing his intention to start an orphanage. Ray noted the thinness of his mana, making it hard to discern his true emotions, but felt a strong sense of sincerity. Niles then grew serious, warning Ray that Hector seemed to be preparing for war. He had seen truckloads of weapons, a clear sign of impending conflict. Ray nodded, already aware of the escalating tensions. Niles instructed him to find a hideout for the others and handed him a small ampoule before driving away. Ray stared at the ampoule, its contents a promise of healing. Soon after, he returned to the orphanage, greeted by the worried faces of the children, who immediately noticed his injuries. Ray tried to downplay his wounds, claiming he just fell. Viola, the blind storyteller, observed him with an unsettling insight, remarking on the fascinating complexity of emotions a single person could hold. Ray internally acknowledged the truth in her words. He told her not to tell the other children about his fantasies, but Viola countered, asking who else would hold on to fantasies if not the young. He observed Viola's mana, which pulsed with a unique purple hue, unlike anything he had ever seen. Ray urged her to move to another street, sensing that a war was coming to their current location. Viola watched him leave, remarking on his kindness. The next morning, a sense of uneasy calm settled over the street as Ray began his daily deliveries. He knocked on a shop door, asking about Ron, the usual delivery person. The shopkeeper explained that Ron wouldn't be coming anytime soon, his leg's broken. Ray understood, explaining Ron's absence to the shopkeeper. He decided to stay, insisting that war might not happen. Inside, he could hear Niles and Hector talking. Hector, the boss of 18th Street, emerged from the building with his men. He looked at Ray, recognized him from a previous encounter, and gave him some coins. Ray sensed the recognition in Humphrey's eyes as they departed. Moments later, Niles returned, his face grim. The negotiation had failed. There would be war. Ray, a young mage in a world on the brink of conflict, faced the escalating tension between the Niles group and the powerful Hector organization. The leader, Niles, grimly acknowledged the dire situation. The Hector group's terms were unacceptable, making war an inevitable and devastating outcome. He watched as Niles expressed regrets over the store's closure, taking responsibility for the grim turn of events. Niles advised the young mage to stay hidden in the meantime, hoping to protect him from the coming storm. Our boy, however, knew he couldn't just sit by. The threat of war meant he wouldn't be able to move freely, and he worried about the children. He decided to get as much food as possible before the inevitable chaos, stepping out into the uncertain streets. A sleek, black car, unlike anything he'd seen in Sector 50, caught his attention, immediately raising his suspicions. He followed the car, his curiosity piqued as it pulled up to the entrance of the Hector group's territory, where guards were already waiting. Then, a man in a monocle emerged, commanding a presence that immediately unsettled the young mage. His senses flared, detecting an enormous quantity of dark blue mana from the man, a color eerily similar to the mana of golems. He also noticed strange rings encircling the man, seemingly containing his vast power, confirming his initial assessment. This man was incredibly dangerous. He raced back, desperate to warn Niles about the formidable mage, but arrived at the 17th Street supply area to find it already in disarray. A shocked group member confronted him, asking how he got in, but the young mage quickly explained that the gate was open. He learned that Niles had already departed to prepare for the war, making his urgent warning about the monocle man difficult to convey. He emphasized the danger of the monocle man, hoping the message would reach Niles. Later, huddled with the children, the sounds of conflict growing louder, he discussed the war with a boy named Pale. The stakes were clear. If Hector won, the street children would be sold as slaves, a fate he couldn't bear to imagine. He knew Niles had to win for the sake of the children's safety, and then a deafening sound confirmed his fears. The war had begun. The explosion was unlike anything he'd ever heard, a chilling sign of the unprecedented violence unfolding. He found Niles' group members desperately firing at a massive golem, their efforts futile as their shots left no mark. The golem retaliated with a devastating blast of dark blue mana, sending the fighters flying. One of the members lay bleeding, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the monstrous creation. The golem stood tall, its glowing eyes a beacon of destruction as the injured fighter cursed its invulnerability. The monocle man appeared, umbrella in hand, remarking on the smell, a chilling smile on his face as he surveyed his work. He calmly ordered his subordinates to clean up everything, showing no mercy for the defeated. Our boy, witnessing the horror, tried to slip away, but Pale spotted him, demanding to know where he was going. Pale, worried, insisted on going with him, but the young mage refused, pulling his hand away. Another child stirred, asking why they were still awake, and Pale quickly reassured him, sending him back to sleep. Ray knew he couldn't leave the children alone, so Pale volunteered to stay and protect them. He urged our boy not to go too far and to return quickly with information. The young mage walked away, the blazing inferno reflecting in his eyes, leaving Pale with the children. He found himself in the midst of utter devastation, the street engulfed in flames, bodies scattered. A wounded Naos group member lay dying, his face etched with pain and despair. The man confirmed the golems were brought by the Hector group, controlled by the monocle man. Our boy could only watch, his heart heavy, as the man succumbed to his wounds. He looked down at the dagger clutched in the dead man's hand, a symbol of their futile resistance. Determined, he realized he had to help Niles, turning back towards the chaos. He returned to the hideout to a horrifying sight, Pale, bleeding and injured, desperately protecting the children from a golem. Pale looked up, blood streaming down his face, clinging to one of the terrified children. The golem, relentless, prepared another devastating attack, its glowing core aimed directly at them. Seeing Pale's sacrifice, a torrent of mana erupted from Ray, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Chapter 6 opened with Ray, a young mage facing an impossible situation. He was too late. Ray arrived at the 17th Street Central Plaza to find it utterly devastated, the bodies of Niles' men scattered everywhere, but a desperate hope sparked within him as Niles himself was nowhere to be found. A strange, metallic sound echoed through the ruined streets, drawing his attention to a specific direction, revealing the monstrous golem responsible for the carnage. He sprinted towards the sound, but a powerful force struck him mid-air, sending him flying through the debris. He crashed to the ground, his eyes glowing faintly with raw power, yet he struggled desperately to rise, determined to fight on. But another blow landed, sending him sprawling once more, his body battered and bleeding, refusing to obey his will. He lay broken on the ground, coughing up blood, his only thought a desperate plea to ensure the safety of those he cared for. A warm memory flickered through his mind, the bright smiles of children calling him Big Brother Ray, full of innocent joy. Another image followed, a kind woman welcoming him home, a stark contrast to the grim reality around him. But the comforting vision dissolved, replaced by the crushing weight of the present. His face, etched with sorrow, reflected the unspoken wish that he had never returned to such a scene. The faces of those he knew, Corden, Miles, Josephine, Pale flashed before his eyes, each one a painful reminder of what he had lost. He reached out a trembling hand, filled with the bitter regret of not having repaid them for all they had done for him. The odd, familiar sound returned, and he finally understood. It was this monstrous golem that had taken them all. With a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, he swore to avenge Niles' men, the underpass children, and all the people in this street. He commanded his body to move, to strike, but his injuries held him captive, his limbs refusing to obey. A car crashed nearby and Niles appeared, tackling Ray out of the path of a new attack, saving him from certain death. Niles, bloodied but alive, quickly checked on him, a wave of relief washing over him when he saw that Ray had no broken bones. Niles turned away, his gaze heavy with unspoken grief, his fist clenching at his side in silent despair, unable to answer Ray's urgent question about the children. He looked at Ray, his voice thick with sorrow, apologizing for being too late. Tears streamed down his face, but he questioned why Niles would take the fault, before pulling him into a desperate embrace. After a moment, Niles pulled away, explaining that Hector, that bastard, had called in mages from outside, gesturing to his fallen subordinates. He looked at him, asking what he planned to do next. Niles declared his intention to return to the street and search for survivors, but a sharp blue energy suddenly pierced through his chest, cutting off his words. The golem had struck, impaling Niles with a brutal blow. With his last breath, Niles looked at Ray, a final message in his eyes. A bloody smile touched Niles' lips, a silent promise that Hector would pay for this. Our boy held him tightly, his voice breaking as he uttered Niles' name again, unable to grasp the reality of what was happening. A powerful, rhythmic heartbeat began to thump, echoing the fury building within him. Memories of their shared past, of Niles' smile and his call of Ray, surged through him, fueling a burning rage. His heart felt as if it exploded in a torrent of flames, the pain of loss transforming into an inferno. The monstrous golem stood over him, its cold blue eyes a stark contrast to the fiery rage now consuming our boy. His eyes glowed with an intense bloody red, his entire being engulfed in an aura of pure, unadulterated fury. Through gritted teeth, he declared his terrifying vow: he would kill them all. This was the true awakening of the genius prismatic mage, a path forged in fire and sorrow. What happens next changes everything. Ray was trapped in a recurring nightmare, reliving the moment his brother figure, Niles, died in his arms amidst the pitch-black rain of blood and sweat. He yearned to wake up, desperately wishing the horrific scene wasn't real. A towering, expressionless robot with glowing red eyes stood over them, its mechanical limbs reaching out. Ray, still clutching Niles, felt a primal terror. The battle was a chaotic explosion of elemental power, blue and red magic clashing violently. He could feel his own dormant ability stirring, a dark void forming in his palm, and then a searing bright flame. The robot unleashed a devastating blue attack, met by Ray's desperate fiery counter. The sheer force of their collision tore through the desolate landscape. Ray, a human with emotions, felt a profound difference within himself compared to the cold, mechanical enemy. He channeled his fury into a blazing inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The aftermath left a trail of destruction, the ground scorched and smoking as he cradled Niles, the rain still falling like tears. He shook Niles, pleading for him to wake up, denying the reality unfolding before him. But Niles, battered and bloody, could only offer a pained cough. Niles looked up, a faint smile on his lips, admitting he had no regrets about his life, even if his peaceful death hadn't come today. He had accomplished much for someone who started from nothing. He wondered if things would have been different if he had struggled harder earlier, then softly addressed Ray, telling him to leave this place and go somewhere better. A memory flashed of Niles, alive and well, playfully ruffling his hair. He had always seen Ray as his little brother, encouraging him to swim upstream and not get caught in the rapids. Niles pressed something into his hand, a small, significant item, before his hand fell limp. The smile on his face, even in death, was heartbreaking. His eyes widened in horror and disbelief, his face contorting into a silent scream. In that moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming surge of pure rage and despair. He woke with a jolt, his body aching from the vividness of the dream. The residual pain and emotional turmoil were almost as intense as they had been that day. He looked at his hand, remembering the robot's cold, mechanical gaze, a stark contrast to the human emotions now fueling something within him. Something was undeniably different. He found he could conjure fire, and the more intense his rage, the stronger the flame became. He pushed his new power, overdoing it slightly, a small gasp escaping him as the magic flared. His expression hardened with a chilling resolve. He stood over Niles' body one last time, then pulled his hood up, his eyes burning with determination. It was time to move. He needed to get revenge. He walked through the dilapidated 17th Street Central Square, overhearing a group of men from the Hector group celebrating their recent victory. They boasted about how much harder life would become for everyone else. One of the men, a scarred leader, was particularly smug, reinforcing the crushing reality of their dominance. Ray, hidden, listened intently. He emerged from the shadows, his presence catching the attention of one of the men. Before the man could react, Ray struck with brutal force. Another member tried to intervene, but he moved like a phantom, his blows landing with shocking speed and power. The man went down, stunned. His eyes glowed with a cold fury as he wielded a knife, his movements precise and deadly. The Hector group members were completely overwhelmed by his insane speed and strength. The scarred leader realized with dawning horror that this kid was far stronger than he remembered. He watched, aghast, as Ray continued his relentless assault. He took a hit, blood splattering, but his resolve remained unbroken. He pressed on, his focus solely on vengeance. He grabbed the leader, pulling him close, his enhanced strength making the man powerless. Ray's face was a mask of cold determination. The leader, pinned, questioned if Ray would truly choose death for something as trivial as revenge before offering him a deal. Ray, the ghost of 17th Street, stared back, his decision hanging in the balance. What this offer entailed and how he would respond remained to be seen. Ray, the ghost of 17th Street, found himself cornered, listening as Silent Humphrey warned him not to die a dog's death for revenge. The young man stood silent, his eyes fixed on Humphrey, waiting to hear what he had to say. Humphrey explained he had been watching him for a long time and now had a suggestion. Humphrey's request was clear. He wanted him to leave Sector 50 and find his brother, who Hector had sold to the city of Mages. Humphrey had worked for Hector for 10 years just to learn his brother's location, and now he was likely his age. His mentor knew he could use magic, and he warned him that Hector kept a terrifying mage by his side. This mage was a true demon, capable of freezing people whole and even drowning them in bubbles of water. His cruelty was legendary. Humphrey urged our boy to survive and gain strength, as his current, intuition-based magic was no match for such an expert. He then offered him all his life savings and a slip of paper with his brother's name and traits, entrusting him with everything. Humphrey trusted him implicitly, believing he was not one to break promises and was skilled enough for a higher-level sector. Ray had only one condition for accepting this heavy burden. Humphrey had to take care of all the corpses in the underpass. Humphrey readily agreed, and Ray turned to leave, promising to return one day. Our protagonist moved swiftly through the underpass, leaving the district behind him. Soon he found Grandma Viola and asked her about the old story of the rainbow, if finding one truly granted wishes. She recounted a childhood memory of his younger brother, excitedly describing a colorful band that appeared after rain, like a pretty colored donut, and how finding its end granted any wish. Listening intently, he noted the steady, clear purple mana around her, indicating she spoke without deception. He also remembered another mage who had once sought a rainbow, giving the tale a strange legitimacy. He wondered if such a wish could even revive the dead. Grandma Viola just smiled warmly, confirming that any wish could come true, but rainbows were elusive and likely very far away. Thanking her, he understood the long journey ahead. A resolute gaze on his face, he departed, ready for the next step. At the outskirts of Sector 50, he found the car Niles had prepared, a clean 4-seater sedan. However, instead of Niles, a scarred subordinate of Hector emerged, mistaking him for Niles's brat and demanding to know where Niles was. The subordinate moved quickly to intercept him, launching into an attack. He reacted, but his strengthening magic was faltering. He had used too much mana already. Unleashing a desperate surge, he sent a powerful burst of fire magic, striking the subordinate and sending him reeling. Finally, the path was clear. Our guy floored the accelerator, leaving Sector 50 behind him for good. His journey had truly begun. Ray, a genius prismatic mage, continued his journey. The world around him a desolate landscape, yet filled with the promise of new magical discoveries. He drove his car through the ruins, a lone figure in a shattered world. As night fell, he pulled over, setting up a small campfire by his car. This journey was proving to be quite well prepared, but it was slow going. He knew he wouldn't reach the next sector for a couple more days at this rate, but the solitude offered a chance for vital practice. What he understood about mana was limited, primarily that there were two distinct types. There was red mana, which he could channel without any special preparation, almost instinctively. And then there was the other mana, the kind that demanded specific colors be combined together, a complex dance of energies. To manipulate mana effectively, he found he had to channel intense emotions. For raw, red mana, he simply had to think of pure rage. As he focused, a crimson energy pulsed around him, his expression one of deep concentration. This was his maximum output for the raw mana. However, if his concentration on that emotion wavered, the mana would slip away, uncontrollable. So, he moved on to the next challenge, trying combinations of colors, a far more delicate and demanding process that required immense mental power. Mana types that weren't compatible would repel each other, making the process frustratingly difficult. Yet, he knew there were combinations that were naturally harmonious, waiting to be discovered. This wasn't just a casual exercise anymore. Now, he had a compelling reason to push his limits, a driving force reflected in the prismatic glow within his eyes. He continued his practice, the vibrant combined mana swirling around his hands, a beautiful and complex display of his growing power. Taking a break, he wondered if he could draw up mana more gently, without the intense emotional spikes. He needed a way to store it. If he could hold mana within a vessel and deploy it only when needed, the entire process would become far more efficient and less taxing. He recalled images of other mages, surrounded by intricate mana circles, their vessels perfectly containing their power. That was the goal, the next step in his journey as a mage. Meanwhile, in Sector 50, a man with a monocle oversaw a search party. His subordinate reported nothing yet but promised they would find the golem if given more time. The monocled man, however, had no patience for excuses. He simply told the man to hold the end, a chilling command delivered with a casual air. The subordinate pleaded for more time, but his superior simply remarked that he didn't like people who failed to understand him, his gaze cold and unforgiving. Without another word, the monocled man tapped his cane, and a chilling blue energy erupted, striking the pleading subordinate. The subordinate screamed in agony as the freezing magic enveloped him, his cries echoing through the desolate street. His body quickly turned into a solid block of ice, a stark testament to his superior's ruthlessness. The monocled man then tapped the frozen figure with his cane. With a sharp crack, the frozen man shattered into countless pieces, his fate sealed by a single, cold gesture. The monocled man let out a small "chi," then observed the scene. He noted that it looked like the golem had put up a fierce fight, finding a piece of it nearby. He sensed strong mana still lingering in the air, a magical signature powerful enough to persist long after the battle. He knew a formidable mage had been here. Turning to another subordinate, he asked if anyone had lived in this area. The terrified man quickly replied that street children must have resided there. The monocled man found the idea of an orphan wielding such magic utterly laughable, a smile spreading across his face. He believed it impossible for someone to figure out such complex elemental magic combinations on their own. It had to have been another mage who destroyed the golem. Yet, a flicker of thought remained. If by some impossible chance an orphan had done this, they would be a genius capable of becoming an archmage unlike any the world had ever seen. As the monocled man pondered these possibilities, Ray arrived at Sector 49, completely unaware of the dangerous new attention his actions had drawn. What happens next could change everything. The prismatic mage arrived in the 49th sector, a bustling new world far different from his desolate home. He observed the people around him, noting the subtle shifts in atmosphere. The 42nd sector, his birthplace, was a similar mess, but this place felt larger, with taller buildings and more intricate streets. The further upstream he traveled, the more dramatic the scenery became. His mind remained fixed on a greater purpose, gathering information on magic, especially about the enigmatic mage and his vessel circles. This knowledge was the key to his revenge. He also needed to delve into the mysteries of prismatic colors and the fabled City of Mages. The money Humphrey gave him would only last so long, and this journey felt vast and uncertain. Walking through the unfamiliar streets, he spotted a building with a peculiar sign, Veronica Bookstore. The name itself sounded like a person, adding to his confusion. He wondered what a bookstore even was, a concept utterly foreign to him. A faint memory surfaced of an old acquaintance, Niles, who had taught him to read. Thanks to Niles, he could decipher words, a skill that now felt like a distant echo in this strange new world. Inside the store, he saw shelves filled with peculiar squares covered in letters. Books, as he now knew them. His quiet observation was abruptly shattered. A girl with fiery red hair screamed down from a window, accusing him of breaking it and attempting to steal her books. Her anger was palpable. Our boy could perceive her emotions as vivid colors, red for excitement, yellow for joy, navy for discomfort, and dark green for annoyance. He wondered if one could truly feel them all at once. He simply called her a weirdo, a remark that only intensified her fury. She continued to yell, demanding to know if he understood the value of her grandfather's property. Deciding the confrontation was a waste of time, he continued his walk, leaving the fuming girl behind. His mission was far more important than her outburst. The cautious gazes of the locals followed him, a familiar feeling for a stranger in these parts. They likely saw him as a potential troublemaker. This sector was no different from Sector 50 in its lack of readily available magical information. He had walked countless streets, finding nothing. As night fell, he settled down, planning to search more areas tomorrow. He closed his eyes, hoping for rest before another day of fruitless searching. But sleep would not come easily. 4 figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding him. They had finally arrived. The men discussed their plan, intending to knock him out and check his car for food. They wanted to ensure he couldn't scream. Before they could act, he swiftly disarmed the first attacker, a blur of motion in the dim light. The men were stunned, realizing he was not an easy target. One of them lunged, a desperate swing, but our boy was faster. He delivered a precise blow, sending one of the attackers sprawling to the ground with a pained cry. Another man tried to come near him, but the mage's power surged, creating a barrier that stopped the thug in his tracks, leaving him wide-eyed with fear. The 3 remaining men lay subdued before him, their faces bruised and defeated. He stood over them, his voice calm but chilling. His eyes glowed with an unnerving, ethereal light as he demanded to know how many streets they truly controlled. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray, a formidable young mage, found himself confronting a group of terrified thugs, demanding answers about their illicit territory. One of them, a man in a red cap, was clearly petrified, trying to deny everything. Ray didn't hesitate, using his magic to inflict a chilling fear, forcing a confession. His gaze unwavering, Ray pressed him for the names of the streets they had taken. Under immense magical pressure, the thug revealed they had claimed the 23rd to 25th streets, a confession Ray knew was a lie. With another surge of his power, Ray made the man experience overwhelming dread, twisting his insides with an invisible force. The thug broke completely, sobbing and begging for forgiveness, confessing their true strength: 14 streets, 52 members, and a leader named Kedrick. Their operation was far larger than Ray had anticipated, with Kedrick's base located in an abandoned factory. He then forced one of the thugs, Nesh, to stand and reveal Kedrick's orders, to beat Ray within an inch of his life and steal his food. Nesh also revealed Kedrick was watching everything, a detail that only confirmed Ray's suspicions about the leader's cunning. Just as Nesh finished speaking, another thug, fueled by desperation, lunged at Ray with a knife, screaming threats. Before the blade could connect, Ray unleashed a powerful burst of magic, a wave of light and force that knocked the attacker back. The sudden gust of wind whipped up, sending dust flying and completely disorienting the remaining thugs. Ray, with a cold intensity, delivered a final, devastating blow, leaving the attacker broken on the ground. He leaned down, giving him a message to deliver to Kedrick. Kedrick wasn't the only one watching. Stepping into Sector 49, Ray noted that, just like in Sector 50, the people here knew nothing of magic, a knowledge gap he found intriguing. Soon, a group of men approached him, inviting him to come with them, assuring him they weren't there to fight. They explained their boss was impressed by how Ray had beaten their men the previous night and tried to show him a note, but none of them could read. Ray, surprised by their illiteracy, offered to read it himself, a skill that shocked them as only their boss and someone named Waver possessed it. The note was an invitation from Kedrick offering Ray work and ensuring he would never starve. Ever strategic, Ray asked how they chose their leader, and they explained it was by fighting. The strongest earned the position. He agreed to go with them to meet Kedrick, his destination the abandoned factory they had mentioned. The Kedrick group's base was a bustling, abandoned factory, filled with a large number of people gathered around a bonfire. Kedrick, a young man with a confident aura, was seated on a makeshift throne, acknowledging Ray as the one who arrived from Sector 50. Ray introduced himself, simply stating his name, his eyes betraying no emotion. Kedrick, observing the new arrival, noted the unusual mana emanating from him, though he had never seen such a concentration before. He invited Ray to sit, stating he was there as a guest, not an enemy, a calculated gesture of power. Ray sat, taking in the scene. He sensed Kedrick was deliberately asserting his dominance, a clear attempt to establish control. Despite his youth, Kedrick displayed proficient leadership, a fact that didn't escape Ray, as Kedrick expressed his admiration for his nerves of steel and asked about his origins. Ray simply stated he was from Sector 50. The crowd murmured in disbelief, as no one had ever heard of someone coming from so far below. Kedrick silenced them, acknowledging Ray's journey as incredible, making him more than qualified to join their organization. Kedrick explained they were planning to join a larger, real organization called Merc Red from Sector 45, a super famous group. Their agreement was to merge with Merc Red once they amassed 66 members, an opportunity Kedrick presented as a chance for Ray to raise his status. Ray, however, found the story merely interesting. He conceded that joining a group wasn't hard, but then, with a calm intensity that belied the weight of his words, he delivered his refusal. He would not work for someone weaker than himself. Kedrick, his eyes widening in shock and anger, stared at Ray, the challenge unmistakable and the air thick with tension. Ray, a young man with striking white hair, found himself surrounded by a rival gang, challenging the leader, Kedrick, who had just questioned his strength. He stared down Kedrick with intense blue eyes, reminding him that in Sector 50, leadership was determined by raw power, not by empty words. Kedrick, fueled by rage, immediately attacked one of his own men for daring to speak, demonstrating the volatile power he wielded. Red energy surged from Kedrick's hand, choking the man who had spoken out of turn, a brutal display of authority. Ray observed, realizing the red energy was a strengthening magic, but it wasn't coming from Kedrick himself, it emanated from a mysterious ring on his hand. One of Kedrick's men, terrified, wondered how long this violent display would last, fearing the worst. Ray, with a thoughtful expression, decided he could break the ring, interrupting Kedrick's power. The ring shattered, and the red energy dissipated. Kedrick, suddenly calm and disoriented, apologized for getting heated, seemingly unaware of the ring's influence on his emotions and strength. Ray, maintaining his composure, reiterated that Kedrick was weaker, a statement that now held more weight without the ring's enhancement. Kedrick, enraged once more, screamed at Ray to repeat his words, the absence of the ring doing little to quell his temper. His men, clearly terrified, quickly assured Kedrick that he was indeed the strongest, desperate to appease their volatile leader. Ray noted that the ring reacted directly to Kedrick's emotions, confirming his suspicion about its power source. Kedrick, still fuming, challenged Ray to a fight for the leader's position, eager to prove his dominance. Ray readily agreed, proposing they fight in 1 week, in front of everyone, including other gangs, to definitively settle who was truly stronger. Kedrick, now smirking with confidence, pulled out another identical ring, leaving Ray to wonder about its origins and true nature. The next day dawned, a quiet transition as Ray walked through the streets, contemplating the mysterious ring and its power. He was suddenly interrupted by a group of men, ready for a confrontation, their weapons glinting in the morning light. The gang members, confident in their numbers, warned him not to run, asserting their control over the streets. Ray, his eyes glowing with determination, simply told them to shut up and fight him, eager for the challenge. He understood that word of his impending fight with Kedrick had spread, making him a target for other gangs looking to test their luck. Kedrick's gang wasn't attacking him, but other factions saw his presence as an affront to their pride, prompting them to challenge him. This was all part of his plan. His magic grew stronger the more he used it, each fight sharpening his abilities. With every encounter, he cast spells faster and consumed less mental power, proving that provoking these fights was a good choice. He then called out, asking how long someone else was going to keep watching him, revealing he was aware of a hidden observer. A small, bespectacled man with a cap, calling himself Philip, stepped out, recognizing Ray as the hunter. Philip, seemingly unimpressed by Ray's fighting prowess, casually told him to take off his glasses before he broke them. Ray looked confused, but Philip quickly clarified that he wasn't there to fight, disarming the tension. Philip, a nervous sweat beading on his brow, explained he was no fighter, given his scrawny physique. Instead, he had an offer for Ray, leaving our protagonist to wonder what this unexpected encounter would bring. Hunter, a young mage known for his fierce reputation, found himself navigating the eastern garbage dump alongside a lively boy named Philip, who spoke casually of the rumors surrounding him. Philip worked near the dump, and everyone, it seemed, knew of Hunter's exploits. He had earned the name Hunter after crushing a group of thugs as a complete stranger in this desolate place, a memory that still felt raw. Philip led him through the gritty streets, excitedly announcing their arrival at their destination. The Philip Hotel was a bustling place, with children running errands and calling out for shoe polish or delivery jobs. Even for Hunter, the sheer scale of the operation was surprising. Philip, the hotel's owner, greeted him with a wide, confident smile. Hunter observed the crowd, noting over 100 people, all sharing a quiet commonality. Philip explained that most of them were young or small, unable to join other groups because so many adults died in Sector 49's dangerous mines, leaving these vulnerable individuals behind. The building was a hub of activity, connecting these people to various jobs, from restaurants to the very mines that claimed so many lives. Philip revealed himself to be a broker, managing a monopoly on work by offering small bribes to larger groups and providing them with workers. He even offered them shelter, though, of course, nothing came for free. Hunter was struck by the fact that Philip had built this entire system on his own, a testament to his resourcefulness. A young boy named Jonathan, beaming, rushed up to Philip, reporting on his restaurant job and happily handing over his month's rent. Philip immediately pulled out a small notebook, diligently jotting down the details, explaining his need to record everything. Curiosity piqued, Hunter asked about the notebook, which Philip then offered for him to see, even though he doubted Hunter would understand its contents. Hunter read his own entry. Rumors that he came from Sector 50, living in a car, rarely has changes in expression, really good at fighting, was super scary then, approach him as carefully as possible. Philip quickly apologized, admitting his habit of observing people. Hunter simply stated that there was no need to apologize, accepting the insight without offense. A quiet moment of understanding passing between them. They arrived at a private room where two men were waiting, clearly surprised by Hunter's presence. Philip calmly informed them that Hunter was his guest, clarifying the situation. The two men could only stare in wide-eyed shock. Inside the room, Philip retrieved a bag of money from a safe, then settled down, inviting Hunter to make himself at home. Hunter cut to the chase, asking about the proposal Philip had mentioned. Philip, momentarily flustered by Hunter's quiet intensity, focused his shining eyes on him. He then presented his genuine proposal. He wanted Hunter to become his business partner. Philip's fear had transformed into courage, a shift Hunter noticed, alongside the diminished black mana emanating from the boy. Philip explained his belief in Hunter's high probability of winning against Kedrick, admitting it was mostly a hunch. Hunter's mind drifted back to Philip's observations about his habits, particularly his lowered gaze, suspecting some past trauma. Philip, eager to return to the main point, pressed on. Hunter, intrigued, asked what other habits Philip had noticed. Philip continued, detailing his right foot lead when turning corners, a subconscious readiness for combat, especially for a right-handed fighter. Hunter reflected on how others saw him as cold or scary, but Philip's perception was different. He saw him as wrong, an emotional void that resonated deeply. This unique insight felt like a crucial hint, a path to understanding how he might finally grow emotionally. Philip concluded by contrasting Hunter's calculated fighting style with Kedrick's emotionally driven one, reinforcing his confidence in Hunter's victory. Before Philip could even finish explaining, Hunter decisively accepted the partnership. Philip was taken aback, but Hunter quickly added his own condition. He needed Philip, with his vast connections, to find something specific for him. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Hunter's car was finally getting serviced 2 days after his arrival. The mechanic, covered in grease, noted the vehicle's rough state, speculating about a desert crossing. He mentioned Philip, the man who had connected them, and how he rarely sent someone as skilled as him. The mechanic's voice was full of respect for their mutual contact. The mechanic asked for a wrench and a specific nut, but Hunter, without a word, used a touch of magic to summon the tools directly into his hand. It was a subtle display of power, unnoticed by the busy worker. The mechanic, surprised to find the tools exactly where he needed them, quickly finished the repairs. He wiped his brow, proud of his work. He happily informed him that the car was done, except for the engine overheating, which he had upgraded with an expensive coolant, a secret favor from his own shop. This gesture showed the genuine goodwill Philip commanded. He remained silent, listening to the mechanic's chatter, his expression unreadable as he took in the man's genuine excitement. The mechanic then spoke of Philip as their savior, the one who brought them work and ensured their livelihoods, making any complaints about his cut feel trivial. He handed him a paper, a message from Philip that was too long to memorize. With a final wave, the mechanic bid farewell to him, who was left alone with the new information. Back in his private space, he looked over the paper, a detailed report. He needed more information, specifically about mages, and knew just who to ask. His informant, a young man named Philip, assured him that such a task wouldn't take long, confident in his ability to find anything Hunter needed. Philip had lived up to his word, delivering a surprising amount of information in just 2 days. He reviewed the list, each entry detailing observations about various individuals. He read about a baker who carried heavy bags with one hand and a clerk who ate dry wheat bread without a change in expression. Each detail was meticulously noted, but none quite fit the profile he sought. He meticulously crossed off names, narrowing down the possibilities. His search was precise, methodical, eliminating anyone who didn't match his criteria. Eventually, only one person remained on the list. This individual stood out, their behavior raising a specific flag for him. The report described a builder in an empty shopping district, name unknown, who often moved between above ground and underground with food. The detail that truly caught his attention was an incident where a pipe fell, and the man had narrowly avoided it. Crucially, the man had shown no surprise in the slightest, his composure unsettlingly perfect. This was the key, a reaction that hinted at something more than mere luck. He concluded there was a high likelihood this individual was a mage. The report ended with a question mark, leaving the final confirmation to him. Meanwhile, at the Veronica bookstore, two men observed the closed shop. They were pleased with their work, noting the owners wouldn't be able to open at this rate. One of them, however, wondered if their job was done. His partner quickly reminded him of the double pay they were promised if the store went up for sale. They wouldn't stop, deciding to escalate their harassment by throwing rocks not at the store, but at the second floor, directly targeting the owner's home. They wanted to force them out. Just as one thug prepared to throw a rock, a young woman with fiery red hair burst from an upstairs window, her face flushed with anger and fear. She screamed at them to leave. Watching the scene unfold, he noted the light yellow energy surrounding her, signifying courage and conviction, but also the black mana swirling within, indicating deep fright. The thugs scoffed, mocking her visible fear and her family's vulnerable state, reminding her they had nowhere to sleep themselves. She tried to retort, her voice cracking with fury, but before she could finish, a rock flew towards her face. A sudden, powerful force erupted, deflecting the incoming rock with a burst of blue energy. The impact left a visible mark on the wall, stunning everyone. The thugs stared, bewildered, at the impossible deflection. The red-haired girl, equally shocked, looked at her hands, wondering what had just happened. From the shadows, he stepped forward, Hunter's eyes glowing with a vibrant blue light. He had intervened, his magic a clear declaration of his presence. The thugs, now face to face with an unknown power, could only stare in horror. The girl, her fear momentarily replaced by awe, realized the impossible truth. A mage had just saved her. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray, a young man with mysterious powers, watched from a distance as two bullies terrorized a red-haired girl, cornering her against her own bookstore. The boys hurled rocks, forcing the girl to duck and cover, but Ray knew this wasn't just a simple attack, it was clearly magic. The girl, desperate and trapped, called out for them to leave, but her pleas only seemed to egg them on as they closed in for another assault. Just as they were about to strike, Ray stepped forward, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand, and a powerful gust of wind erupted, pushing the attackers back. The bullies cried out as the magical wind slammed into them, disorienting and knocking one of them off his feet with a blinding flash. The second boy didn't fare any better, collapsing as well, leaving him and his accomplice crumpled on the ground. Ray stood calmly over the defeated boys, the scene now quiet, the threat gone as quickly as it had appeared. The girl, Veronica, initially reeled from the sudden turn of events, then slowly registered that the danger had passed, her eyes wide with shock and relief. She looked up at him, recognizing the mysterious figure, and offered a deep bow, overwhelmed with gratitude for his unexpected intervention. Leaning closer, Veronica asked if he was a mage, confirming that he had indeed used magic to save her. He simply nodded, and she suddenly became flustered, embarrassed by her earlier fearful outburst. To ease the awkward tension, she suggested they go inside her bookstore to talk properly, a clear invitation to move past the chaotic encounter. Inside, he apologized for her previous angry words, but she quickly dismissed it, explaining that she had simply been scared, mistaking him for one of the usual troublemakers. She thanked him again, this time with genuine sincerity, but he brushed it off, stating he had merely wanted to look at books. Still, he mused that meeting a mage like her was a much greater discovery than he had anticipated. His blunt honesty surprised Veronica, who blinked, unaccustomed to such directness. Intrigued, she asked him about white mana, a concept unfamiliar to her, and then, changing the subject, inquired where he had learned magic. Veronica explained that her grandfather, also a mage, had taken her and her siblings in. Curious, Ray asked if he could meet her grandfather, hoping to learn more. Before she could answer, Veronica noticed a cut on his cheek. He tried to dismiss it, but she insisted on helping, reaching out to heal him. With a soft, shimmering light, she used her magic to mend his wound, the glow radiating warmth and healing. He watched, astonished, as the cut vanished. He questioned how she managed it, bewildered by the simplicity and effectiveness of her healing. Veronica explained that she simply moved white mana to create light and heal him. He realized that this specific mana only reacted to emotions like consideration or sacrifice, feelings he believed himself incapable of experiencing. She, in turn, was confused by his mention of white mana, explaining that mages typically cannot see mana at all, let alone differentiate its colors. Veronica then delved into the elements of magic, teaching him about the element of regeneration used in healing and how there were over 100 types of elements, natural and otherwise. Ray felt a spark of hope, realizing the wealth of knowledge he could gain. He reiterated his desire to meet her grandfather, who she mentioned was often bedridden. She agreed to check if he was awake. While Veronica went upstairs, he browsed the shelves. He hesitated to touch the books, acutely aware of his own uncleanliness and the value of such items in this world. He also wondered why Veronica hadn't reacted to his potential smell. He pondered if her sense of smell was poor or if she simply tolerated him, a thought that was strangely new to his emotionally detached mind. His gaze then fell upon some unusual tomes, clearly not ordinary literature. Among them he found titles like Elemental Distribution by Sector and About the Reason for the Expansion of the Black Rain, hinting at profound magical theories and a looming global crisis. This bookstore held far more secrets than he could have imagined. Our young mage found himself observing a quiet store, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing as a girl descended the stairs. She paused, turning back with a start, her eyes widening as she realized he was still there, quietly observing her surroundings. A surprised gasp escaped her lips, clearly flustered by his unexpected presence. He simply asked if there were any books on magic, a question that seemed to catch her off guard, as if she hadn't expected him to be literate. She regained her composure, explaining that her grandfather was fast asleep and unable to speak with him at that moment. A blush crept up her cheeks as she offered for him to return the following day, clearly still embarrassed by their earlier encounter. As he turned to leave, he paused, a question lingering in his mind about her grandfather. His gaze sharpened as he asked her directly why she believed he wanted to meet her grandfather, sensing she understood his true objective. After a moment of silence, he revealed his true purpose. He was searching for the Prism, a name that held deep significance for him. Later, our boy sat in a cafe, reviewing the notes he'd gathered, when a cheerful waiter named Joni brought his order. Joni was thrilled to recognize him, calling him a hero to the local kids, making the young mage a bit uncomfortable. The waiter's enthusiasm was infectious, and he eagerly offered any information he could provide. Joni then shared crucial details about a man who lived across the street, a man whose daily routine was so consistent it was almost like clockwork. Before he could press for more, Joni was called away by his boss, rushing off with an apology. Our young mage was left to wait, the precise schedule of the mysterious man now etched into his mind, an opportunity forming. As evening fell, the man emerged from his building, and our boy immediately noticed the distinctive rings on his fingers, identical to those worn by Kedrick. Recognizing him as a mage, our protagonist quickly followed, knowing this was his chance to investigate the man's home while he was out. He entered the building, his resolve firm, knowing he had to find clues related to magic within the next hour. The door was locked, as expected, but he couldn't turn back now. Failure was not an option. He reached out, and to his surprise, the mana around him reacted, swirling towards his hand. The raw energy flowed into the keyhole, and with a soft click, the door unlocked, granting him entry. He stepped inside, momentarily stunned by the effortless way he had manipulated mana, a new power stirring within him. His eyes landed on a crumpled letter, its contents hinting at a red bloodstone, a disbanded organization, and a former boss. The letter spoke of a murk-red executive who had been cast aside, a figure Kedrick had mentioned before. He then discovered a small container holding a pile of shimmering red jewels, a powerful aura emanating from them. Holding one, he realized it was the exact same jewel embedded in Kedrick's ring, confirming it was the red bloodstone from the letter. The stone pulsed with an intense energy, and as he held it, his eyes glowed crimson, reflecting the surging power. Curiosity overriding caution, he channeled his magic through the stone, unleashing the reddest, most potent flame he had ever created. The spell erupted with astonishing speed and intensity, far beyond what he could normally achieve without such a catalyst. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and his eyes snapped open in alarm. The man was back. The mage had returned unexpectedly, muttering about forgetting his wallet, giving our boy barely any time to hide. After retrieving his wallet, the man left again, complaining about his absent-mindedness and his boss, confirming his identity as Walter. Walter's sinister grin hinted at his true nature, a man driven by a dark resolve. Our young mage now had a name and a lead directly connecting him to the organization he sought. This was only the beginning. The world was a complex tapestry of magic and danger, and our young mage was deep in its threads. Walter, a man steeped in malice, was busy with nefarious plans, muttering about poisons and enemies, completely unaware he was being watched. But his senses were sharp, and he quickly realized he wasn't alone, lashing out with a furious demand to reveal the hidden presence. The boy, caught off guard, flew backward, crashing into the ground with a grunt, as Walter, surprised to find a mere child, cursed at the unexpected turn. Blood from a recent wound obscured Walter's vision, fueling his rage, as the young mage quickly recovered, pondering how his hiding spot had been compromised. Walter, determined to extract information, prepared to subdue the child, launching another swift attack. But the boy moved with an unexpected grace, evading the strike by a hair's breadth. Walter was beyond furious, bewildered by the child's strength and the sheer audacity to challenge him with a knife. Yet, amidst the chaos, the boy was captivated, observing how Walter channeled mana to protect his blade, a technique he instantly wanted to understand. Walter, tired of holding back, warned the boy he would now unleash his full fury, aiming to tear him apart. But the young mage was already calculating, recalling the precise mana ratios and colors Walter had just used. To Walter's utter disbelief, the boy then replicated his unique metallization magic, turning the tables with a shocking counterattack. Walter, wounded and reeling, finally understood this was the rumored assassin, a child capable of copying any magic. The boy quickly silenced Walter, needing to protect his own identity while extracting the many questions he had. Walter, however, saw a chance to prove his worth, deciding to eliminate the boy if interrogation failed. With a terrifying roar, Walter unleashed a massive torrent of fire, intent on burning the damn assassin to death. The room erupted into an inferno, but the boy, protected by his mana, remained composed, though he knew the danger was real. Walter taunted him, announcing that Walter the Blood Eye would soon visit his boss, implying a violent reckoning. He believed his boss must be regretting abandoning him, and this display of power was meant to make him pay. The boy's mana shield wouldn't last forever, and the raging fire made getting close impossible. Walter mocked the boy, asking how long he planned to play defense, before unleashing an even more destructive wave of fire. The young mage knew he couldn't block this new attack head-on, so he calmly decided his first move would be to extinguish the flames. Walter watched in stunned silence as the boy uncasted his protection, then began to conjure water magic, actively dousing the inferno. Walter gasped, utterly bewildered by the simultaneous use of two main magic types, watching as the boy completely suppressed his flames. He couldn't fathom how the child was using the water element too, beginning to question if this was truly the assassin he'd expected. The battle ended, leaving the boy with a nosebleed, the clear after effect of pushing his mental capacity to its limit. He reflected on Walter's power and the even greater strength of the mage with the monocle, realizing his current limitations for revenge. Holding a red bloodstone, he regretted not seizing more opportunities, knowing this was only the beginning of his true ascent. The next morning, Ray arrived at Veronica's bookstore, having shed the raincoat he wore the night before. He knew he couldn't risk being recognized if he kept the same attire. Veronica greeted him with an excited shout, her face lighting up at his presence. Her eyes immediately noticed his change of clothes, and she asked why he was dressed differently from yesterday. He simply told her he got rid of the raincoat, offering no further explanation. As they walked, Veronica shared that she had told her grandfather about him, about his magic, and his search for the rainbow. Ray's expression remained guarded, a silent question in his eyes as he ensured she hadn't revealed anything more. She confirmed she hadn't, simply relaying what he had already told her. Suddenly, two children, a boy and a girl, peeked out from behind a door. These were Veronica's younger brothers, Multa and Jolfine, taken in by her grandfather from an orphanage. Veronica then mentioned that her grandfather had also taken her in, implying a shared history of being orphaned. Ray, putting the pieces together, correctly deduced that she wanted him to teach magic to the children. Veronica gasped, genuinely surprised by his quick insight. He calmly explained his reasoning. She had mentioned learning magic from her own grandfather, and there was no other logical reason for her to bring him here. A small "right" escaped her lips, confirming his accurate deduction. The bookstore itself held a quiet, almost sacred atmosphere, a place where knowledge and secrets resided. They arrived at a simple wooden door, marking the entrance to a private room. Inside, an old man with a long white beard, Graham, lay in bed, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. Veronica introduced Ray to her grandfather, explaining that he was the one who had helped them. Graham acknowledged Ray, his expression one of calm wisdom, and thanked him for chasing away the troublemakers. He apologized for his own inability to act, hinting at his frail health. Ray, ever humble, dismissed it as no difficult task at all. Graham then focused on Ray, his eyes glowing with an inner light, sensing something profound within him. He perceived 4 rings around our boy, not of mana, but of pure emotion, anger, comfort, excitement, embarrassment, indifference, and sorrow. These, Graham realized, were not magical energies, but deep-seated colors etched into Ray's very being, the indelible marks of countless years of intense feelings. He found it incredibly challenging to decipher emotions from someone of Ray's unique nature. Graham then invited the younger mage to speak, knowing he had many questions he wished to ask. Ray confirmed he had been searching for a mage, and Graham, acknowledging his own magical abilities, noted Ray's skillful use of magic, as reported by Veronica. Our boy, however, admitted he didn't know much about magic. Graham, sensing Ray's reluctance to share his past, proposed a game. The winner of each round would earn the right to ask the loser a question. He began the game by asking if Ray could feel the mana between them. Ray's eyes widened, a flicker of raw power appearing in their depths. He confirmed he could, not just feel it, but see it as well. Graham's entire atmosphere shifted, completely taken aback by Ray's extraordinary perception. He explained that each form of magic utilized a different element, and when these elements converged, new ones could even be forged. The element currently hovering between them, Graham revealed, was maintenance, an element vital for sustaining equilibrium and notoriously difficult to manipulate. Then he pressed further, asking if Ray could sense the element existing beside it. Ray's gaze sharpened, his focus absolute. He confirmed he sensed 2, not just 1, distinctly different elements. His perception was precise, a gray and a deeper gray, undeniably 2 separate tones. Graham's composure shattered, a profound realization hitting him with the force of a tidal wave. Ray had instantly identified maintenance and continuation, elements that most mages would spend their entire lives trying to discern. Graham lamented the cruel irony of fate, finding such true talent just as his own life was nearing its end. He then asked Ray for the name of this second element. Ray, however, playfully refused, stating it wouldn't be fun if he revealed it so easily. He challenged Graham to win the game and discover the answer for himself. Graham explained the game's mechanics. A sphere composed of 2 distinct elements floated between them, and the goal was to pull it towards oneself. To ensure fairness, he offered a handicap, placing the sphere closer to Ray, acknowledging the younger mage's disadvantage against his own skill. Ray accepted the terms, a spark of determination in his eyes as he prepared to begin. The game commenced, and Ray, with astonishing speed, swiftly pulled the elemental sphere towards him. Graham, caught off guard by the rapid movement, declared himself the winner of the first round. With his victory, Graham posed his question, "Who taught you magic?" Ray's answer was concise and unexpected, self-taught. Graham was surprised once more, his eyes widening slightly at the revelation. Ray then inquired if self-taught mages were truly so rare. Graham, choosing to keep the answer to himself for now, simply stated he would reveal that information if Ray managed to win the next game. The challenge was set. The old mage had just claimed victory in their latest round of the mana game, leaving Ray to reflect on his strategy. Our boy knew he had lost this round too, realizing he was giving away too much information about his own abilities. The outcome of these competitions always hinged on one's capability to handle mana, not just the number of circles a mage possessed. He understood he needed to change his approach, his gaze hardening with resolve as he planned his next move. With a renewed focus, he invited the old man to continue their game. This time, he switched tactics, reaching out with an open hand, a faint blue light beginning to coalesce into an orb in his palm. The old mage looked on, surprised by the sudden shift in strategy, acknowledging that his opponent had indeed changed his game plan. He then posed a question that completely changed the dynamic of their conversation, asking simply, "What is mana?" The old man paused, a faint smile playing on his lips, before deciding to humor the boy's unexpected inquiry. He began to explain that mana was the fundamental element of all things in the world, though it couldn't be seen or touched directly. Its presence was only observed through secondary phenomena like lightning or fires. He listened intently, absorbing every word, understanding that this knowledge was far more valuable than any game. The old man continued, noting that only a tiny fraction of humans were born with the sensory ability to perceive mana. However, merely sensing mana didn't equate to being able to use magic. Those were entirely separate domains of talent. He quickly clarified, asking if this talent referred to the ability to manipulate mana itself. The old man confirmed, explaining it was about separating and combining mana's individual elements in correct proportions, often requiring deep self-understanding. He concluded by sharing a common saying, "Mana waves to those who are honest with themselves," highlighting magic as a discipline of exploring one's inner self. He then asked his second question, eager to learn about the rings that mages held in their hearts. The old man explained that these rings were vessels to contain mana, which accumulated automatically after a single refinement. He added that refined mana was not just easier to use, but crucial for preventing something called mana poisoning, which could cause various debilitating symptoms like uncontrollable laughter or tears. The symptoms could even include lower anger tolerance, and if they piled up, they would develop into a permanent mental disease. This revelation struck him, making him wonder if mana and emotions could somehow affect each other. Suddenly, he understood why he had been immune to mana poisoning all this time. Until recently, he hadn't been able to feel emotions at all. The old man considered this, realizing the immense advantage someone immune to mana poisoning would have, able to utilize unrefined mana without consequence. Yet, he admitted he had never encountered such a person before, a hint of wonder in his voice. The air shimmered with magic as the chapter introduced itself, the genius mage who sees rainbows. The old man then asked him about his dream, clarifying he meant what he truly wished to become in the future. Ray's eyes grew distant as he revealed his two dreams, someone I'd like to kill and someone I'd like to save. The old man was taken aback, acknowledging he'd heard many speak of killing, but never of saving. He then offered to teach him magic. He was surprised, questioning why a powerful four-circle mage would teach an orphan like him, wondering if there was some hidden agenda. The old man simply stated he wanted nothing from him, his sincerity calming Ray's suspicions. With a nod, he accepted the offer, agreeing to learn magic from him. The old man then called for Veronica to enter, preparing to share a profound piece of knowledge. He explained his reason for taking in the orphans, including Veronica and him, to leave his knowledge as a legacy, specifically about something called the rainbow. He revealed that theories about the rainbow had existed since ancient times, all converging on one point: whoever found it could become a godlike entity. Veronica, listening intently, asked what a god truly was, prompting the old man to explain it was an almighty being capable of anything. He realized this was what the monocle mage had been searching for too, as Veronica began to voice another question about the rainbow. Before she could finish, a sudden, powerful impact shattered the window, sending shards flying into the room. Veronica cried out in shock and fear, her eyes wide as she instinctively recoiled from the danger. But he was quicker, his hand already glowing, forming a protective barrier of mana around her, shielding them both from the sudden, violent assault. The attack was just beginning. A powerful young mage, Ray, found himself protecting the innocent owner of a bookstore from another brutal attack, shattering the rock thrown at her with a single, swift motion. Veronica looked on with wide, startled eyes, surrounded by the shards of what had once been a window, as the quiet boy beside her remained unperturbed. With a furious counterattack, he sent the remaining attackers scrambling, their retreat hastened by the sudden downpour that began outside. Veronica, shaken but safe, expressed her heartfelt thanks, a sentiment echoed by the old man, her grandpa, who was observing from within the store. She immediately set about healing the minor cuts on his arm, a task he found surprisingly unnecessary for such a small injury. Tears welled in Veronica's eyes as she worked, prompting her grandpa to remind her to conserve her magic lest she exhaust herself. The old man sighed, admitting that someone had been relentlessly trying to buy the bookstore, and the constant harassment was becoming unbearable, making him consider selling. He recalled the day he first opened Veronica Bookstore, half a year ago, a dream born from his desire to train his disciples and complete his life's research. Veronica had been so excited then, celebrating the opening with a bouquet of flowers, her joy a vivid memory that now highlighted the current pain. But now, with his worsening illness, the eternal sleep disease, he worried about the store becoming an easy target for those who preyed on the vulnerable once he was gone. Veronica's voice cracked as she pleaded with him not to sell, reminding him that the bookstore represented his lifelong dream. Her grandpa looked away, acknowledging her consideration, but stating that not everything in life works out as one wishes. Veronica broke down, her tears falling freely, and in that moment, the old man realized the immense burden he had unintentionally placed upon her. He watched the rain fall, knowing that the disease would eventually lead to him never waking again, his time growing shorter each day. Days later, he lay asleep, his waking hours dwindling to just a few, while Veronica sat by his bedside, her heart heavy with grief. He came back the next day and Veronica greeted him with a small, hopeful smile, telling him her grandpa was usually awake in the mornings. As he left, Ray quietly promised himself that he would find a way to ease her sorrow, even if he didn't fully understand it. He departed into the rain, leaving Veronica with a renewed sense of hope, a fragile comfort he was determined to protect. Walking through the downpour, he considered his next move, realizing the bookstore was in Jeffrey's gang territory and those kids must have been from there. His initial plan to confront Jeffrey needed to change. He would seek out Philip first, hoping he could arrange a meeting with the gang leader. He soon found himself in an alley, witnessing a group of men from Cedric's gang who were known for their brutality, gathered around a large container. Inside, he saw a man being tortured, and a wave of shock washed over him as he recognized the victim. It was Philip. Cedric, the gang leader, gloated over his prisoner, his arrogant words fueling a cold fury in Ray. With a swift, brutal kick, Ray burst into the container, flooring Cedric's men and demanding to know his business with Philip. Philip lay battered and bruised, his face marred by blood, a stark image of the cruelty Ray had just witnessed and a clear sign of the fight that was far from over. Our story begins as a young man finds Philip, a business partner, brutally beaten and left for dead in a desolate room. The sight of the battered, unconscious man stirs something in him, a quiet resolve forming behind his usually calm demeanor. He had always lived by a strict code, and repaying his debts, even to someone like Philip, was paramount. Then the culprit appeared, a mage with burning red eyes and an unsettling smirk, mana crackling around him. This brutal mage had changed, his vessel and the ring's mana now pulsing with a distinct, dangerous power. He confessed to the beating, sneering at Philip's weakness, and the young mage couldn't help but wonder why such cruelty was necessary. The red mage continued, explaining his disgust for leeches like Philip, who sought advantage from others' strength. His words were punctuated by a vision of his own past, a painful memory of being called weak, fueling his current rage. With a surge of power, he lunged, intending to finish what he started, but our boy quickly intervened. A powerful blow was thrown, but the young mage met it head-on, the clash of their fists echoing through the room. He was not here to fight, he reminded the furious mage, not when their duel was already set for tomorrow. The red mage, however, was impatient, eager to fight now, his hatred for weakness burning bright. He found the mere sight of the weak sickening, a feeling so intense it made him want to lash out. This was chapter 21, and the tension in the air was palpable, a prelude to the storm to come. The red mage declared his disgust for the weak, admitting he despised them and felt nauseous just looking at them. He commanded Ray to step aside, threatening him with the same fate as Philip if he dared to interfere. The young mage recognized the power he possessed, a gem that could easily resolve the situation, but he hesitated, unsure of its side effects. Instead of a direct confrontation, he proposed a different kind of example, one far more effective than a private beating. He suggested a public display, a brutal lesson delivered in front of everyone, whether it was killing Philip or beating him senseless. The Red Mage considered this, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he realized the true impact such a spectacle would have. He agreed, finding the idea of executing Philip during their duel, with all of Sector 49's strongest watching, to be a truly useful idea. The young mage then assured him that Philip wouldn't run, taking full responsibility for his presence at the duel. With a satisfied smirk, the Red Mage departed, leaving our boy alone with the severely injured Philip. Ray quickly knelt beside Philip, his concern evident as he tried to assess the damage. Philip was in a worse state than he initially thought, his body battered and broken, barely able to speak. Outside, the black rain began to fall, an ominous downpour that usually meant no business for the night. A young girl, Jaya, was startled by the commotion and the unusual sight of someone out in such weather. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw Ray carrying Philip, bloodied and unconscious, through the relentless rain. Ray's face, streaked with rain and grime, showed a deep weariness but also a fierce determination. He needed help, and fast. This was far from over. Philip, still recovering from his recent ordeal, found himself waiting quietly as a new day began. His situation had taken an unexpected turn. Soon, Ray arrived, his presence a mix of casualness and sharp observation. Philip looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he recognized his rescuer. Philip expressed his gratitude, having heard from others that Ray had carried him to safety. He admitted to feeling much better than he expected, grateful for the kindness shown. Ray simply responded that if Philip was alive, that was enough. The conversation then shifted to Kedrick, the one who had attacked him, and the mystery of his motives. Philip explained his plan to expand his hotel's influence by investigating the streets, which led to his unfortunate encounter with Kedrick. He characterized Kedrick's actions as purely for profit, but Ray sensed a deeper, more emotional drive beneath the surface. Ray's keen eyes and intuitive understanding told him Kedrick's vessel, his core motivation, was tinged with pink, the color of sadness and grief rather than just the gold of materialism. The weight of the past hung heavy, and the title card appeared, marking a dive into the complex history of their world. Philip decided it was time to reveal a truth he hadn't maliciously hidden. He and Kedrick had a long, shared history. They had been friends since they were very young, growing up as weaklings on the harsh streets, their bond forged in shared vulnerability. They struggled together, barely scraping by, until the day Philip finally managed to establish a stable footing with his own hotel. He remembered the pure joy of that moment, finally achieving a dream, and eagerly showed Kedrick the new hotel, asking if he liked it. But Kedrick's reaction was one of anger, asking if they were just rats, wondering how long they had to live in hiding. He was never content, always seething with a quiet rage. After work, Kedrick would obsessively train his body, pushing himself to the limit. Then, about half a year ago, Kedrick abruptly left the hotel. After that, he became a madman, constantly getting into fights on the streets. Philip watched, bewildered by his friend's drastic change. Philip confessed his confusion. He didn't believe Kedrick's training alone could have made him so strong. Kedrick had always been a loser in fights. Ray then inquired if Kedrick had always possessed a ring, sensing it was a new element in the story. Philip confirmed that Kedrick had only recently started wearing that specific ring, believing it was just a show-off piece from a group he'd joined. Ray, however, looked on with a knowing glance. Ray's thoughts turned to a chilling possibility. Could Kedrick's transformation, his sudden violence, and the ring itself all be linked to a meeting with the mysterious man from the basement while Kedrick was wandering the streets? He imagined Kedrick, battered and broken from street fights, encountering the sinister figure who offered him power, a power symbolized by the glowing red ring. If Kedrick received the ring from that man, then his subsequent distance, his contempt, and even his attempt to kill Philip were all pieces of a disturbing puzzle. Ray recognized the pink color in Kedrick's vessel, the color of sadness and grief. Kedrick's actions were driven by a profound, hidden sorrow. Ray then surprised Philip by asking if he wanted to try talking to Kedrick. Philip, despite everything, still held a deep desire to reconcile with his old friend. He quickly affirmed that he would, if given the chance. Ray then proposed a way to make that happen. Philip would accompany him to the upcoming battle. Afterward, he promised, Philip would have the opportunity to speak with Kedrick. Philip was immediately struck by the impossibility of the situation. He couldn't enter the battle arena. Only those affiliated with the three great gangs were permitted inside. Ray simply shrugged, revealing he had already informed Kedrick that he would bring Philip. He then outlined the chilling condition for this arrangement. If Ray lost the battle, Kedrick would publicly execute Philip in front of all the gangs. Philip's face went pale with terror, unable to comprehend the severity of the stakes. Philip, utterly horrified, asked if Ray was joking, but Ray was deadly serious. He admitted to being scared, but even more so, he felt that his executioner was already by his side. Ray reassured him, confident he wouldn't lose to Kedrick. He casually mentioned that if Philip ended up in his debt because of this, it would simply mean Philip would have no choice but to help him later on. Philip, still reeling but seeing no other option, reluctantly agreed to go with him. Ray smiled, confident he had won him over. Ray then added a second, undisclosed condition. Philip was to perform a specific task when they arrived, leaving him with a sense of dread and uncertainty as the true nature of their journey began to unfold. Ray, a young man with a sharp mind, laid out a business proposal so audacious it made his friend Philip's blood run cold. Philip was shocked, calling it a harsh joke, reminded of his fear of danger. Ray explained this wasn't a joke, but a business proposal, a chance to rake in huge profits unlike anything they'd seen. Philip couldn't deny the logic, but the fear still gnawed at him. The duel spectators were the leaders of the three great gangs, ensuring a massive amount of capital would be gathered in one place. Philip worried they wouldn't make it out alive, but Ray was confident. He simply had to beat Kedrick, the rest of the 100 men wouldn't be a problem. Philip stared, seeing the unwavering resolve in his friend's eyes, and slowly, a new resolve formed in him too. With a firm nod, Philip extended his hand, sealing their risky partnership with a contract. His face beamed with newfound enthusiasm for the venture. 2 days later, the air was thick with anticipation at Kedrick's hideout in Sector 49. The battleground was set, a ring of burning barrels marking the arena. The crowd roared, a sea of faces eager for a spectacle, their cheers overwhelmingly for Kedrick as the gang leaders watched on. Kedrick, the local leader, stood confidently against the hunter from Sector 50. The crowd dismissed Ray as an arrogant outsider, certain of Kedrick's victory. Money changed hands rapidly, everyone rushing to bet on Kedrick. Some worried there wouldn't be enough profit even if Kedrick won, but for most, they were there to watch the arrogant outsider get destroyed. Ray remained calm, his eyes glowing with a fiery resolve. Kedrick, noticing his focus, asked if he'd come alone, reminding him of their promise. A commotion drew attention as Philip, confined to a wheelchair, was dramatically pushed into the arena by another man. The crowd murmured, wondering if the hotel guys were interfering, but Kedrick silenced them, announcing Philip was his invited guest. Kedrick revealed he had planned a fun show for them after the main battle, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Philip, looking uncomfortable, could only agree. Ray and Philip exchanged a silent, intense glance, a shared understanding passing between them, a plan about to unfold. Philip then made his move, announcing his bet, a staggering 2,240,000 shillings. He was betting all his assets on Ray. This was the trigger. Ray's strategy instantly unfolded as the crowd, fueled by greed and the belief Philip was making a huge mistake, rushed to bet everything on Kedrick. Kedrick, oblivious to the deeper game, grinned, welcoming the influx of money. The referee, flustered, quickly rang the bell, and the duel began in a flash. Kedrick charged, attempting to break Ray's arm in a single move. His movements were fast, but sloppy compared to Humphrey, and he was confident of victory. But Ray dodged, a blur of motion, countering in an instant. Kedrick was stunned, never expecting such speed and precision from the outsider. A wide, manic grin spread across Kedrick's face. Ray was a real fun guy, someone he could finally fight with. Kedrick's eyes burned with the newfound bloodlust, ready to unleash his full power. The arena erupted in a blaze of fire, signifying a battle about to be fought with the intent to kill. In the heart of a fiery arena, the enigmatic Mage, Ray, and the formidable Kedrick were locked in a brutal dance of fists and power, each blow echoing with a force that promised disaster. The onlookers were captivated, their gasps and cheers filling the air as they witnessed the sheer intensity of the clash. Neither fighter showed any sign of giving quarter, pushing themselves to their absolute limits. Kedrick unleashed a furious kick, aiming to end the bout with raw power. Our boy, however, met the attack head-on, deflecting it with an unexpected grace that hinted at deeper skills. He quickly realized that directly confronting Kedrick's overwhelming strength was a futile effort, a complete waste of precious energy. Instead, a more strategic approach was needed to bring his opponent down. Kedrick, still fueled by his fiery aura, struggled to maintain his footing, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and disbelief as Ray pressed his advantage. With a swift, decisive move, Ray sent Kedrick sprawling to the ground. The suddenness of the defeat left the crowd in stunned silence, their bets hanging in the balance. The bystanders murmured, their shock quickly turning to disappointment as they questioned the outcome. Many had placed their hopes and their money on Kedrick. But Kedrick was not so easily defeated. His eyes glowed with a renewed, desperate rage as he refused to accept his loss, his body radiating a dangerous, crimson energy. He roared, launching a flurry of heavy, powerful strikes, each infused with his burning magic. Ray met them with equal ferocity, the impact shaking the very ground beneath them. This endless exchange wouldn't lead to a clear victory, Ray mused, knowing he needed to break the deadlock. He had another plan, a technique that bypassed brute force entirely. Though he could mitigate some of the impact with his protective barriers, he couldn't completely block the force of Kedrick's blows. He needed a way to overcome the sheer difference in their physical attributes. A smirk played on his lips as he thought of it. He would use a joint lock, a move designed to incapacitate regardless of raw strength. Kedrick's confusion quickly turned to alarm. In a flash, he moved, wrapping his arms around Kedrick and twisting his arm in a joint lock. Kedrick screamed in agony, his face contorted in a mix of pain and fury, utterly helpless. "You bastard!" Kedrick shrieked, struggling against the hold, his internal rage battling against the physical restraint. He refused to yield, but the pain was unbearable. "Give up and accept defeat," Ray calmly stated, his grip firm. Kedrick's screams filled the arena as a small, glowing red item detached from his hand, indicating his official loss. Kedrick finally collapsed, unconscious and defeated. Ray picked up the glowing item, the symbol of his victory, as the crowd erupted in a mix of confusion and murmuring. "Is it over? Did he pass out?" they wondered, their voices rising. "Then is the hunter the leader of their gang now?" The implications of the fight's end settled over them. A man in a wheelchair rolled forward, a knowing smile on his face. He smoothly took the glowing item from Ray, confirming his role in the gambling operation. Kedrick stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. The humiliation of his defeat, coupled with the crowd's insults, began to fester into a dangerous rage within him. "Weak-ass bitch, I lost money because of you," the crowd jeered, their words like daggers. Kedrick's eyes widened, glowing red, as their cruel taunts pushed him over the edge. "No, I'm not weak," he whispered, his voice trembling as a dark, oppressive aura surrounded him. He couldn't accept this reality, not after everything. His eyes, now burning with pure hatred, stared at the jeering crowd. He wouldn't stand for their ridicule. He wouldn't be weak. With a guttural scream, Kedrick unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the arena in flames and sending the terrified crowd scattering. "Ha ha ha! That's right! I'll burn you all to ashes!" he shrieked, his sanity completely shattered. The true horror of his defeat was just beginning. Ray, a young mage, found himself enveloped in a horrifying inferno, surrounded by the panicked screams of a crowd fleeing a raging fire. The chaos had been deliberately unleashed by Kedrick, the very boy who had tried to kill him just days prior, now laughing maniacally amidst the flames. Kedrick suddenly collapsed, his body giving out, leaving him vulnerable in the heart of the blaze. Witnessing this, a profound decision formed in our protagonist's mind. Despite the immense danger, he moved towards Kedrick. Our boy reached the fallen Kedrick, who lay unconscious, and began the difficult task of trying to rouse him and carry him. Philip, another acquaintance, approached, surprised he hadn't abandoned Kedrick already, especially given their recent history. Philip, struggling to help Kedrick onto a wheelchair, pleaded with him to assist, but the sheer effort left him breathless. With Kedrick finally in the wheelchair, Philip looked at our protagonist, asking what they should do next, the situation still dire. His eyes glowed with resolve as he declared his intention to stay and help Kedrick escape. Philip, surprised by his unwavering commitment, watched as a golden aura briefly surrounded our boy. He couldn't comprehend why he would risk his life for someone who had just tried to end his. Philip pressed him, wanting to know what he stood to gain from such a selfless act, especially given Kedrick's recent betrayal. Our boy, with a quiet intensity, stated that he didn't calculate gains. His eyes glowed with fierce determination as he simply explained, "Kedrick and I are friends. I just want to protect him." His mind drifted back to fragmented memories of kindness from others. Children sharing food, a girl mending his coat, all of them in their simple ways, explaining their actions with the phrase, "because we're friends." An older man offered aid, saying he helped because our boy looked like his younger brother, and it's nice to have an older brother. Another guy explained he helped because someone was freezing to death, not really thinking, concluding with, "because we're friends." He realized then that he had always been on the receiving end, never truly grasping the full weight of that bond. He wondered if he could have ever truly understood what it meant to truly reach out to someone without expectation. Back in the Inferno, Philip continued to doubt, but our boy cut him off, making a surprising move that stunned his companion. With a sudden burst of magic, he conjured water from a cloth, surprising Philip, who watched the impossible happen before his eyes. He quickly used the magic-infused cloth to cover their mouths, instructing Philip and Kedrick to avoid inhaling the smoke. He admitted his magic had limits and would answer questions later. Then, amidst the roaring flames, our boy posed a profound question. "What do you think a friend is?" This question hung heavy in the smoke-filled air. Philip, coughing from the smoke, offered the common understanding, "someone you've known for a while, someone familiar." He acknowledged the truth in that, but then revealed his deeper realization, a truth that had just dawned on him amidst the chaos. A friend, he stated, was someone who would help you without expecting anything in return, and, crucially, someone you would help in turn. This was only the beginning of his understanding. What happens next changes everything. Trapped in a raging inferno, Ray stood beside Kedrick, who was slumped in a wheelchair, as another young boy voiced his desperate fear that they would all die. Our boy simply stated he had no regrets, though the other boy couldn't understand why, believing Ray was just responding to his own worry for Kedrick. Ray's mind drifted back to a dark night unlike this one, when all he could think about was brutally killing a golem. He wondered if his desire to protect the children then was just about repaying a debt. A deeper truth settled in him. It wasn't just about repayment. He looked at the faces of those he cared for, realizing he desperately wanted to keep living his life with them. With this profound realization, a surge of white mana erupted from Ray, enveloping them in a protective shield against the scorching flames. He reached out, determined to protect them. The young boy stared, aghast, as the shield formed around them. He couldn't believe Ray had conjured such magic again, especially when Ray then moved to touch Kedrick. Pure white light healed Kedrick's broken leg, mending it completely. The boy watching was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy profusely thanked Ray for saving both him and Kedrick. Ray simply accepted the thanks, knowing he'd need them for many things in the future, all while testing the true limits of his white mana. With the immediate danger averted, Ray calmly suggested they leave the protective bubble. He assured them they only needed to wait for the fire to consume everything it could. They stood amidst the chaos, watching their entire home burn to ashes. As the flames subsided, the remaining villagers emerged, devastated by the destruction. Many pointed fingers, angrily blaming Kedrick for the tragedy. Jeffer and Lotson, two burly men, stepped forward, dismissing any responsibility and attempting to seize Kedrick. He broke down, overwhelmed with guilt, knowing he was the one who lit the fire. Just as the situation escalated, a figure moved from the shadows, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. It was Ray, emerging completely unscathed from the blaze. The villagers couldn't believe the hunter was alive, and the men who had been harassing Kedrick froze in their tracks. Ray's eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. He challenged the angry mob, daring them to try him, promising to take them all on at once. The men who had been so aggressive just moments before stumbled back, falling to their knees in sheer terror. Ray stood tall, his presence a silent threat that promised dire consequences. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Ray and his companions arrived at the hotel to find a crowd gathered, all eyes fixed on a familiar figure. It was Philip, looking unexpectedly disheveled, surrounded by Kedrick's gang. He stepped forward, a quiet determination in his gaze, as if preparing for something significant. The young man told everyone to wait while he addressed the situation, but Chris, one of his friends, tried to stop him. Chris was overwhelmed by guilt, hesitant to even enter the hotel after abandoning Philip during a past crisis. He believed he didn't deserve to be there. Philip, however, showed no resentment. He calmly reassured Chris, telling him it was fine and he would have done the same in his shoes. He offered a comforting pat on the shoulder, welcoming Chris back and declaring the hotel their home. Chris, tears streaming, apologized for his cowardice. Overjoyed, Chris asked if his friends could also stay, and the young man, after a moment, granted permission. They walked into the hotel, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Entering the bustling hotel, Chris and his companions were met with a scene of chaos and recovery. This place felt like a new beginning, a genuine sanctuary. Philip, bruised and weary, was being wheeled in. He asked if the duel was won, and the young man confirmed it, then inquired about Philip's condition. Seeing Kedrick's battered state, Philip simply instructed everyone to move aside, promising explanations later. Without a word, he picked up the injured man, carrying him to the infirmary on the second floor. Later, in the quiet of the infirmary, Philip finally broached the subject of what he'd witnessed at the arena. He wanted to understand the magic he had seen. The young man confirmed his suspicions, admitting he could use magic. Philip then shifted the conversation to their betting earnings, stating the total was over 4 million shillings. He precisely counted out Philip's share, showcasing an unexpected talent for rapid calculation. But then, Philip made an unusual request, handing the bulk of the money back. Philip asked him to use the funds to acquire furnishings and supplies for the hotel. The young man, however, refused to take the money, insisting it was Philip's rightful share. He couldn't fathom why Philip would want him to handle it, or why he wouldn't keep the money for himself. The request left him utterly confused. Philip observed the young man, noticing less golden mana and more white, tinged with fear and anxiety. He wondered if the boy was worried about him. The young man clarified that he wasn't worried for Philip, recognizing him as the strongest in the sector. His concern was for the potential casualties if Philip were an adversary. He explained that splitting the funds this way felt right, a decision rooted in a broader vision. Philip simply nodded, still processing the implications of what was happening. Suddenly, a frantic messenger burst in, announcing that Jeffer and Lotson, rival gang leaders, had arrived with their subordinates. The young man already knew. When asked why he hadn't dealt with them earlier, he explained that a confrontation was inevitable. He reminded Philip of his earlier talk about investments and future profits. Philip looked surprised, a moment of realization dawning on his face. The young man then opened the doors, revealing the two formidable gang leaders standing outside. Jeffer and Lotson were shocked to see Philip alive, having believed he died in the fire. They accused him of orchestrating his disappearance to steal all the betting money, claiming many of their men were injured. Lotson, filled with righteous anger, reminded Philip of their unspoken code against backstabbing and expressed his bitter disappointment. Jeffer then cut to the chase, demanding all the betting money. Philip, with a calm that belied the tension, agreed to hand it over. He snapped his fingers, and golden coins materialized, showering down to the ground before the stunned gang leaders. The coins clattered, each one a stark symbol of his defiance. Philip declared these scattered coins to be their earnings. Jeffer's face contorted in a furious snarl, calling him a bastard, the true meaning of the gesture sinking in. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The hunter faced down again, telling them if they wanted the money, they would have to take it by force. His audacity enraged the bald man in charge. Our boy sent Philip to the hotel for safety while the rest of the gang rushed him, shouting about outsiders. He knew his body wasn't in good condition, but he had a plan. A red glow emanated from a ring on his finger, and his eyes burned with a fierce crimson light. The fight began with a flurry of blows. Ray moved with brutal efficiency, shattering weapons and leaving men stunned. The gang members were shocked as their attacks failed to land. With powerful strikes, he sent them flying, one after another. He challenged them to come at him, his gaze daring them to continue. The gang, convinced he must be worn out, rallied for another assault. They believed their sheer numbers would overwhelm him. He met their charge with renewed ferocity, a whirlwind of precise strikes that left them helpless against his power. He pushed through the pain, his red eyes burning, refusing to yield even an inch. More men fell, knocked unconscious by his relentless assault. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoed through the street. A gang member watching the carnage muttered, "That's crazy!" The scale of Ray's power was undeniable. The gang members began to turn on their leader, Kedrick, admitting how annoying he was and how refreshing it was to see him beaten. A few even voiced a desire for the hunter to lead them instead. Then, a small group of attackers broke away, intent on raiding the hotel where the money and Philip were hidden. Ray's eyes widened, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He was exhausted, but this new threat ignited a fresh surge of resolve. He roared, commanding the remaining gang members to stop them. To their own surprise, the gang members who had been questioning Kedrick's leadership immediately obeyed Ray, rushing to defend the hotel entrance. The two factions of the gang clashed, the former allies now fighting each other. The defenders declared their new allegiance, proclaiming Ray as their leader. Inside the hotel, Philip heard the sounds of fighting escalating, the thud of bodies and wood against the door. He watched the chaos unfold, a mix of disbelief and hope washing over him. The situation was beyond anything he could have imagined. Outside, the attackers brought a massive battering ram, aiming to smash through the hotel door. The defending gang members braced themselves, terror etched on their faces. In a flash, Ray appeared, his body still glowing red. With an impossible feat of strength, he blocked the battering ram with his bare hands, his power flaring violently. The attacker struggled, unable to move the ram against his immovable will. Philip, witnessing this from the hotel, could only gasp, "How is that even possible?" Ray gritted his teeth, pushing past his physical limits. His body was screaming, but he held firm, knowing what was at stake. The remaining attackers, terrified, fled the scene. Ray, slumped against the ram, felt himself reaching his absolute limit. The defending gang members erupted in cheers, their voices filled with awe and admiration for their new leader. They hailed him as Lord Hunter, their new leader, celebrating their victory and his incredible power. Philip, watching Ray, felt a strange, new emotion bloom in his chest. It was a feeling he couldn't quite name, but he knew it wasn't bad. Ray collapsed, utterly spent, but a faint, golden glow emanated from his body, signifying a profound internal shift. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Ray, the genius prismatic mage, found himself lost in a stark, black-and-white dreamscape, his footsteps echoing softly in the void. He stumbled, dazed, a profound sense of unreality clinging to him. Amidst a desolate landscape of broken technology, a single, pure white light pierced the monochrome, growing brighter with each passing moment. He felt a strange pull towards it. He looked up, his expression a mix of confusion and wonder, as the light intensified, promising something profound. Reaching out his hand, he felt an odd certainty, a deep conviction that this light, originally white, held immense significance for him. The pure white light exploded into a dazzling, prismatic display, swirling with every color imaginable. He floated amidst the chaotic, beautiful torrent, utterly overwhelmed. His eyes, now reflecting the rainbow brilliance, snapped open in shock, pulling him abruptly from the vivid dream. He woke up in the infirmary of Philip's hotel, the familiar faces of Kedrick's gang members beaming down at him with immense relief. They were overly enthusiastic, showering him with gratitude and asking if he was hungry, their eyes shining with admiration. He brushed off their offers for food, more concerned about the date and time. It was July 11th, 6:23 p.m., meaning he had slept for an entire day. Thinking about Philip efficiently distributing tasks, he overheard that Cobson and Nepper were going to 6th Street. He realized he'd been asleep while the others worked tirelessly. A wave of guilt washed over him as he saw some of the gang members struggling with heavy boxes, clearly exhausted. He stepped forward, offering his help. The men were utterly shocked, then overjoyed, eagerly accepting his offer and thanking him profusely for easing their burden. He felt the peculiar emotion of guilt as he watched them work, a strange and unfamiliar sensation for him. Suddenly, a crowd of other gang members spotted him. They erupted in cheers, calling him the Hunter, and showering him with chaotic, bizarre questions about his personal details, their adoration overwhelming. The clamor was cut short by a familiar, enraged shout. "R.A.! One of the men, wild-eyed and desperate, lunged at him from the stairs. He moved with lightning speed, deflecting the attack. The man was holding a scalpel, aiming for his throat. Without hesitation, Ray caught the blade inches from his neck, his gaze unwavering, betraying no fear. The attacker's hand trembled violently, his face a mask of terror, utterly unable to push through with the strike. Ray held the scalpel, asking why he hesitated. He sensed no true killing intent, no red mana within the man's vessel, only desperation. A deep sigh escaped him as his eyes glowed red, mana swirling around his hand. He had seen enough of this charade. He gripped the attacker's arm, the red energy flowing, completely overpowering him. The man's face twisted in terror as Ray declared they had something important to discuss, the implications of his power hanging heavy in the air. A wave of shame, deep and crushing, led Kedrick to attempt to end his life after a humiliating duel. Philip, his friend, found him horrified and demanded to know why he would do such a thing. The young man confessed his profound sense of weakness, convinced everyone would scorn him and laugh at his failure. Philip, however, wouldn't let him wallow in that despair. Philip noticed his mana was dangerously unstable. Draining fast like a charge stone was active, a tool that could lead to addiction if not managed. Kedrick lashed out, declaring Philip knew nothing about his struggles, but Philip held firm, telling him he was his friend and he had to save him. Kedrick couldn't believe it, reminding him how he had tried to kill him and beat up his hotel's men. How could he still call him a friend after all that? Philip responded calmly, believing Kedrick must have had his reasons, as he wouldn't act that way without cause. Internally, he wondered if his friend was just pretending to be angry, as his mana showed no signs of rage. Philip extended his hand, begging Kedrick to tell him why he did it all, if he considered him a friend at all. Kedrick, overwhelmed by the unexpected compassion, finally broke down, clutching his head and apologizing profusely for everything he had done. Philip comforted him, telling him it was okay and urging him to stop crying. He was truly sorry for everything he had put his friends through. He confessed he hated how weak he was, and how seeing them, so similar to his past self, would ignite an uncontrollable anger within him. He recounted his past, working for the hotel, but constantly being exploited by the various gangs. They would force him to bend his knees and take his hard-earned money, and he hated that feeling of powerlessness. He thought he had to become stronger on his own, constantly fantasizing about fighting back and training himself to the bone every single day. But the hotel soon called him back, crushing his pride. That's when he met a mysterious man who looked at him and said he was full of rage, like gunpowder on the verge of exploding. When asked what enraged him, Kedrick admitted it was himself. The man's eyes glowed, sensing the raw, desperate hatred his young companion held. The man then offered him a ring, claiming he was suffering from an illness that prevented him from properly utilizing his strength. Kedrick, desperate for power, accepted the ring. He immediately felt a surge of strength, lifting a heavy barrel with ease, believing he was cured. The man instructed him never to take the ring off, as his illness would relapse, and told him to gather a group of 6 strong, healthy individuals for an even greater reward. Kedrick happily accepted, his dream of becoming a gang leader within reach. Back in the present, Philip revealed the truth. His newfound strength wasn't from a cure, but from magic. He pulled out a book, explaining he needed to know this. Kedrick was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe it was magic, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Philip demonstrated the power of mana, creating flames in his hand and explaining it could be used to create fire or increase strength. Kedrick watched in horror as his own hand began to glow with a familiar, fiery energy. He finally understood he had been deceived. All his strength was magic, not his own hard work. He was back to being the pathetic person he was before, all his efforts wasted. Philip, however, offered a lifeline, telling him there was no need to go back. He held out the magic ring, promising that if Kedrick did exactly as he was told, he would benefit far more than he ever had before. Kedrick stared at him, his mind reeling. The implications of Philip's words hung heavy in the air, leaving him utterly stunned by this unexpected twist. Ray, the genius prismatic mage, began consolidating his new influence, making significant changes within the gang as his followers watched. He declared that Kedrick, a loyal but often impulsive member, would now serve as the gang's lieutenant and eventually take over running it entirely. Our boy planned to leave once his current business was finished, but promised to teach Kedrick how to fight using his own unique techniques. Kedrick seemed stunned, but eager for the opportunity. Ray's young friend later expressed gratitude, praising the decision to reconcile with Kedrick as incredibly insightful. Ray, however, viewed leadership with a more detached pragmatism. He acknowledged that while suppressing others through force wasn't a bad idea, it often bred resentment and incited revenge. His friend argued that instilling terror was the most effective method, as it left no room for dissent or thought. Yet, Ray countered that true loyalty could never be earned through strength alone. He believed the real key lay in offering appropriate rewards, much like his promise to train Kedrick. He mused that while he couldn't truly empathize with Kedrick, he also couldn't entirely ignore his potential, recognizing Philip's natural talent for handling people. Later, Ray addressed the assembled gang members, who were temporarily housed in a hotel. He sternly warned them that any trouble caused to the hotel's residents would result in his personal, swift punishment. He then reiterated Kedrick's new authority, making it clear that Kedrick's orders were to be taken as his own. The other gang members murmured amongst themselves, noting Kedrick's past anger issues, but also the positive outcome of his recent lesson. They seemed to understand the shift in power. Ray, hearing their whispers, then surprised them further by announcing he would return all the money they had wagered on the duel. He had, after all, earned more than enough from other gangs. The declaration sparked an immediate, fervent wave of renewed loyalty, with members proclaiming they would stand by their hunter no matter what. Next, our boy turned his attention to Jeffer and Lotson, who sat bound and gagged. He got straight to the point, demanding answers about Veronica's store. The bound men, clearly terrified, struggled to speak, not fully grasping the dire situation they were in. Ray's gaze was unsettlingly calm. One of them, Jeffer, finally managed to reveal they had received a request to scare Veronica's people away, as someone wanted their business spot. The order, he confessed, came from the owner of Fred's General Store on 3rd Street. Ray simply absorbed the information, then unleashed a brutal, precise attack on Jeffer, his eyes glowing with an intense, chilling light. His friend watched, recognizing this as the true, ruthless side of the hunter. He explained his calculated actions. Publicly punishing Jeffer and Lotson would unravel the resentment the hotel's residents held against them. It also served as a stark example for Kedrick's gang, reinforcing the consequences of crossing him. His friend noted the cold, effective precision of Ray's strategy. Then, our boy gave Jeffer and Lotson their new, terrifying assignment: use any means available to make Fred's General Store go out of business, but to do it carefully. He issued a chilling warning: if they caused even the slightest harm to him or his allies, he would hunt them down to the very edges of the sector and kill them. The two battered men were then dragged away. Later, the kids from the underpass celebrated their new, comfortable living situation, enjoying a delicious meal and wondering where Ray had gone. He, meanwhile, sat alone outside, lost in deep thought, reflecting on the meaning of friendship. He remembered his friend's definition: someone who helps without anything in return, and whom you would help in turn. He realized he had often simply called people friends, based on familiarity, not genuine connection. He pondered the nature of true care, concluding that only Niles and the kids from the underpass were people he had ever felt genuine concern for. He wondered if he would ever find such friends again. Acknowledging his profound lack of emotions made it a difficult prospect. As he sat in quiet contemplation, Kedrick approached, offering him a warm cup of cocoa. Ray accepted, feeling a rare sensation as the warmth spread through him, a brief moment where he might just forget his usual emptiness. Our boy, a genius prismatic mage, set off heading north, seeking abandoned factories. His younger siblings, seeing him leave, quickly hid, knowing he was going somewhere dangerous. He continued his journey through the city streets, while his siblings made sure they were out of sight, following his quiet instruction. His destination was the Veronica bookstore, a familiar haven in the bustling district. Veronica, the girl who ran the shop, rushed out to meet him, her face a mix of relief and concern. She noticed the bandages on his face, a clear sign of recent injury, and her worry deepened. Despite his assurances, she insisted he was hurt, her voice filled with genuine care. A small, gentle light emanated from her, a visible manifestation of her healing magic. He watched, a quiet realization dawning in his eyes as she tried to mend his wounds. Her mana quickly depleted, leaving her gasping, the glowing staff fading from her hands. He calmly reminded her that he had already performed first aid, assuring her he was fine. She then remembered the warning about using atmospheric mana, embarrassed by her oversight. A blush crept up her cheeks as she realized the risk she had just taken for him. With a nod, they began walking towards her home, heading to see her grandfather. As they walked, Veronica, lost in thought, turned to him and asked a profound question. She wondered about the true meaning of friendship, an abstract concept she struggled to grasp. He was her savior, someone who had rescued her twice, and they shared the bond of being mages, yet their acquaintance was so brief. She looked at him, a hopeful smile on her face, finally declaring him her friend. But as she spoke, he simply continued up the stairs, prompting her to call out in confusion. He turned to her, his expression unreadable, waiting for her next words. Her heart pounded as she bravely asked if he considered her a friend too. His blunt, single-word answer, no, crushed her, leaving her utterly stunned. He then explained he still needed to feed his younger siblings, descending the stairs to finish his task. Moments later, he closed the door, leaving her to process his words. Inside, Veronica's grandfather lay in bed, looking frail and aged. He learned the old man had fallen ill, and Veronica had informed him of it. The grandfather coughed, confirming his condition and revealing he likely had only half a year left. Despite the grim prognosis, a faint smile touched his lips, a surprising resolve in his eyes. He decided to impart his magic lessons to our boy, starting that very day. Before they began, Ray presented a crimson gem ring he had found, asking for its identity. The grandfather took the ring, recognizing it as a charged stone, but one with dangerous properties. His eye narrowed, a deep understanding of its dark magic evident in his gaze. This unique ring contained exploitation-type magic, a twisted spell. It was designed to consume the user's own vitality, draining their life force to repair itself. Such a spell was incredibly rare and complex, not something just anyone could inscribe. He asked where the boy had found such a dangerous item. Ray explained he had acquired it from the previous leader of a gang he had once commanded, who in turn claimed to have received it from an officer of Merc Red. The grandfather's face contorted in shock, the name clearly striking a chord of alarm. He knew the organization well, a chilling recognition in his eyes. Merc Red was a most influential and dangerous underground organization. They dealt in firearms, drugs, and human trafficking, their reach extending into every dark corner. Despite their smaller numbers, their true threat lay in something far more sinister. Every single member of Merc Red was a mage, and they all carried these crimson gem-charged stones, a symbol of their utter disregard for mana addiction. The grandfather then shared a well-known story among those who search for the rainbow, a legendary item. Merc Red was rumored to possess a part of it, a secret that could change everything. Ray's eyes widened in disbelief, the revelation leaving him utterly stunned. Our story continues with Ray, still processing the mysteries surrounding him, as the old man shared a fascinating legend about the rainbow. He had always thought it was just a celestial arch, but the truth was far more ancient. The old man explained that this tale was well known among those searching for the rainbow, and that Merc Red, a dangerous organization, was said to possess a part of it. He held up a tiny, glowing red gem. Ray's eyes widened, a new understanding dawning on him. The rainbow, he learned, was originally a gem that radiated infinite light and mana, a source of incredible power. Long ago, the world was a paradise with clear blue skies and bountiful lands, centered around the first human city. At its heart lay this magnificent gem, shimmering with rainbow light. The gem's radiant energy made the lands fertile and cured the sick, sustaining life and prosperity. But such power inevitably drew unwanted attention, sparking a brutal conflict. Several factions coveted the rainbow, plunging the world into a long and devastating war. In the end, the ultimate prize, the rainbow itself, could not withstand the onslaught. It shattered into 7 brilliant fragments, scattering across the world like stardust. Each piece held a fraction of its original, boundless power. The old man confirmed Ray's suspicion. Merc Red indeed held one of these fragments, and the red gems their members carried were merely tiny chips of that immensely powerful relic. Ray looked at the chip, pondering the weight of this knowledge. The old man admitted he had tried to research further, but Merc Red's dangerous nature had made it too risky. A chilling realization settled over Ray. The man he had encountered in the basement, radiating a sinister red aura, was undoubtedly a member of Merc Red, though his rank remained unknown. His eyes hardened with resolve. A powerful conviction formed within him. He would have to investigate Merc Red thoroughly, for a vital hint about the rainbow had to be hidden there. The old man, seeing the determined fire in our boy's eyes, acknowledged the dangerous path he was choosing. He simply respected Ray's will, understanding that stopping him was futile. Ray then returned the gem, shifting his focus to a more immediate concern. He asked if the strengthening and exploitation spells cast on his ring could possibly be undone. Just then, a bright-eyed young woman named Veronica entered the room, and the old man decided it was the perfect time to teach Ray the fundamental principles of magic, starting from the basics. He explained that all magic begins with forming a circle, a necessary step to refine atmospheric mana and avoid the dangers of mana addiction. As mana is funneled through a circle, it undergoes refinement, and its elemental properties are determined by the individual's unique traits, thus restricting the spells available to each person. Ray remembered that all the mages he had met had rings filled with different colors of mana, and Veronica, eager to help, agreed to demonstrate how to form a circle. She began by gathering mana into her hands, channeling it across her arms and into her heart, then cycling it around, gradually increasing its speed with intense concentration. Despite her best efforts, Veronica couldn't maintain control. The mana flared, and her nascent circle shattered into shimmering fragments, the effort overwhelming her. A wave of disappointment washed over her, even as the old man offered gentle encouragement, assuring her that she was showing definitive improvements every day. Still, she longed to show a completed circle. Ray, watching her, felt a surge of determination. He stepped forward, ready to try, unknowing of what was about to unfold. A self-taught boy, nobody believed in, just bent raw magic to his will. Light tore through the room as his circle burst to life, and for one heartbeat, even he looked stunned by what he'd done. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He stared down at his own chest, half convinced the glow there was some kind of mistake. Then the room erupted. Hands slapped together, cheers rang out, and for the first time in a long while, he let himself grin back. His mentor's eyes narrowed at the shape hovering above him. A full circle, formed on the very first try. He tried to stay calm, but the thought kept looping. This wasn't talent anymore. This was something else entirely. Back in the quiet of the bedroom, his mentor studied him a moment longer than usual. The kind of look you give something you don't yet understand, and maybe never will. His own hand trembled as he reached toward his chest, feeling for the pulse only he could sense. Rage burned red, sadness bled pale pink. Concern glowed soft and white. Every feeling in the world, it turned out, had a color and a weight, and he could feel all of it move through him like a second heartbeat. No one else could see it. His mentor admitted as much. He couldn't spot the circle either, only feel it in the air. If privacy mattered, the old man said, all he had to do was cut the flow himself. So he tried. The ring of light spun tighter, then slowly folded in on itself, fading into nothing under his own hand. Back in the quiet, his mentor gave his head a rough, fond pat, the kind reserved for someone worth keeping close. Then came the challenge. How about a test? His mentor asked, already gathering mana between his palms. Light gathered, folded, and hardened into a single shape, an 8-sided crystal, spinning gently in midair. How do you think you can do it? His mentor asked, holding out the crystal. Beside them, the girl fretted over numbers she'd never work out in time. No math needed. He just reached out and took it, and her jaw dropped on the spot. Even his mentor's mouth hung open, caught somewhere between shock and delight. Try this then, his mentor said, conjuring a pair of glowing houses. Then statues and roses spun from pure light. Each shape was harder than the last, a test built to finally find his limit. It never did. You really are a genius, aren't you? His mentor muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Tired out from the day's testing, the old man finally let himself drift off to sleep. The girl turned to him after, eyes wide. Can you do that? She asked, still amazed it had worked at all. You're really, really amazing, she admitted from the rail, though the only mages she'd ever known were him and her grandfather. Hardly a fair comparison, and she knew it. Silence was all he offered back, unsure what to say. She blinked, caught off guard by his quiet. She stumbled down the stairs after him, nearly losing her footing, because for once she couldn't stop watching him instead of the steps. She caught herself, laughing it off with a crooked smile. An old memory surfaced, someone from his past, quietly splitting the last of the bread with him when no one else would. Why him and not me, he wondered, the question rising before he could stop it. Then he stood beside her on the deck, and neither of them said a word. She pressed her fingers to her temples, working through something. Not jealous, she finally said. Maybe because you're my friend, she added. And for a boy who'd spent his whole life being told he wasn't worth much, that word landed harder than she probably meant it to. They stood there a moment longer, quiet settling between them. Then her look shifted, something sly creeping into her smile. The bread memory drifted back again, on its own. Kind of, he admitted, though he didn't say kind of what. Nothing but silence answered from her, though her eyes said plenty. He walked off without another word, and she huffed, chasing after him. Glancing back over her shoulder, she called out one word, "Read." Back in the library, she stood waiting on an answer. "I can," he started, unsure how to finish the thought. She covered her face, suddenly caught off guard by her own request. "Thanks. I'll do my best to learn," he told her, and for a boy who rarely meant much of anything, he meant every word of that. A finger went up before the words did, though his mind had already jumped somewhere darker. A thought crept in that he couldn't shake. She might ask for a lot more than reading lessons. Dread crept in halfway through the thought. She just breezed right past it. "Go wash up. There's a bath on the second floor." Dizzy, thoughts spinning in circles he couldn't quite follow, he barely noticed her humming behind him, already picking out a change of clothes like nothing strange had happened at all, and that, somehow, was the part that worried him most. After a quick bath, Ray emerged, asking Veronica where he should leave his towel. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, telling him to put some clothes on before asking why he wanted to learn to read. His beautiful appearance had clearly flustered her. Ray explained his journey up the Elton River required more knowledge, as his prior informal lessons from Niles weren't enough. Veronica's face lit up, and she enthusiastically offered to teach him at the bookstore, which had been closed for days. He nodded, confident it was safe to open, as the troublemakers who once threw stones hadn't returned. A horrified expression crossed her face, wondering if he had killed them, but our boy quickly reassured her he wouldn't harm anyone over mere rocks. She sighed in relief. With the misunderstanding cleared, Veronica decided they would open the store after their lesson. She presented a towering stack of textbooks and meticulously organized notes, a testament to her own past studies, leaving him silently impressed. The lesson began, with Veronica patiently explaining the intricacies of sentence structure, even though she found it challenging herself. To her surprise, he absorbed the information instantly, understanding concepts that took others weeks. When tested, he only missed one question. His pencil moved with an almost unnatural speed and precision. Veronica was overjoyed, realizing they would speed through the material at this rate. She suggested they stop for the day so she could prepare more lessons. He agreed to end the lesson, but then made an unusual request. Our boy asked her to simply watch over him while he created a magic circle. She doubted her usefulness, claiming she wasn't good at teaching magic. He insisted, saying her presence was enough, and if she thought of anything she could tell him. He saw it as repaying her for her teaching, and she beamed with gratitude. While Veronica began organizing the dusty bookstore, he asked if he could read the books. She agreed, telling him not to make a mess. When he asked what a dictionary was, she explained it was a book of definitions, helpful for unfamiliar words. He then asked if it contained the definition of rainbow, to which she replied she hadn't checked, but probably not, as it was related to magic. Finding a dictionary, he realized how effortlessly he could now lift heavy books using the mana from his ring, a stark contrast to his past weakness. He reflected on the mana in his ring, red, light pink, and white, in descending order of quantity. While light pink mana was typically as stiff and difficult to manipulate as white mana, he found his ring's light pink mana was surprisingly fluid. This unexpected ease hinted at new spells, yet he felt an unconscious aversion to exploring it. The light pink mana was linked to sadness, an emotion he desperately wanted to avoid feeling again, a primal self-protective instinct. As he continued reading, his eyes suddenly widened at something within the book. He abruptly announced he was stepping out, telling Veronica he would read the other books later, and she could leave them where they were. With his cloak on, Ray rushed out of the store. He finally understood the true, terrifying goal of that man who had manipulated his past. Niles, a young mage with a sharp mind, was deep in his investigation, poring over ancient texts that spoke of dark rituals and forbidden offerings. The air around him felt heavy with the weight of his discoveries. He had uncovered disturbing evidence. The man he was tracking was attempting to offer street children, not animals, during these heinous rites. The implications were horrifying. Further investigation revealed a ring with exploitative magic, clearly designed to strengthen a sinister red gem through such sacrifices. The depth of the depravity made his blood run cold. The group of conspirators was nearing a total of 66 men, a number that suggested a grander, more terrifying scheme. Our boy realized the man was patiently waiting for a report from someone named Kedrick. Later, while observing from a quiet cafe, Niles processed the grim details, his expression a mask of intense concentration. The weight of his findings settled heavily on his shoulders. He only ordered a drink, maintaining his cover, but the kind cafe owner insisted he take a full meal. This small gesture of generosity from a stranger was a stark contrast to the darkness he was pursuing. The owner explained that many children had left money for him, hoping he'd eat well if he ever visited. This act of communal care touched Niles deeply, reminding him of the innocence he was fighting to protect. The cafe owner then leaned in, sharing an odd detail. A man he knew was 3 hours late, smiling strangely and mumbling about the time being near. Such unusual behavior was rare for him. Our boy silently considered this new clue, a small piece in the larger puzzle. It seemed to confirm his suspicions that something significant was about to happen. He knew he needed more information about Merc Red but couldn't act recklessly, especially not with Kedrick's movements still unknown. Patience was his best weapon now. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside. He saw 3 thugs harassing a small child, roughly pushing him around. Without a word, Niles stepped in, a silent force. He easily stopped a thug's punch, his swift, decisive action freezing the aggressor mid-swing. The thugs, recognizing the formidable figure who had intervened, gasped in terror. They knew him as the Hunter, a name that struck fear into the hearts of such petty criminals. His gaze alone was enough to make them scurry away, muttering about how they shouldn't have come to this place. Niles watched them go, his expression unreadable. He then spoke to the cafe owner, asking him to report immediately if the strange man returned. He promised a generous reward for their cooperation, understanding the need for both incentive and warning. Returning to the hidden basement, Niles approached the door that now shimmered with an unfamiliar protective magic. He realized that simply breaking it would alert the man. He recognized the powerful enchantment placed on the door. To avoid detection, he decided against a forceful entry, opting instead to consider a more subtle approach like removing the hinges. Before he could execute his new plan, the cafe owner rushed down, urgently signaling that the man was here. Niles quickly ducked back into the shadows. He watched as the man, Kedrick's teacher, passed by, a fleeting moment of tension. Niles felt a surge of relief. The dark basement and his disguised voice during their earlier encounter meant he hadn't been recognized. The next day, the atmosphere was different. Kedrick, full of anticipation, waited nervously for his teacher, eager to deliver his report. The teacher arrived, an imposing figure cloaked in a long coat, his presence commanding attention. Everyone straightened, acknowledging his authority. Kedrick, bowing deeply, began his formal greeting, ready to relay the details of his mission. He was clearly trying to impress his mentor. But the teacher cut him off, stopping him mid-sentence. Before that, he commanded, "Who is this?" Kedrick, momentarily flustered, quickly introduced the new vice leader standing beside him. The teacher fixed his gaze on the new recruit, his eyes sharp and probing. "What's your name?" he asked, his voice laced with an unspoken challenge. Niles met his stare, a silent beat hanging in the air. He had infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and now, standing face to face with the man he was hunting, he calmly stated his name. What happens next changes everything. And nobody sees it coming. Niles, a sharp-eyed young mage, found himself once again face to face with a man named Kedrick, who seemed to have no memory of their prior meeting. The recruiter, oblivious to their previous encounter, casually inquired about the number of new recruits, completely unaware of the young mage's keen observation. Niles' subordinate, eager and naive, excitedly reported the current count, thrilled at the prospect of joining an actual organization. Our boy watched Kedrick's exaggerated performance, noting the man's overly confident laugh and the obvious falsehoods in his claims. With a calm demeanor, the young mage interjected, subtly probing Kedrick for details about the supposed organization's headquarters. The man, still playing the part, confidently provided a specific sector number, oblivious to the fact that his deception was being keenly perceived. A subtle shift in the air, a faint tremor in Kedrick's mana, betrayed the lie, confirming Niles' suspicions. Then, the young mage asked about the organization's leader, the boss, a question that visibly unsettled Kedrick. The recruiter's casual facade crumbled, his expression twisting into one of profound reverence and terror as he began to speak. He described the boss as an incredible, almost godlike figure, his voice filled with a chilling mix of admiration and overwhelming fear. The weight of that fear was palpable, radiating from Kedrick, transforming his image into something dark and trembling under the unseen pressure of his leader. With the conversation concluded, Kedrick announced his return in a few days to inspect the new recruits, leaving the subordinate buzzing with anticipation. The man then began an unexpected display, allowing a trickle of mana to flow from his hand, painting the ground in a mesmerizing red. He wasn't just showing off. He was using the vast, empty space of the abandoned factory as an elaborate canvas for his magic, a grand design unfolding beneath them. The subordinate watched, startled and nervous, as Kedrick revealed several shimmering red gems, glowing with an ominous light. He flashed a confident, almost predatory smile, declaring the gems a very good thing as he held them aloft. The subordinate, still unnerved by the intensity of the magic, questioned if such a dangerous display was truly alright, but Niles remained impassive. The recruiter reassured him, then scattered the gems, each one landing precisely to complete a complex, blood-red magic circle across the floor. He explained that the gems, like the one in the subordinate's ring, possessed healing and vitality-boosting properties. He then emphasized the ring's importance, sternly warning the subordinate to guard it with his life, his grip firm and possessive. Finally, Kedrick departed, leaving the subordinate to collapse in a heap, utterly drained by the encounter. Our boy, however, remained standing, his gaze fixed on the intricate red pattern now etched into the factory floor. He knew the display was a complex magical construct, clearly designed for a purpose far beyond a simple demonstration. The young mage began to formulate a plan, realizing he already knew someone who could help him unravel Kedrick's true intentions. Young Ray had shown the old mage a drawing he'd made, a complex magic circle, and the mage's eyes widened, recognizing a dangerous pattern. He hadn't even finished explaining, but the mage already understood, connecting the drawing to the man who called himself an executive of Merc Red. With a heavy sigh, the old mage warned Ray that he had gotten involved in something far more dangerous than he could imagine. The mage confirmed his fears. The intricate pattern Ray had drawn was, without a doubt, a true magic circle. This was no ordinary drawing, it was a perfect magic circle, radiating a chilling red energy. The mage was completely baffled, amazed that Ray had perfectly redrawn such a high-level magic circle without any formal training. He explained that creating or even tracing a magic circle was an incredibly delicate process, like sorting through countless fine threads, using only one sense of touch. Such a feat would be impossible for anyone without deep knowledge of the specific circle, making Ray's natural talent almost unbelievable. Ray asked about its purpose, and the mage revealed it was exploitation, magic, similar to the spell on the ring Ray wore, but far more potent. He mused about the ring, realizing that the magic circle was designed to be much stronger and have a greater range than the ring's enchantment. The mage's expression turned grim as he shared the circle's true, horrific function. When activated, the magic circle would snuff out all life within its radius, converting every living being's life force into raw magic power. Ray's mind raced, connecting the dots, sacrifices, 66 children, and now Kedrick's entire gang. The man intended to use them all to fuel his twisted magic. A human, Ray questioned, couldn't possibly wield such concentrated mana, and the mage confirmed his fear, explaining that life force mana was incredibly toxic. Carelessly used, it would result in mana poisoning, which was why it was typically used to empower magic tools or other creatures, never directly by a mage. However, the mage added, if it was intended to refine the mana for Ray's unique ring, that would be a different story entirely. The old mage watched him, waiting, as Ray sat in quiet contemplation, his expression hardening with a clear sense of resolve. 3 days later, the promised day arrived, and Ray stood waiting outside a warehouse as the Merc Red executive approached. The executive, a man with a confident smirk, greeted Ray, asking about Kedrick and the others. Ray calmly told him Kedrick was inside, giving orders. The executive, pleased, walked towards the warehouse door, praising Ray's efforts. Our boy's eyes, however, held a cold determination, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. The executive stepped inside, expecting to see Kedrick and his gang, but found only an empty, cavernous space. His face dropped in confusion. Before he could react, Ray moved like a ghost, striking with a dagger from behind, its glint momentarily blinding. The blade clanged against the executive's coat, startling him. He spun around, fire in his eyes, demanding to know what Ray thought he was doing. A ball of fire ignited in the executive's hand, his anger flaring as he prepared for battle. The executive's confusion turned to shock as Ray dodged his fiery attack with impossible speed. He summoned a magic weapon, a curved blade crackling with energy, and lunged forward, ready to strike. Still reeling from the surprise, the executive snarled, demanding to know the identity of the person who dared to mess with him. Ray pulled back his hood, his eyes sharp, and introduced himself as Walter. He was there, he stated, under his boss's orders to dispose of the executive. The executive's eyes widened in horror, the truth finally dawning on him. Walter wasn't an ally or a helper, but an assassin sent to end him. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray, an assassin of remarkable skill, found himself face to face with a formidable mage, ready for a fight. The mage, however, seemed to hold all the cards, revealing he knew about the magic circle laid out and its activation time. Our boy checked his watch, confirming 2:15. That left only 45 minutes until the circle would unleash its power. With a menacing grin, the mage began to transform, flames erupting around his feet. He was no longer just a man, but a terrifying figure engulfed in fire, lunging at the young assassin with a curved blade. Ray met the fiery assault with a steady gaze, ready for the direct confrontation he knew was coming. Elsewhere, Philip, binoculars pressed to his eyes, reported he couldn't see anything through the blocked-off windows and doors. Kedrick, confident in the hunter's abilities, started to speak, but Veronica quickly shushed him, her own worries evident. She was a mage as well, brought to this tense situation by Ray himself. Philip, ever observant, leaned in to ask Kedrick if the two of them were like that, while Veronica's expression remained unreadable. Confirming her name, Veronica stated she wasn't worried about him at all, a declaration that surprised Philip. The fight continued to rage, blades clashing with sparks of magic. He was the most talented mage she had ever seen, Veronica explained, even without his magic. That belief gave her a quiet strength. Meanwhile, the mage, enraged by his opponent's resilience, screamed at our boy, calling him a little rat, as fire intensified around him. Despite her competent words, Veronica's hands trembled, betraying the deep concern she felt for him. Seeing her unwavering faith, Philip and Kedrick decided to set aside their own fears and put their trust in Ray as well. The assassin was overwhelmed, forced to retreat and dodge the relentless, fiery attacks. The mage continued his assault, his power growing with each strike. He knew his direct attacks wouldn't do much against the Circle 2 opponent, so he needed a new strategy. Using metallization on his dagger, Ray realized he needed to find a way to end this quickly. The mage, seeing his opponent buying time, deduced he was waiting for the magic circle to activate and decided to intervene. With a burst of power, the mage unleashed a massive fire serpent, ready to consume its prey. The fiery beast lunged, its massive mouth open wide, declaring it wouldn't disappear until it swallowed its target whole. The young man tried to dodge, but the serpent was relentless, forcing him into a desperate struggle. His evasion was flawless, but he knew this wasn't sustainable. The mage's movements were tied down by controlling the flames, offering a slim opening. He admitted that a Circle 1 mage like himself couldn't possibly take on a Circle 2 mage directly. The mage taunted him, asking if he thought such a petty trick would work. With a resolute expression, Ray revealed that Veronica had taught him how to draw this specific magic circle. A powerful blue magic circle ignited beneath him, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that enveloped the fiery serpent. The mage watched in disbelief, stammering that this wasn't the level of a Circle 1 mage. Our hero, with a bleeding nose and eyes burning with fierce determination, continued to channel the overwhelming blue magic. This was only the beginning. The mage had no idea what kind of storm he had just unleashed. A man named Walter slumped against the wall, defeated and exhausted, with only minutes left on a ticking clock. Young Ray stood before him, calm and composed, making it clear he wouldn't allow Walter to leave. Walter, desperate to return to his boss, pleaded with the boy to stop, but Ray held up a ring, threatening to destroy it if he didn't back away. Walter scoffed, believing the bloodstone rings given to executives were indestructible. But Ray calmly explained how a specific elemental combination could weaken its outer surface. He revealed Walter's leaked information contained clever deceptions, driving the man into a furious rage as he lunged forward, vowing to tear Ray's limbs off. Ray remained unfazed, simply stating, "You can try," as he dodged Walter's attack with impossible speed. The man desperately tried to protect his ring, but Ray's strike was precise, hitting the bloodstone and shattering it instantly. A triumphant smile touched Ray's lips as he casually caught the destroyed ring, leaving Walter in utter disbelief. Walter, aghast, realized the ring's activation time had been drastically cut, and Ray confirmed he had tampered with the magic circle, setting the limit to just 5 minutes. With his mission complete, Ray walked away, leaving the defeated Walter to face the consequences of his failure. Meanwhile, Veronica, Philip, and Kedrick waited, a sense of unease growing as Veronica suddenly felt a terrifying surge of mana. She recognized the chaotic energy as mana poisoning, realizing Ray was in grave danger and needed their help immediately. The group sprang into action, Veronica leading the charge with a desperate plea for them to do whatever they could. Ray was engulfed in uncontrolled flames, his body racked with pain as the mana poisoning consumed him. Philip bravely rushed forward, yelling Ray's name, desperate to break through the fiery ordeal and reach his friend. In a brief moment of clarity, Ray recognized Philip, but the flames intensified, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Veronica, seeing the severity, quickly outlined their two options: force Ray to extinguish the flames, or put them out themselves. She instructed Philip to call for a sprinkler truck, asking him to hold out for just 5 minutes, while she prepared for the impossible. Veronica stepped forward, channeling her water magic, knowing she couldn't block the full force of Ray's berserk mana, but determined to try. She pushed her magic to its limit, creating a barrier of water against the raging fire, the clash of elements tearing through the air. Her face showed both strain and unwavering resolve as she poured every ounce of her being into protecting him. Veronica's only wish, as she stood against the inferno, was for Ray to be safe, no matter the cost to herself. Ray, a young mage with striking white hair, found himself immediately after a fierce battle, absorbing the raw, unstable mana from his opponent, Walter. The ring on his hand pulsed with an extraordinary growth of mana, promising immense power. As he absorbed more, Walter's memories flooded into his mind, revealing a man consumed by tears and despair, pleading for mercy amidst a fiery inferno. Walter's past unfolded, showing a small boy engulfed in flames, desperately wishing to become stronger. His desire was fueled by a single burning purpose: to avenge those he had lost. Images of destruction and violence flashed, urging him to surrender to rage and raze everything to the ground. A shadowy figure loomed behind Walter, whispering commands to kill, pushing him further into the abyss of revenge. Ray felt the same dark urges, almost succumbing to the overwhelming power and the call to destroy. But then, Veronica appeared, her hands outstretched, creating a brilliant protective barrier that pushed back the raging inferno. Her light was like a white sun, beautiful and pure, pulling Ray back from the brink of losing himself completely. He stared, wide-eyed and disoriented, as Veronica cried out his name, her face etched with fear and concern, the memory of her saving him now clear. 3 days later, the quiet calm of the Philip Hotel replaced the chaos. Veronica, still recovering in the infirmary from the mana poisoning she sustained helping him, asked Ray for water, a simple request he was glad to fulfill. She had been bedridden for 2 days, a direct consequence of using atmospheric mana to save him, and he took it upon himself to care for her. His red-haired friend, seemingly taking advantage of his guilt, then requested a book and 2 soft pillows. Ray sighed, realizing it was a principle of his to repay his debts, no matter how much she pushed her luck. He realized the true cause of his earlier mana poisoning wasn't just the unpurified mana, but the charged stone Walter possessed, which radiated an unpleasant energy. Veronica confirmed his suspicions, recalling her grandfather's warnings that mana derived from a person was incredibly poisonous. Ray decided he wouldn't use the dangerous artifact, acknowledging that Veronica's intervention had prevented him from burning his own body and dying. She expressed her gratitude for his help, though he wondered if she was still suffering from mana poisoning given her sudden shift in demeanor. Their conversation was interrupted when Philip, the boy from the orphanage, poked his head through the door, asking if it was a good time. Philip had brought the belongings Ray requested from Walter's basement, placing a box and a notebook on the table. Ray found it difficult to distinguish Walter's face among the blurry images of the orphanage residents, realizing he would need more time to examine everything. Inside the box, he found documents detailing various missions, all marked complete, and wondered if these were orders from Merc Red. Among the papers were investigations into colored gems across different sectors, suggesting a theory that a powerful entity known as the Rainbow had split into 7 fragments. He pondered if Merc Red was indeed searching for these fragments, a realization that gave him a compelling reason to investigate further. Philip, sensing Ray's resolve, mentioned his own upcoming departure from the sector, and Ray handed him a bag of money payment for his help, with a little extra out of gratitude. Philip looked at him, surprised and touched, admitting he never would have reconciled with Kedrick without Ray's presence. As Philip prepared to leave, Ray extended a hand, asking if the boy would consider coming with him when he left the sector. The question hung in the air, leaving Philip utterly stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Philip extended his hand, inviting Ray to join him when he left their sector. Ray's face contorted in disbelief, the suddenness of the offer completely catching him off guard. Philip calmly confirmed his sincerity, his gaze unwavering. Ray felt a rush of emotions, admitting how abrupt the proposal felt after a lifetime spent within Sector 49. Leaving would mean abandoning everything he had painstakingly built there. Philip gently reminded Ray of his deeper ambition, the real reason he had been gathering money all this time. It was a quiet night, long ago, when Ray had confided in him about his desire to escape. The memory of that conversation lingered in the air between them. A flicker of understanding crossed Ray's face as he recalled his own words. After a moment, Ray made his decision, agreeing to go with our boy. He only asked for a short grace period to ensure his hotel duties were properly handed over. Our guy readily agreed to the 2-week time frame. The following days flew by, filled with Ray diligently preparing for his departure, while Philip continued to guide Veronica. He declared his teaching complete, praising Veronica as a true genius. Veronica, ever humble, credited his exceptional teaching, a familiar refrain Philip recognized as her usual praise. The younger residents, initially wary, had grown quite fond of Philip, their shyness replaced with eager questions about a hunter's life and his preferences. Veronica, caught in the middle, tried to calm their excitement. He simply acknowledged their curiosity, suggesting he and Veronica switch places. Veronica continued her intense mana control practice, her focus absolute. Philip observed her with quiet approval, noting her significant progress in handling mana, a skill she seemed to cultivate almost on her own. A relentless inner voice pushed her to go faster, demanding more than she thought possible. She felt an urgent need to excel, the weight of her grandpa's dwindling time pressing heavily on her heart. Her grandfather lay in his bed, his frail state a constant reminder of her motivation. Yet, with Philip by her side, a new resolve burned within her, urging her to meet the expectations placed upon her. She poured all her will into her training, determined to prove herself. Her focused effort caused a brilliant surge of energy, her empty mana ring beginning to glow with power. Veronica stumbled, utterly spent, but she had done it. Philip was there to steady her, his eyes widened slightly in surprise at her rapid success. Tears welled in Veronica's eyes as she expressed her profound gratitude, crediting him entirely for her breakthrough. He, though slightly bewildered by her emotional outburst, was pleased by her achievement. Veronica, beaming, realized the next step. She insisted they tell her grandfather together, pulling Philip towards the stairs. Her joy was infectious, a pure, unbridled happiness that made him follow despite his quiet nature. She knocked excitedly on her grandfather's door, her voice filled with hope and triumph. Philip watched her, a subtle sense of unease starting to prickle at him. The door swung open to reveal a scene that instantly silenced her joy. Her grandfather lay lifeless in his bed, Veronica's triumphant smile shattering into a scream of utter despair. Ray, a young mage with a unique emotional condition, found himself by the bedside of his dying teacher, Graham, who had finally awakened. The old mage, calm and accepting of his fate, acknowledged that his time was short, having been asleep for 2.5 days. He noted Veronica, his granddaughter, hadn't yet found the resolve to face his final moments, a gentle soul faint of heart. Graham expressed his deep gratitude to Ray for learning magic, a sudden request that had aligned with their mutual interests. As their final lesson approached, he confessed the profound secret. He couldn't feel emotions, asking if his teacher was aware. Graham calmly confirmed his suspicions, having long observed the young man's detached demeanor. He explained that our boy's condition, requiring intense focus to feel even a limited range of emotions, could indeed be considered a disease of the heart. Unlike others whose hearts closed off from trauma, Graham believed the young man might be different, capable of choosing to feel. The young man then questioned the magic. Graham used to understand intentions without words, surprised when the old mage chuckled. It wasn't magic at all, Graham revealed, but simply his ability to read expressions, pointing out his subtle tells. The slight upward curl of lips, the sharpening of eyes. Even now, Graham could see his confusion, knowing his difficulty in distinguishing faces, which all looked similar to him. The old mage urged him to practice reading others' expressions, especially if he truly wished to learn this magic for himself. He left the room, his teacher's words lingering as he descended the stairs, finding Veronica downstairs, curled in a ball of raw grief. Her small frame shook with suppressed sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she desperately wished her grandfather wouldn't leave. Graham called out, and she rushed to his side, joined by two younger children, their faces etched with similar pain. Veronica tearfully announced her success in constructing a magic circle, a feat Graham had always believed she could achieve. Holding her hand, Graham reminded her of the times he had comforted her, promising she wouldn't suffer cold or hunger. He had assured her she'd never have to wait alone for someone who wouldn't return, words that brought her immense happiness. Veronica, overwhelmed, promised him they would be fine, having learned so much from him, swearing she wouldn't worry. Graham, in turn, acknowledged their strength and expressed his happiness at having met them all, a peaceful end to his long life. After Graham's passing, Veronica spared no expense, ensuring he had a dignified funeral with a proper grave and tombstone. Later, our boy found Veronica by the door, still composed but visibly struggling with her immense sorrow. He offered to help move a chair, understanding her need for support as she silently wrestled with her grief, her inner turmoil threatening to explode. Our boy, remembering Graham's final lesson, looked at Veronica, trying to decipher her expression, recalling the advice to focus on individual features. As he concentrated, Veronica's eyes, brimming with unshed tears, came into sharp focus, revealing the raw pain she desperately tried to hide. A jolt went through him. He hadn't intended to feel sadness, but the overwhelming emotion emanating from Veronica was undeniable. He knelt beside her, his arms wrapping around her in a comforting embrace. His own eyes, for the very first time, welled up with tears, a profound shift within him. This was a breakthrough, a moment where he could sincerely comfort someone out of his own desire, finally understanding the weight of shared grief. What happens next will change everything about how he sees the world. He was leaving the city behind, a boy called Ray, unsure if he'd return the same. Philip's hand landed on his shoulder, steady, grounding him before the road even started. Packed into the car, neither said much. The window held their reflections instead of words. A promise, spoken plain and final. They'd leave at 10, no matter what waited outside those walls. Across town, Maria stood frozen under a stack of borrowed books, blindsided by news she never saw coming. Someone was leaving, and whatever this rainbow was, it had already gotten under her skin. Philip laid it out plainly. They'd go together, no more waiting around. She pushed back, annoyed, hiding how much the idea actually pulled at her. Alone, she needed a minute to think it through. Morning came fast. He reminded her, 10 o'clock, no exceptions, and shifted the car into drive without waiting for an answer. That was when Maria came sprinting through the dust, screaming for them to wait, refusing to be left behind. Panic hit Philip first. He shoved the wheel at her mid-chase, and for one wild second nobody was steering anything. She kept closing the distance anyway, lungs burning, arms pumping. Hand extended back through the open door, no words, just an offer he meant to keep. She grabbed it like her life depended on it, laughing and crying in the same breath as she tumbled into the back seat. Smug satisfaction crossed Philip's face. She'd caved after all. He just watched, silent, already used to losing arguments like this. Stunned by their own audacity, all three sat there a beat too long before the desert swallowed the road ahead. Somewhere past the horizon, the car kept climbing, and by the time it stopped, Philip and Maria were doubled over, sick from the ride. While the other two recovered, he sat apart, calm, spooning something from a bowl. His goal was simple, he said, find the rainbow. Neither of them expected him to say it out loud, so plainly. The words knocked the wind right out of both of them. So he explained. The rainbow wasn't a place. It was a gem, an endless well of mana, shattered into 7 pieces and scattered across the world. Whoever gathered them all could reshape their fate entirely. Miria wanted to know if Merkred was chasing the same thing. Philip went quiet, turning the thought over. Something in his eyes caught, a flicker he hadn't expected to feel. He promised he'd protect them both, as much as their situation allowed. He'd figured as much, he admitted, almost to himself. Excitement lit up the other two like a struck match. They'd handled the negotiating, they insisted, and behind that offer was a reason all their own. Philip's turn came next. This was his goal too, he said, and meant it. A memory surfaced. A boy, younger, gripping his mother's hand as she promised she'd come home once the money was earned. He fell backward out of the moment, caught off guard by how much it still hurt. Maria and he sat with what wasn't said, the weight of it settling over the fire. Tears slipped free before she could stop them. Her own reason surfaced too, her grandfather's unfinished research on something called the Black Ram. 3 strangers, 1 fire, each carrying a different kind of hope into the same dark. Quiet settled over him as he looked at them both a long moment. Ray, deciding something he didn't say out loud. From here on, they'd count on each other. That was the deal now. Fists bumped over the flames, sealing something none of them could take back. Whatever came next, they'd face it together, for better or worse. Then, without warning, the mood shifted. Something out past the rocks had gone very still, and neither of them could shake the feeling they weren't alone anymore. The ground split open with a roar. Out of the dust, a pale, antlered beast tore forward, eyes burning red. The car peeled out across the desert floor, the monster closing the gap behind it. And just like that, the road they thought they knew disappeared under a wall of claws and dust, with no telling yet if they'd outrun it. Ray, Veronica, and Philip were deep into their journey, and after days of travel, Philip was clearly feeling the strain, aching for their destination. His weariness quickly vanished as a massive dust cloud appeared on the horizon, rapidly revealing itself to be an enormous stampede of rock deer heading straight for their car. Both Philip and Veronica stared in disbelief. These creatures were known for being docile, and their sudden, aggressive migration was deeply unsettling. Ray, ever the pragmatist, quickly instructed Veronica to prepare a spherical shield around the car, knowing a head-on collision was unavoidable. Veronica poured her mana into the defense, forming a sturdy barrier that immediately began to crack and groan under the relentless impact of the charging deer. The car shuddered violently with each hit, the sheer force of the stampede threatening to overwhelm their fragile protection, leaving Philip visibly terrified. Veronica's face contorted in pain, blood trickling from her nose as her mana waned, and Ray watched her, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. In a shocking move, he turned to Philip, casually asking if he wanted to learn to drive, before letting go of the wheel and forcing the terrified boy to take control. Then, with a burst of red mana, Ray propelled himself onto the car's roof, preparing for a more direct form of defense against the relentless herd. He focused his power, and the rock deer began to glow with an eerie blue light, their hardened shells visibly fracturing under the mysterious influence. As he continued to shatter the creatures with precise bursts of mana, Ray calmly urged Philip to keep driving in the same direction, pushing through the chaos. The impacts continued, and Philip watched in horror as Veronica gasped, a fresh stream of blood now flowing from her mouth. Ray, seeing her injury, pushed himself harder, determined to protect them, even as the fractured deer exploded around him. The car swerved violently through the remaining creatures, throwing Ray about on its roof as the last of the herd crashed into them. Despite the intense physical toll, Ray's resolve hardened. He wouldn't let their journey end here. He then unleashed his metallization ability, encasing the entire car in a shimmering, red-hued shell, turning it into an unstoppable battering ram, and ordered Veronica back inside for her safety. Philip, now with Veronica safely beside him, gripped the wheel and drove the newly reinforced car through the last of the stampede, finally breaking free. Once they were through, the car came to a halt amidst the fallen rock deer. Veronica was still bleeding, but Ray, though weary, appeared unharmed. Examining the dead creatures, Ray discovered bullet wounds far larger and more precise than any he had seen, suggesting a new, dangerous variable in the wasteland. Their moment of relief was shattered by the arrival of a group of scavengers, their leader a sneering man who approached with a chilling, predatory smile. The man taunted the children, asking where their adults were, but Ray cut him off with a chillingly direct question: how far was Sector 48? Before the leader could fully process the question, Ray moved with lightning speed, striking him down in a single, brutal blow, then handed Philip a knife. Philip stared at the weapon, then at the fallen man, his face a mask of utter shock as Ray calmly instructed him to slit the leader's throat. Philip found himself in a terrifying predicament, ordered to slit the throat of their captured companion, Vector, by the bandit leader. His hands trembled, burdened by a task he never imagined himself capable of. Ray, however, intervened with a calculated command, make a shallow cut, just enough to injure him but not to kill. Philip, despite his fear, followed through and Vector's scream echoed through the desolate landscape. The bandit leader, initially smug, was shocked by their unexpected resolve, recognizing a dangerous edge to the seemingly helpless travelers. He tried to reassert his control, demanding they surrender everything. Ray calmly faced the leader, making it clear that the bandits held no advantage despite their numbers. His composure was unsettling, hinting at a power they hadn't anticipated. Then, the air shimmered as Ray revealed his true nature, summoning multiple blazing fireballs around the stunned bandits. The leader, realizing his grave miscalculation, watched in growing horror. The entire bandit group was quickly surrounded by the swirling flames. Suddenly, the tables had turned completely, and the bandits were the ones caught in a trap. Realizing they had provoked a mage, the leader and his men immediately knelt, profusely apologizing and begging for mercy. Ray, however, had no interest in further violence, only information. He offered to let them go if they answered his questions truthfully, starting with what they were doing in such a remote area. The leader, humbled, explained they were searching for a deer with a blue stone on its head for a client. Ray pressed for more details, and the bandit recounted the strange tale of John Greed, a former well owner. Greed had supposedly encountered a blue-skinned rock deer that flew down from the sky and provided him with water during a wasteland emergency. The leader admitted he hadn't paid much attention to the fantastical story, finding it too absurd to be real. His dismissive attitude suggested a lack of belief in magic, a stark contrast to their current situation. When Ray asked for the client's location, the bandit leader tried to lie, claiming it would be difficult to meet John Greed in person and that he resided in Sector 42. His attempt at deception was transparent. Ray, however, saw through the lie, using his magic to swiftly cut the leader's cheek with a knife, a silent but painful demonstration of his perception. The leader's fear turned to disbelief, wondering how Ray knew. The leader quickly corrected himself, admitting John Greed was actually at the Gallet Hotel in Sector 48. Ray then asked if they were behind the massive rock deer stampede. They denied it, explaining that rock deer usually traveled in small groups, making such a large-scale stampede impossible to orchestrate. Instead, they had merely followed the migrating herd. They had arrived in Sector 48 5 days prior, surprised to see the deer moving en masse much earlier than usual, hoping to profit from hunting them for their valuable parts. Ray accepted their answers, but had one final demand. He pointed out that the stampede had put their car in danger, requesting compensation for potential repairs. Philip, seeing an opportunity, eagerly suggested an exorbitant amount, but Ray cut him off, asking the bandit leader for a fair sum. The leader, still wary, offered 250,000 shillings, a substantial sum that left Philip overjoyed. Ray then made a surprising decision, declaring the money would be split evenly among their group, including Satsuna and Philip. He believed in establishing fairness from the start to prevent future disputes, a practical approach to group dynamics. As the money was being handled, Satsuna suddenly found a tiny blue rock deer fawn, lost and bleeding softly. Satsuna, with her compassionate heart, explained that the fawn was likely separated from its herd and would surely die if left alone. She knelt beside it, her concern evident. She had already named him Fran, and, with a confident smile, insisted it was a boy because of how well it listened to her. Philip, however, remained skeptical. Ray, observing the fawn and recalling both the earlier sighting of a larger rock deer on their car and John Greed's strange tale, felt a stir of something unexpected. This small creature and the story of its kind resonated deeply. He decided they would take the fawn with them, a decision that brought immense joy to Satsuna and a sigh of weary resignation from Philip. This journey was certainly becoming more complicated than anticipated. The next day, Fran was still sound asleep, but her boy made sure to cover him before setting out, knowing there was another world out there waiting. They stepped out into a bustling street, confirming that there were indeed other sectors beyond their isolated home. Before they could get too far, two men from a local gang blocked their path, demanding to know who gave them permission to enter their territory. The leader of the thugs grinned, asking if they'd paid the toll on their way in, an obvious attempt to strong-arm them. A shift in the air, a subtle ripple of power, and suddenly the thug's face contorted in fear, blood dripping from his nose. The man's companion looked on in terror, realizing this was no ordinary traveler. Renard, the thug leader, was quickly named by his terrified subordinate, who was now kneeling in deference. The younger man coolly informed them that he had something to ask of Renard, commanding them to tell their leader to meet him at the Gallet Hotel. The thugs, now utterly submissive, scrambled away, leaving the trio in peace. This was the 6th time they'd encountered such trouble, and the young girl sighed, wishing these encounters would stop happening. The boy, however, knew better. If they let outsiders roam freely, the local gangs would lose all faith and respect. He pondered the situation, considering how to avoid future conflicts without resorting to force every time. Then, an idea struck him, and he held up a finger, suggesting a different approach. He explained that clothes could change someone's entire impression, implying a more formal appearance might deter trouble. The young girl, now beaming in a new, elegant dress, twirled around, asking if it suited her. He agreed, adding that a formal dress or tuxedo was always a good idea, as they never knew when such attire might be needed. The girl, now completely transformed, sparkled with confidence, her worries about being picked on melting away. The companion, still a bit skeptical, asked if simply changing clothes would truly make a difference. He confidently told him to leave their old clothes at the lodgings next door, assuring him that his plan would work. The companion, now understanding the strategy, nodded in agreement, ready to trust the younger man's unusual methods. He then asked how the young boy managed to get a discount on the clothes, implying there was more to this than just a new wardrobe. With a knowing grin, the young boy declared it a trade secret, leaving his companions curious but trusting. As they walked through the bustling streets, he observed how people's reactions changed significantly just from their new attire. His companion, still processing the transformation, wondered if there were other ways to influence people's reactions beyond clothing. He confirmed that anything altering one's appearance could work, as first impressions were primarily visual. However, he emphasized that the most crucial element was the atmospheres a person exuded, almost like an aura. This aura explained why some people commanded respect in simple clothes, while others went unnoticed even in expensive attire. He then stated that the young boy was definitely the former, a person who naturally exuded a powerful presence. Even calling him the heir to a rich family wasn't enough. He was like an entirely different species of human being. The girl spotted their destination, the Palais des Habits, a grand building that seemed to shimmer with prestige. It was a towering structure, unlike anything they had ever seen, filling them with a mix of awe and trepidation. As they approached, his companion grew nervous, suggesting they should get their story straight to avoid getting caught. He confidently assured them they wouldn't be caught, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to his friend's anxiety. The group walked confidently past a stern-looking guard, who merely observed them without suspicion. His companion let out a relieved sigh, acknowledging that the plan had actually worked and they had bypassed security. The girl, however, was still amazed, confessing she truly believed they would have been caught. He revealed he knew the guard would let them pass, explaining that he sensed no hostility or caution from him. The guard, a man of subtle power, had revealed nothing hostile, a fact that only our boy seemed to notice. Inside the opulent lobby, a friendly concierge greeted them, asking about their business. His companion quickly fabricated a story. They were trying to get to their room but had forgotten the number. The concierge, diligently checking his book, asked for the name under which they were checked in. Our boy's friend immediately replied, John Greed, claiming it was their grandpa's name and that he was in room 2000. The concierge, finding the name, confirmed room 27 and wished them well, unaware of the deception. His companion, impressed, complimented his quick thinking, calling him pretty good at that. He modestly replied that it was just a bit of street smarts, a skill he had honed through their many adventures. As they entered the room, another man emerged from inside, his expression unreadable. The man inside the room confirmed they were looking for him through the Skyle Mercenary Company. He also mentioned their interest in the rock deer, a detail he seemed annoyed the mercenaries had divulged. The man stated that their representative was busy and that he would be the one to help them, but warned that his representative was not someone kids could meet. Our boy realized that leaving this matter to his friend, Philip, was not going to work. He scanned the room, sensing 2 individuals in the foyer and 2 more further inside, a clear sign of a trap. The man, still under the impression he was in control, told them to get going if they understood, threatening force if they didn't comply. A disturbance rippled through the atmospheric mana, a clear sign that the young boy was about to use his power. He had no intention of holding back when what he wanted was right here, his eyes glowing with determination. Suddenly, the man in the purple cloak, John Greed himself, appeared, inviting his young guests to make themselves comfortable, clearly amused by the turn of events. John Greed, a man who built a drinking water empire, began his life in the harsh wasteland of Sector 40 as a representative of Colonel Water. In his early days, clean water was a precious luxury, far more expensive than it is now, making it an impossible dream for the poor. The Elton River itself was a polluted mess, choked with murky water and floating garbage, a grim reality that hadn't changed much over time. He was originally a nomad, his family and group cast out by the existing residents and unable to settle within any sector. They were forced to wander the desolate wasteland, their very survival hanging precariously on finding the next oasis before their current one dried up. One day after their most recent oasis vanished, desperation set in, and they even lost contact with another group they had split from. As his companions succumbed to despair, certain they were all doomed to die without finding another water source, John refused to accept their fate. He looked at his waiting family, their faces etched with fear, and made a promise. He would find an oasis and return no matter what. So, he set out alone into the vast, unforgiving desert, carrying the weight of their hope on his shoulders. Eventually, exhaustion claimed him. He collapsed onto the barren ground, his body giving out, breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as he felt the last vestiges of strength leave him, a soft glow caught his eye, a faint shimmer in the night. There, before him, stood an ethereal, glowing rock deer, its form shimmering with starlight. He watched, astonished, as more of these luminous creatures appeared, and from the ground beneath them, water began to gush forth. The dry earth erupted with a torrent of clean water, forming a miraculous oasis right before his eyes, showering him in life-giving rain. It was through this very oasis that John Greed founded his now famous Colonel Water business, driven by the profound pain of once thirsting for clean water. That original oasis, however, eventually dried up. The water business became a cutthroat industry, with families tearing each other apart over scarce resources. Witnessing the ugliness, he made the decision to step away, but he held on to one final wish, to see the rock deer again and express his gratitude before he left this world. To his surprise, the young mage and his companions, dressed in their peculiar attire, offered to help him in his search for the mythical creature. John was grateful for the sentiment, yet couldn't help but be curious about their true identities, especially when they claimed to be mere mercenaries. A knowing smile played on his lips as he subtly challenged their claim, questioning how such well-dressed individuals could truly be hardened fighters. Before the conversation could deepen, an unexpected arrival interrupted them, a man entering the room with a polite bow. The representative quickly realized that the newcomers were acquainted with the old man's informant, who had seemingly divulged the details of John's request against his will. John, however, dismissed the apology, understanding that circumstances often forced such revelations. He turned to Skyle, curious about his impression of the young group. He continued to press, noting that proper mercenaries rarely wore such pristine clothes. The young mage simply clenched his hand, ready to prove their worth. The young mage explained that their refined appearance was merely a tactic to reap benefits, implying they knew how to play the part when needed. Still, John maintained a subtle skepticism, wondering if someone dressed so impeccably could truly be a mercenary, an unspoken challenge in his gaze. The old man's smile widened, a silent dare passing between them, acknowledging the young mage's unspoken intent. In an instant, the air crackled with energy as the young mage unleashed a burst of golden lightning, shocking everyone in the room. He calmly demonstrated his power, proving he was far more than just a well-dressed youth. Skyle, the seasoned mage, was utterly stunned, unable to sense any magical circle from the young man, a feat that defied all understanding. But then, the young mage's eye glowed, revealing a vibrant, prismatic circle, confirming he was not only a mage, but one of incredible power. With a confident smirk, he asked if this was enough proof of their mercenary status, leaving John speechless and the room in utter disbelief. What other secrets did this group hold? And what did it mean for John Greed's final wish? The young mage stood before Mikhail, demonstrating his power to prove his mercenary status. Mikhail, the representative, was satisfied, proclaiming it more than enough proof. John, the group's leader, expressed relief that no one was harmed. He readily accepted the mage's offer to help, much to the unease of his companion. A consensus was reached, with John smiling broadly at the prospect of a mage joining their ranks. The group then dispersed, leaving the discussion behind. The mage reflected on the strange dynamics within John's group, particularly the overwhelming hostility John displayed towards someone named Philip. He also noted John's surprising trust in Skyle. Veronica, however, had a different take, sensing that John was oblivious to Skyle's true intentions. She believed John to be a truly great person, dedicated to making the world better. The mage considered Veronica's perspective, acknowledging the idealism in her view. He knew the path they walked was far from simple. Their thoughts were interrupted when a man accused Ray of stealing his wallet. The crowd murmured about Ray's surprisingly strong reputation for taking down gangs. Our boy intervened, catching a coin dropped by the thief. He revealed he had already retrieved the stolen money, a hefty sum of 1,000,000 shillings. He then directed the bewildered thief to an alleyway, offering a chance to earn back some dignity if he followed instructions. The thief's fate was now in the mage's hands. The mage laid out his terms. He wanted information on the rainbow, the black rain, a specific middle-aged woman, and any leads on Fran's parents. He offered a reward of 100,000 shillings, but clarified it would only go to the person who provided the most useful information, cleverly sparking a competitive hunt. With the new task set, he turned to Veronica and Ray, warning them not to venture out alone in this dangerous city. They acknowledged his words. He mused that the two would be safe for a short while, even without him. He then considered Veronica's ring, infused with sky blue mana, a reflection of joy and happiness. Its wind element enhanced mobility and physical reinforcement, capable of manifesting strong gusts. It could even conjure blades of wind itself, a formidable power. Veronica demonstrated a small burst of wind, making him note that her gentle personality likely meant she wouldn't use its full destructive potential. He then began casting a new spell on them. He explained, the Unity spell, typically for mages with constructs, would let them sense each other's locations and signal danger by channeling mana. He instructed them to return to their lodgings, stating he had a separate errand. Veronica worried about him going alone, but he assured her Ray would be fine. As the two left, the mage called out, revealing John had been waiting nearby all along. John explained he had held back, respecting their private conversation. John then proposed discussing their future plans in a more private setting, suggesting they head somewhere else. The weight of his words hung in the air. Our boy watched as John, with a booming laugh, promised drinks on him and revealed he had reserved a comfortable private room. It was an extravagant gesture. John asked what he wanted to order, eagerly awaiting his reply. The mage, with a calm gaze, simply requested, juice. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The young mage found himself in a bustling tavern, observing a boisterous man, Skyle, who seemed to be enjoying his drink a little too much. Skyle, the commander of the Skyle mercenary company, was quite the character, calling alcohol a magic potion and inviting him to drink, completely unaware of the mage's keen observation. Merely sipping his own beverage, the mage remained a quiet observer of Skyle's overt materialism, sensing an opportunity. Deciding to introduce himself properly, he was met with Skyle's pleased introduction, clearly proud of his company. Our boy, however, hadn't even named his own mercenary group yet, which surprised Skyle, but the older man quickly recovered, realizing the mage was planning to become a mercenary. Thanking him for keeping quiet about a recent hunting incident, Skyle feigned a misunderstanding. Feigning ignorance, the mage asked if Skyle was still tracking the rock deer, and Skyle confirmed, explaining his subordinates were maintaining distance to track them while contributing to population control. Then, he asked Skyle to put his hunting on hold, a request that carried an unspoken weight. The animosity in Skyle immediately spiked, a tangible red glow appearing around him, revealing his true, easily provoked nature. Unfazed, the mage simply asked if Skyle had any complaints. Skyle quickly backed down, claiming he was just curious about the reason, his earlier bravado deflating. His hostility decreased as quickly as it had risen. Laying down his terms, the mage stated Skyle could continue his hunts after the mage left, but not while he was present. Readily, Skyle agreed, finding it an easy request, eager to please. Insisting they eat, Skyle proudly declared the restaurant the most renowned in Sector 48, oblivious to the deeper game afoot. The mage watched Skyle's escalating greed, a golden aura of mana beginning to surround the man. Wondering how much further Skyle's greed would grow, he contemplated provoking him with a large sum of money, but decided against it for now, exploring a different kind of manipulation. Mana flows where emotions appear, the mage mused, then considered the opposite. What if he placed more mana inside another's vessel? He tried to inject his golden mana into Skyle, but it failed. Skyle was already full of other emotions. Realizing he would have to be a little more forceful, a powerful burst of golden mana was forcibly injected into Skyle. A strange buzz filled Skyle's head, making him attribute it to drinking too fast, unaware of the magical influence. A sudden, uncontrollable obsession with money gripped him, a frantic desire for more. Completely consumed by this new, overwhelming greed, Skyle's entire being was alight with avarice. Skyle then asked if joining his company would allow him to earn a lot of money, his voice tinged with desperation. With a sinister smile, the mage assured Skyle that with his skills, earning a fortune was only a matter of time, and he would play a part in it, eagerly suggesting they join hands. The mage watched as Skyle's vessel was completely consumed by golden mana, his eyes now glowing with the same golden hue. Entirely under the influence of amplified greed, Skyle started detailing a plan to exploit an old man named John Greed, believing they could easily make hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. He explained that John Greed's entire fortune was stored in Ignis, an underground bank, and his company had been dissolved, leaving him isolated. All they needed was his Ignis card and password, which he planned to obtain using a doctored photo of a blue rock deer as bait. Our boy, understanding the depth of Skyle's manipulated greed, simply stared, a chilling silence falling between them as the true game began. A shadowy figure, determined to steal the fortune of a man named John, knew his biggest obstacle was John's loyal protector, Skyle. The man's associate, Mikhail, had tried everything to create an opening, but Skyle's devotion to John was absolute. He was a vigilant shadow, leaving no opportunity for Mikhail to approach John without being noticed. The shadowy figure then approached Skyle himself, making an offer that went against everything the young mage believed in. Skyle, bound by his principles, initially refused to harm another soul without just cause, but a deeper promise weighed heavily on him. He needed money to find his brother and enter the city of mages, a commitment he couldn't break. With a quiet resolve, Skyle displayed his own Ignis bank card, knowing that John possessed a similar one, which made the shady figure's offer tempting enough to accept. He took a deep breath, his decision made, and agreed to the dangerous task. The next day, a young inspector, clearly out of his depth, nervously greeted a group of intimidating men. The gang members, known as the blood-stained monkey wrenches of 13th Street, watched him with palpable irritation as Skyle, leaving the inspector to his fate, departed. The inspector, left alone with the gang, trembled under their scrutiny, fully aware that his information was inadequate. As expected, the gang members exploded in fury, tearing up the inspector's useless report and mocking his incompetence. Skyle observed the chaos from a distance, his mind elsewhere, pondering the intricacies of emotional manipulation. He had experimented with injecting emotions into others, realizing it wasn't a universal power. While he could influence many, there were some, like the struggling orphans he'd encountered, into whom he couldn't inject emotions. His experiments also revealed limitations. He could only amplify existing emotions, not create new ones, and the quantity he could inject was finite, roughly half a person's total capacity. To fully immerse a vessel in an emotion, like he had with his past self, he needed to combine artificial injection with natural provocation. This process was mentally taxing, and he knew he needed more practice to master it. Most importantly, he discovered he couldn't inject mana into his own vessel, meaning personal emotional growth had to come from lived experience. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar presence. Despite his stealth magic, Mikhail had found him. Mikhail, truly impressed, expressed his astonishment at being discovered so easily. Skyle, leaning against a wall, listened as Mikhail confessed to following him, driven by pure curiosity. Mikhail was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Skyle had used magic without revealing his magic circle, a feat even professors at the magic tower couldn't achieve. Skyle watched the curious light in Mikhail's eyes, understanding the depth of his fascination. He explained calmly that he simply hadn't needed to use the mana from his own circle. Instead, he used atmospheric mana demonstrating the technique with a sudden, powerful burst of lightning. Mikhail was utterly speechless, recognizing that handling atmospheric mana was incredibly difficult, a skill rarely attempted even by advanced students. Skyle noted the shift in Mikhail's mana, a deep purple of admiration now, and wondered if Mikhail was another individual whose emotions he couldn't influence. Mikhail, still reeling from the display, thanked Skyle for his unexpected kindness despite being questioned out of nowhere, and prepared to take his leave. A flicker of doubt crossed Skyle's face as he watched Mikhail, knowing the truth about John was far from the image Mikhail held dear. He voiced his skepticism, subtly questioning John's reputation for selfless donations and charity, knowing the man he knew was not so benevolent. Mikhail's happy demeanor shattered. He was visibly shaken by Skyle's words. Skyle continued, pressing Mikhail on whether John truly received nothing in return for his generosity, or if his beneficiaries were merely his friends. Mikhail erupted in a furious roar, his admiration turning to outrage as he fiercely defended John, the man who had saved him from the streets and funded his education at the Magic Tower. Enraged by Skyle's blasphemy against his benefactor, Mikhail unleashed powerful magical eagles ready to fight, convinced Skyle had no idea what he was talking about. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The white-haired mage, John, found himself challenged by another mage in a purple cloak who unleashed a flurry of hawk servants. This cloaked mage, furious, demanded an apology for John's earlier words, threatening to tear him apart if he refused. Our mage, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating he believed he had done nothing wrong. As the hawk servants attacked with astonishing speed and destructive force, John quickly identified the use of strengthening magic. He observed the unique domination magic, recognizing how rare it was for a mage to control animals and magic beasts so completely, turning them into loyal servants. This ability to manipulate and connect with other beings was truly formidable. Our mage realized the tactical weakness this presented for the cloaked mage's superior, Skyle. If the hawks closed in, Skyle's own subordinates would be hesitant to use their weapons for fear of hitting their allies. Even if they aimed carefully, the hawks were fortified, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage. This insight showed him the unexpected utility of such a specialized magic. John decided to deal with the threat, aiming to neutralize the hawks without truly harming them. The cloaked mage, seeing his resolve, issued a final, desperate ultimatum for an apology. But John had made his decision. He extended his hand, focusing his power not on the physical birds, but on the ethereal chains that bound them to their master. He unleashed a direct assault on the connection of the domination spell itself. The cloaked mage reeled in shock, realizing this targeted the very core of his magic. Panic set in as he felt his mana rapidly draining, pushed to the absolute limits of his magical circle. He cried out, understanding that breaking this connection meant losing every one of his precious servants, a fate he had never imagined. Despite the cloaked mage's desperate struggle to maintain control, John's attack was relentless. The vibrant purple chains binding the hawks fractured and shattered, freeing the birds, who then scattered into the sky. The cloaked mage collapsed, utterly drained and defeated, his mana completely exhausted. He weakly conceded, telling John to do as he wished, though still trying to defend his representative, Skyle, from any perceived insults. Our mage, however, seemed to have more urgent matters on his mind, cryptically noting that he didn't have much time left. Far away, another conversation unfolded about the unusual migration patterns of rock deer, driven by sheer hunger. The barren landscape, now black land after the black rain, could no longer sustain plant life, forcing the deer to move earlier and faster than ever. A calculated plan was then set into motion for the following day to herd a large group of rock deer into a valley, creating a trap. The true objective was to lure John, the powerful white-haired mage, to this specific location where they intended to acquire his valuable card and password. The scheme was praised as ingenious, but one of the conspirators harbored a quiet doubt, wondering if everything would truly unfold as smoothly as planned. The moment of truth was approaching as a subordinate delivered a message. Representative John wished to meet with our mage. The trap was sprung, and the unsuspecting mage was walking directly into the lion's den. The grand stage was set, pulling everyone into its orbit, whether they knew it or not. A representative led the young mage, Ray, into a lavish room, then quickly excused himself, leaving the two alone. The older man, John, offered a warm welcome despite the late hour, inviting Ray to sit and enjoy a specialty tea from Sector 33, Lapina, perfect for the cold night. Ray took a measured sip, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he prepared for whatever scheme lay ahead. He cut straight to the point, asking why he had been called, and John, appreciating the directness, declared he had a suggestion to make. John then launched into a cynical metaphor about a dog, cared for only as long as it provided value, and cast out once useless. He explained he wanted Ray to handle Skyle, implying Skyle had outlived his usefulness. The weight of the chapter's true intentions settled in, signaling a deeper, more treacherous game was afoot. Our boy considered John's words, realizing the man saw Skyle as a disposable asset, just like a rock deer whose value ended with its capture or death. John casually mentioned that the desert valley Skyle suggested for the rock deer hunt would be the perfect place for his disposal, confirming Ray's observation that John's materialism was as vast and unyielding as Skyle's own. Ray questioned why John specifically sought his help over Mikhail, a seemingly outstanding mage. John, with a dismissive wave, called Mikhail quite useless, comparing him to an unyielding tree, too naive and brash for the complexities of their world. John knew Mikhail would never agree to his ruthless plans, believing him too righteous and easily shaken by such a dark proposal. He then expounded on his own cynical worldview, claiming everyone eventually faces reality and loses their innocence, something he believed Mikhail had yet to experience. He intended to dismiss Mikhail after tomorrow's fight. John reiterated that a useless dog ought to be cast out, but when Ray calmly asked what would happen if he refused, John merely smiled, promising an incredible reward. Ray challenged John, pointing out he likely didn't have the funds for such a reward, which only made John laugh, accusing him of lacking respect. The older man then revealed his true hand, admitting he had poisoned Ray's tea with dikaoshin, a deadly substance causing cardiac failure without a regular antidote. Our boy remained utterly unfazed, having already suspected the tea was tainted. He simply took another sip, playing along with John's dangerous game. John, confident in his trap, declared the antidote was rare and its location known only to him, asking if Ray finally understood his predicament. Ray's internal response was a quiet, almost amused, "How fun." He realized both Skyle and John were now vying for his loyalty, each drawing metaphorical blades at the other's throat. Skyle wanted him for his mercenary company, while John sought a loyal replacement for Mikhail. Outside, Ray let out a long sigh, regretting getting too caught up in the morning's events. A sudden voice startled him, Mikhail, appearing unexpectedly, asking if something was wrong outside. Mikhail was clearly unaware of the clandestine meeting that had just taken place. Ray reminded Mikhail of the questions he had earlier, and Mikhail, visibly flustered, immediately began apologizing profusely for his earlier behavior, offering to do anything to make amends. Our boy seized the opportunity, asking Mikhail to explain the principles behind domination magic. Mikhail, surprised by the simple request, readily agreed, eager to atone. Mikhail seemed almost incredulous that such a simple request would suffice, but Ray assured him that truthful answers were all he needed. Mikhail began explaining the combination of elements, but when Ray then asked about the rainbow, Mikhail could only recall a mythical turtle that spat rainbow-colored water, proving his limited and naive understanding of deeper magical lore. Mikhail apologized for his lack of knowledge, confirming Ray's earlier assessment of his uselessness for certain inquiries. However, when Ray shifted the topic to the upper sectors, Mikhail's demeanor brightened significantly. He eagerly explained that the distance between sectors shortened further up the Elton River, leading to more developed regions. He detailed how Sector 35 and above had administrators, making each sector function like an independent city-state, a system he was very familiar with, being from Sector 36 himself. Ray then posed one final question, which Mikhail readily accepted, asking him what he thought respect truly meant, leaving Mikhail momentarily confused. The next day, the desert valley was a chaotic scene, filled with frantic hunters yelling to find the coveted blue rock deer amidst a stampede. John confidently assured Ray that his subordinates were already searching, and Ray confirmed that the rare blue rock deer was indeed among the herd. As the hunt intensified, Skyle appeared beside Ray, a chilling smile on his face, whispering that he looked forward to Ray's help today. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. 2 hours earlier, a tense conversation unfolded, with our boy Ray at its center. Veronica, fueled by her determination, insisted on joining him, even though the mission was dangerous and could cost her life. John, ever the pragmatist, decided to stay behind and gather information, acknowledging the grave risks involved. He tried to dissuade Veronica, reminding her of the potential for death, but she remained steadfast, claiming she wasn't scared. He saw through her bravado, noting that while her barrier spells would protect her physically, the psychological toll could be immense. Ray's internal conflict was clear, understanding the immense pressure Veronica would face, even as John worried about the inevitable casualties. Despite his concerns, her earnest plea to go together ultimately swayed him. He agreed to let her come along. She was thrilled, rushing off to prepare, while John quietly noted that she was quite stubborn. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, leading them into the heart of a dangerous operation. A rugged canyon served as the backdrop, where mercenaries, led by a man named Skyle, were already preparing an ambush for a blue rock deer. Veronica, showing her gentle nature, held a small, terrified rock deer, trying to comfort it amidst the growing chaos. Her concern then shifted to Ray, urging him to be careful. Skyle stood with Mikhail and Ray, secretly instructing his subordinate to shoot Mikhail on his signal, planning to use the mage's lightning magic to incapacitate their targets. Skyle's subordinate readily agreed, confirming he would wait for the signal before taking the shot. A sinister agenda drove him, intending to leave everyone writhing on the ground, then recruit Ray into his mercenary company. Ray, aware of Skyle's true intentions, waited for his precise moment to act, a silent strategy unfolding in his mind. Skyle, arrogant and overconfident, believed the passive rock deer would simply scatter, making their hunt easy. A mercenary, oblivious to the deeper plot, roughly shoved the deer, shouting at it to move out of the way. The deer, however, were not staying still under attack, their patience wearing thin as Ray observed the escalating cruelty. His eyes glowed with a fierce, controlled rage, a silent storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. The very air around him seemed to thicken with his suppressed fury, as the scene grew more chaotic with overturned vehicles. A mercenary shouted, having found the target, a rare blue rock deer, just as Veronica had spotted earlier. Skyle was genuinely shocked, confirming that they had indeed found it. Ray's gaze sharpened, locking onto his true target, prepared to make his move. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Sir Ray, a mage of exceptional talent, found himself observing a harsh world, noting how half the responsibility for its suffering often lay with those who claimed to be helping. He watched as a long line of desperate people waited for meager supplies, and the kind-faced man generously gave a young boy his share, believing in the simple goodness of helping one another. But the moment was shattered when a burly thug grabbed the boy, accusing him of theft and demanding he hand over what he'd supposedly stolen. The thug's anger flared, his voice rising in a threatening snarl, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate any defiance. Mikhail, the man who had given the boy the supplies, quickly intervened, trying to de-escalate the tense situation and protect the child. The terrified boy insisted he had nothing, turning his pockets inside out to prove his innocence, his small frame trembling under the accusation. Ray, however, knew the truth. He had seen everything. He revealed that the boy had indeed taken extra supplies, prompting Mikhail to finally calm the thug and address the child. The boy, caught in his lie, confessed with a heavy heart. He had a sick younger brother at home, unable to stand in line, and he had only wanted to secure his brother's share as well. Moved by the boy's plight, Mikhail surprised everyone by giving him even more supplies, not just his brother's portion, but enough for both of them, asking only for a promise in return. He made the boy swear he would live an honest life from now on, never resorting to theft again, a condition the child eagerly accepted with a bright, hopeful smile. The two walked together through the desolate streets, the boy's steps light with renewed hope, clutching the precious cargo for his ailing sibling. As they approached the dilapidated home, the boy's excitement bubbled over, eager to share the good news and the unexpected bounty with his brother Rael. But the joy was short-lived. Inside, Rael lay still, his skin covered in black spots, a chilling testament to the deadly disease that had swept through their community. Mikhail could only watch as the boy's hopeful cries turned to wrenching sobs, his world collapsing around him as he realized his brother was gone. It was a grim reality for the poor and homeless, those who couldn't escape the black rain. An infectious disease spread, causing black spots, stiffening bodies, and inevitable death. Young children were particularly vulnerable. their fragile bodies easily succumbing to the illness, leaving behind a trail of grief and despair. Days later, at Rael's simple funeral, a man named John approached Mikhail, offering comfort and a place to stay, seeing the boy's profound loneliness. John, however, harbored a darker agenda. He soon suggested Mikhail eliminate a mercenary company, promising to split their advance payment and wealth. Mikhail was horrified. The true nature of his supposed benefactor laid bare, as John casually admitted to poisoning his tea as a contingency if he refused. Ray then revealed his presence, displaying the antidote for John's poison, shocking both Mikhail and John with his omniscient awareness. He further exposed Skyle's separate scheme to lure and rob John, revealing how greed had driven both men to betray each other, all the while Mikhail had been a pawn. Despite these shocking revelations, Ray noticed Mikhail still held a strange respect for John, a loyalty that baffled our boy. Ray then laid down his terms, a condition for their survival: John's Ignis bank card and password. John balked, protesting that it was his money, but Ray remained firm, advising him to simply bear with it for a bit longer. Then, Mikhail turned to Ray, asking if he had a first aid kit or, failing that, if anyone knew healing magic. Veronica, a redhead woman present, stepped forward, asking Ray if she could treat John, her expression filled with concern. Ray, however, responded with cold logic, stating it would be fitting to let the man who tried to kill him perish, a sentiment Veronica couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, John, seeing Veronica holding the rock deer, lunged forward with a desperate cry, believing the creature could revive his ruined company. Veronica screamed, pleading for him to stop, as John, blinded by his delusion, ignored her, scrambling for the mythical creature. He was convinced that if he could just possess the rock deer, he could bring his entire enterprise back from the brink of collapse. A gunshot rang out, echoing through the desolate landscape, aimed directly at John. In a split second, Mikhail threw himself in front of John, taking the bullet, his body slumping to the ground as blood bloomed across his purple cloak. John, now wounded himself, cried out in pain, complaining about Mikhail's added weight, still consumed by his own suffering. Yet, even as Mikhail lay bleeding, clutching John close, his eyes remained fixed on the man, a silent, unwavering loyalty still in his gaze. Ray watched, utterly bewildered by Mikhail's actions, unable to grasp why he would sacrifice himself for a man who had so clearly betrayed him. He couldn't comprehend the depth of Mikhail's enduring respect, the unyielding bond that defied all logic and reason. The sight left Ray with a profound question, a mystery he couldn't solve. Why would anyone lay down their life for a man like John? What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Sir Ray found himself questioning a man's unwavering loyalty, a bond he couldn't quite grasp despite the obvious betrayal. He watched Mikhail, his subordinate, defend a man who had done him great harm. Mikhail still respected John, even after John had poisoned him and planned to use him like a hunting dog. He even intended to abandon Mikhail completely, viewing him as utterly useless. Sir Ray couldn't comprehend such steadfast devotion, knowing John had committed countless immoral deeds while building his company. He knew Mikhail must have had his own suspicions. Mikhail offered a small smile, then began to explain the meaning of respect, something Sir Ray had asked him about just yesterday. For Mikhail, respect meant seeing someone as profoundly different from everyone else, someone he aspired to be like. John had once shone so brightly, so high up, that Mikhail couldn't even imagine himself anywhere near him. He understood that John was no longer the man he once was. Mikhail had tried so hard to ignore the truth, but today's events made it undeniable. Still, it didn't change the path he had taken. Even if his guiding stars had dimmed, the journey he embarked on wasn't a lie. He knew those stars no longer lit his way, but it didn't matter. Mikhail declared his unwavering loyalty to John, the man who had picked him up from poverty. He would continue to respect him, and that was his answer. His words struck a chord with Sir Ray, who then wondered if he, too, had someone he respected in such a profound way. One man instantly came to mind, Niles. Niles was the kind of leader who gave wise advice, like leaving an escape route for enemies, and generously rewarded his men. Everyone in their sector liked him. He recalled Niles as someone who had so many colors shining within him, a vast breadth of emotions unlike his own. He wondered if he could ever experience such a wide array of feelings. Sir Ray considered Niles a man living a life he couldn't understand or mimic, and he realized that what he felt then was indeed profound respect. He had respected Niles. Suddenly, the mercenaries who had been pursuing them closed in, led by a man with a cruel smile. They had found Sir Ray and Mikhail. Mikhail stared in shock as the mercenaries, enraged by their losses and the death of their commander, vowed to make them pay in blood. Mikhail quickly conjured the mana barrier, telling Sir Ray to run with their representative, but Sir Ray simply refused, his mana beginning to fluctuate violently. Sir Ray's eyes glowed with an intense purple light as a surge of power erupted from his body. He remembered his mentor's words about enlightenment being the key to advancing beyond the first circle of magic. It was a unique, deeply personal journey for every mage, impossible to define scientifically. Sir Ray knew he needed to grow stronger, to find his own rainbow of power. He concentrated, his resolve hardening. With a powerful surge, Sir Ray created a vast mana barrier and then manifested glowing purple chains, spreading them across the battlefield. The chains wrapped around the rock deer, bending them to his will. The mercenaries watched in horror as the deer, previously fleeing, now charged towards them under Sir Ray's control. Bullets flew, striking the controlled deer, but Mikhail watched in disbelief as the beasts moved with impossible agility, dodging every shot. His master had copied powerful domination magic just by seeing it once. The mercenaries were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Sir Ray could control so many servants with such precision. Sir Ray's expression remained intensely focused. The deer, now his loyal servants, surrounded the helpless mercenaries. Sir Ray stood tall, his power a gift from the heavens, a new dawn for his capabilities. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Ray, a talented mage, found himself in a desolate landscape where a group of rock deer grazed peacefully, a stark contrast to the grim situation unfolding before him. His companion, John, lay gravely wounded, clinging to life. John's loyal attendant, Mikhail, cradled him, insisting that Ray must have seen a mutant rock deer without a gem, but the reality was far more dire. He knew what he saw, a mutant with an unusual skin color, but the pressing concern was John, who was rapidly fading. Mikhail, horrified, could only gasp his name as John struggled to breathe. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light pierced the somber atmosphere, revealing a majestic, glowing deer. It floated above them, radiating an aura of profound magic. Its forehead was adorned with a shimmering gem, a sight that brought a moment of ethereal wonder to the dire situation. John, his eyes wide with recognition, gasped out that this was the being who had saved him once before. He felt an inexplicable longing toward the glowing gem. It was a powerful, almost spiritual pull, connecting him to the mysterious entity in a way no one else could understand. Our boy Ray also felt a strange sense of longing as he looked at the gem, a pull he couldn't quite explain. Mikhail, still holding John, watched in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the unfolding magic. With a gentle motion, the glowing deer extended its head, and the radiant blue gem detached, floating directly to John. He accepted it with tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the miraculous sight. The gem pulsed with immense power, releasing a cascade of mana that transformed into a beautiful, shimmering blue rain. It cascaded over the desolate land, rejuvenating everything it touched. The rock deer below, once gray and lifeless, were now infused with the soft blue glow, responding to the magic in the air. Despite the wonder, John knew his end was near. He handed Mikhail a bank card, explaining it was severance pay from an account he'd set up for him, the pin being the date they first met. Mikhail, desperate, pleaded with John, assuring him he would recover. He even suggested they could rest together if John grew tired of business, revealing the depth of his loyalty and affection. But John cruelly cut him off, calling him naive and utterly useless. He declared he had no need for Mikhail, tearing down his loyal companion in his final moments. Mikhail could only stare in shock as John pushed him away. Mikhail crumpled to the ground, tears blurring his vision as John, with a faint smile, embraced him one last time before his life slipped away. The scene was heartbreaking. The red-haired girl watched the scene unfold, wiping tears from her eyes, while he remained stoic, observing the raw emotion. Mikhail, now alone, clutched the purple gem that John had given him, a symbol of his grief. Mikhail, despite John's harsh words, intended to move his body to hold a proper funeral, showing that his loyalty transcended the pain of John's final rejection. He needed to honor his friend. He explained to the red-haired girl that John's harshness stemmed from deep concern. He had sensed white mana in John's heart whenever Mikhail was mentioned, indicating John regarded him as family. John wanted to shield Mikhail from the dirtier aspects of their work, which was why he kept him from becoming truly useful in that sense. It was a misguided but profound act of care. Mikhail, however, was still consumed by self-doubt, believing he was useless and couldn't shine on his own. Ray, ever perceptive, seemed to ponder this, knowing there was more to Mikhail than met the eye. He then began to explain the limits of his emotion injection ability. There were certain individuals, like Mikhail, into whom he simply couldn't inject emotions. The common thread among these rare individuals was a small radiant star at the very center of their being. This star, he explained, represented conviction. It was the unshakable belief in one's own thoughts and goals, a firm will that naturally gave them an advantage in accomplishing anything they set their minds to. He assured Mikhail he would do well, regardless of the path he chose. Mikhail, with newfound resolve, turned and walked away, leaving Ray and the red-haired girl behind. He was off to fulfill his duty to John, carrying the weight of his words and the promise of his own conviction. The red-haired girl excitedly asked him if he had reached Circle 2, sensing a powerful mana surge during his interaction with the rock deer earlier. He admitted he was somewhere between Circle 1 and 2, still exploring his growing abilities. They both pondered the mysterious blue deer, which had vanished into the skies with a dazzling light. The red-haired girl found the sight truly beautiful, a moment of ethereal wonder amidst their harsh reality. But someone else had witnessed the event. A hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, silently observed the departure of the blue deer. They too found it beautiful, but sensed an immense power. An attack, they mused, would have shattered them like an ice sculpture. This powerful entity had chosen not to interfere, leaving an unsettling question about the blue deer's true nature. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray, a young mage with exceptional abilities, found himself in a desolate landscape, confronted by a mysterious masked figure whose presence alone sent shivers down his spine. The masked man, draped in a dark cloak, exuded an unsettling aura, his mask shifting to show a faint, unsettling smile as he spoke. Skyle, the red-haired girl accompanying Ray, instinctively recoiled, clinging to him in fear as the masked figure's gaze seemed to pierce right through them. The masked man's expression then hardened, his voice demanding to know who Ray was, his tone unwavering. Ray, seemingly unfazed, calmly observed the stranger, his mind racing to analyze the situation and the unusual lack of emotion from the powerful mage before him. He realized this man was a Circle 4 mage, making him incredibly dangerous, a fact he relayed to Skyle, instructing her to run to their car if a fight broke out. The masked man, growing impatient, repeated his question, his voice echoing with a palpable threat as his mask twisted into a menacing grin, promising to tear Ray to shreds if he didn't answer. Skyle visibly trembled, feeling the oppressive weight of the masked man's mana, but Ray remained steadfast, his hand reaching out to grasp hers, offering a silent reassurance. He then challenged the masked mage, telling him to go ahead and kill him if he thought he could, a bold move that surprised the cloaked figure. The masked man, now intrigued, found Ray's emotional balance unnatural, noting the light purple mana filling his vessel, similar to how emotions were artificially implanted into Skyle. Ray stated that if he were killed, the only person who could answer the masked man's questions would disappear, using the word curiosity to imply he knew the man's motivation. The masked man scoffed at what he perceived as a shallow bluff, but Ray calmly pressed on, reminding him that he had claimed to read emotions. He asked if his current demeanor suggested he was bluffing, then proposed a trade. He would answer questions if the masked man did the same. The masked man, initially demanding 4 answers for 1, eventually conceded to 3 for 1 after Ray's firm negotiation, acknowledging this peculiar child was playing games with him. With the terms set, Ray began with his first question, asking the masked man to reveal his identity. The man introduced himself as Curiosa, an executive of Mercred, affiliated with Walter, and revealed a distinct ring on his bandaged hand, identical to Walter's. Ray recognized the name Curiosa from a picture Walter had, acknowledging that neither of them intended to lie, which he found a relief. For his second question, Ray asked where Curiosa came from, realizing that Curiosa had been watching him the entire time. Curiosa admitted he was hiding within John's shadow, revealing that his third question was about why he was hiding in the first place. He explained that he was under orders from his organization to search for traces of Blue, a mystical creature their organization had long sought. Its powers were derived from a blue gem in its forehead, and its memories were passed on to the next generation when it died, which explained why the same rock deer could exist for decades despite a short lifespan. Curiosa then asked his first question, curious about how Ray knew he possessed Walter's ring. Ray explained that every executive had a ring given by the professor which contained a binding magic for location tracking. His grandpa Graham had detected and removed the exploitative spell from his own ring. He then asked his second question, to explain more about Blue and why Merc Red was searching for it. Curiosa explained that Merc Red was an organization created by the professor, with executives carrying out duties across the continent. Ray felt no loyalty from Curiosa as he spoke. For his third question, Curiosa asked Ray what he was, wondering if he was a homunculus. Ray stated he was human, an orphan, and Curiosa agreed, acknowledging that Ray didn't fit the inconsistencies of a homunculus. Curiosa then asked about the professor, the leader of Merc Red, who had also raised the current executives but whose true identity remained unknown, always masked and with an altered voice. Ray then revealed that the charged stones distributed to organization members were fake. The professor possessed the real one, which was a fragment of the rainbow. Curiosa became visibly excited by the mention of the rainbow, confessing that he also believed the professor was gathering its fragments. He then revealed his intense hatred for the professor, due to being constantly manipulated by a disgustingly strong emotional spell. He admitted he would kill the professor if he could, but the professor's power prevented it, which was why Ray's artificial lack of emotions had surprised him. Ray then offered a crucial piece of information: he couldn't feel emotion, or rather, any emotions he felt immediately died down, rendering him immune to emotional manipulation. Curiosa was taken aback, realizing the implications of Ray's immunity, understanding that the professor's greatest weapon would be useless against him. With a furious grin, Curiosa declared he would tell Ray how to meet the professor. His rage against his manipulator now focused on this unexpected ally. What happens next changes everything. And nobody sees it coming. Professor Himan, the target of their mission, was a man vulnerable without his unique power. His ability to control others' emotions was the only thing protecting him. Otherwise, he was so weak that a mere touch could kill him. This made stealing the fragment of the rainbow an easy task. The masked figure, Curiosa, explained how to find him by first locating the other executives. Curiosa then manipulated the binding magic of a ring, transferring its power to Ray, allowing him to track other executives. Ray could instantly feel 4 other rings besides Curiosa's, all located near the Elton River. Curiosa confirmed his understanding. Ray was to take out all the other executives. This strategy would force Professor Heman to reveal himself once his subordinates began to fall, one after another. With his instructions delivered, Curiosa shifted the conversation, stating it was now his turn to ask a question. He wanted to know how Ray was able to control other people's emotions, a question Ray refused to answer. Curiosa was taken aback, his masked expression unreadable, but his surprise was palpable. Ray asserted that their agreement for exchanging questions didn't mean he had to answer all of them, ending their exchange abruptly. Curiosa's eyes glowed with furious power, threatening to tear Ray to shreds, but Ray calmly observed that the masked figure was more curious than angry. Veronica, Ray's companion, intervened, suggesting that Curiosa save his curiosity for later, comparing it to saving the strawberry on a cake for last. Curiosa found some logic in Veronica's analogy, her frantic explanation somehow resonating with him. He decided to keep an eye on Ray, promising to collect the greatest joy at the very end. With a final, expectant laugh, Curiosa vanished in a swirl of dark energy, leaving Ray and Veronica alone. Veronica collapsed, admitting she thought she was going to die and questioning if they would truly be okay after refusing to answer Curiosa's most pressing question. Ray took her hand, explaining that he deliberately withheld the answer to ensure Curiosa would continue to pursue them, allowing Ray to use him. He instructed Veronica to head back to their lodgings to rest, acknowledging her exhaustion from maintaining the barrier during the battle. Driving away, Veronica spotted something in the distance and urged Ray to look. A family of blue deer, including Fran, stood on a ridge, seemingly saying goodbye. Fran, the small deer, bleated happily, and Veronica was relieved to see him content with his family. Ray watched Fran with a soft expression, a quiet moment of departure. Veronica reflected on their journey, glad they got to say goodbye to Fran, but her curiosity about Curiosa's words lingered. She asked Ray about Curiosa's comment regarding emotion control, a detail that clearly troubled her. Ray, with a serious expression, promised to explain everything once they returned to their sector, acknowledging that the time for full disclosure had finally arrived. Back in the sector, they found John and Skyle, who eagerly presented their food, excited about the restaurant's reputation for delicious, affordable meals. As they settled down to eat, John asked if everything went according to plan, but Ray had something important to say first. He looked at them, taking a deep breath, and revealed his secret. He could see other people's emotions. Ray had a secret, one that changed how he saw the world and everyone in it. He could perceive the emotions of others, a power tied directly to the mana they possessed. Every ripple of mana had a distinct color in his eyes, and when strong feelings arose, that associated color would swirl around a person's heart, clearly visible to him. He demonstrated this to Philip and Veronica, explaining how he could discern their deepest feelings just by observing the mana around them. Philip and Veronica watched him with wide-eyed surprise, a green aura of confusion swirling around their own hearts as he spoke. He explained that the dark green mana he saw meant they were confused, a common reaction to his unusual revelation. Looking closer at Veronica, he identified a mix of shame, disappointment, and even a slight sense of betrayal. Veronica quickly cut him off, embarrassed by the accuracy of his observation, but admitting she believed him. She knew he wasn't the type to lie. Our boy then went on to reveal an even more shocking aspect of his ability. He could influence other people's emotions. The revelation hung heavy in the air, leaving Philip and Veronica speechless and deeply unsettled by the implications. A server approached, asking if they needed anything. Ray calmly responded, then remembered something he had forgotten. He reached into his pocket, producing a single shilling, and offered it to the server as a tip he'd neglected to give earlier. The server's reaction was immediate and dramatic, overcome with exaggerated gratitude for the single coin, praising Ray's generosity. Philip and Veronica watched, utterly bewildered by the server's sudden shift in demeanor, unsure what to make of the bizarre scene. Ray explained that he could inject emotions into people, but only if that emotion already existed within their vessel, making the server's reaction a demonstration of his power. Philip and Veronica exchanged glances, realizing the true weight of Ray's abilities. This was truly something extraordinary. Ray then clarified that some people, like them, were immune to his emotional manipulation, offering a small comfort. Philip sighed with relief, acknowledging how useful this power would be for their future travels, though Veronica still wondered if Ray was hiding more. He then revealed another profound truth about himself. He could feel emotions, or rather had a very narrow emotional range. He explained that even when he focused intently, any emotions he might feel would only last for the briefest moment, quickly fading away. Philip and Veronica reacted with a mixture of fear and unease, the implications of his emotional detachment unsettling them deeply. Philip eventually understood, realizing this explained Ray's often peculiar and detached behavior. Veronica nodded, agreeing that everything made sense now. He looked at them, a question in his eyes, wondering why they weren't scared or creeped out by his revelation. Veronica smiled warmly, reminding him that they were friends, and friends understood each other. She insisted he acknowledge their bond. He hesitated for a moment, then echoed her words, accepting their friendship, a rare warmth in his usually stoic expression. The next day, the trio continued their journey, discussing the information they had gathered about the Black Rain and the Merc-Red executives. Philip noted that things were becoming increasingly dangerous, but their path upstream of the Elton River remained unchanged. Veronica, however, wondered about the reliability of their information. She voiced her concern that the kids they spoke to might have lied, casting a shadow of doubt over their next steps. They arrived at a dilapidated house, its weathered exterior suggesting a long history of neglect and hardship. Philip called out, asking if anyone was inside, but Ray sensed a presence, detecting a vessel filled with black mana through the door. Inside the house, they found a man, Mr. Hender, hiding in a wooden chest. Ray addressed him, ready to ask about the Black Rain. Hender emerged, apologizing profusely, explaining he had hidden because he thought they were creditors. He seemed desperate for help. He reeked of alcohol and looked pitiful, his disheveled appearance painting a clear picture of his struggles. Ray then asked him about the Black Rain. Hender was initially evasive, but Ray produced a bottle of single Epsilon No. 3 Black Edition, a rare and valuable drink. The sight of the alcohol instantly captivated Hender, his eyes widening with a greedy desire, making him eager to share what he knew. Hender explained that strange sprouts had grown in the contaminated soil, even after being exposed to the black rain. They grew on their own, without water. He then recounted finding a collapsed traveler in the desert months ago. This hooded figure, after devouring a shocking amount of food, gave Hender mysterious seeds, instructing him to plant them and wait for the truth to reveal itself. The seeds held a secret, a promise of something beyond their current understanding, and the true nature of the black rain felt closer than ever before. Ray, the genius prismatic mage, had left a deep impression on Hender, not just with his strange seeds that defied the black rain, but with the mysterious magic he wielded. Hender recalled how the traveler had promised he would eventually see for himself, a statement that had both annoyed and intrigued him. The seeds themselves were remarkable, growing without water and unaffected by the pervasive black rain. But it was the magic, a power Hender had never encountered before, that truly captivated him. He couldn't help but notice the traveler's inhumanly good looks, making him seem less like a person and more like an enigma, a source of profound mystery. Veronica, Philip's companion, believed these unique seeds could be vital in finding a cure for magic poisoning, and they decided to buy all of Hender's remaining stock. Hender, seeing a rare opportunity to profit from these wealthy travelers, tried to haggle for a higher price, pushing from 12,000 shillings to 30,000. Philip remained firm, offering 15,000, unwilling to go any higher for the unusual seeds. Just as the negotiations grew tense, a group of menacing men, debt collectors, found Hender, ending his brief moment of financial hope. Our boy instructed Philip and Veronica to hide, then offered Hender his help, but not without a hefty price. As Hender was brutally beaten, fear gripped him, knowing his luck had finally run out. Ray revealed his own powerful fire magic, a stark contrast to the blue energy he had shown before, stopping the assault. Hender stared in shock, realizing the traveler was a mage himself, a terrifying and awe-inspiring revelation. He calmly negotiated his fee with Hender, raising the price with each blow the debt collectors were still threatening to inflict. Desperate and in pain, Hender finally agreed to the initial sum of 120,000 shillings, a price for his life. With the immediate danger resolved, the group continued their journey in a car, the payment secured. Veronica and Philip speculated about the traveler's true purpose, believing he was researching the black rain, a theory that brought them some comfort. Philip, however, was visibly disheartened, as Sector 48 had yielded no clues about his missing mother. The prismatic mage reassured him, suggesting his mother couldn't have gone far and that they would surely find answers in the next sector. They soon arrived at Sector 47, noticing that each sector was taking them less time to traverse. Ray then instructed Philip and Veronica to change their clothes, a command that made them uneasy, fearing they would become targets for local gangs. He explained that this was precisely his goal, to draw out information. He began deliberately provoking gang members, effortlessly taking them down one by one, demanding to know who their leaders were. This ruthless interrogation happened 26 times, each encounter a step closer to understanding the sector's power structure. Through these encounters, they identified two dominant gangs, Melom and Donin, suggesting these groups had significant control over the sector. The traveler realized the sheer number of people these two factions must command to exert such authority. To gather more information, he decided to set up a meeting with one of the gang leaders at Flonan Inn on 16th Street. Before heading to the inn, Philip spotted a large bookstore, hoping to find research materials on the black rain. Ray agreed, and Veronica joined him, interested in learning about finances. As he browsed the picture books, he was reminded of his grandma Viola, who used to tell him many interesting stories. A woman nearby accidentally dropped her book, and he politely picked it up for her. Her smile, however, was chilling, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong as he noticed the ominous red gem on her necklace. Her eyes briefly glowed with an unsettling crimson light, a silent promise of danger that no one else seemed to notice. The genius prismatic mage, Ray, found himself in a bustling library, observing a woman with an unsettling calm despite the clear signs of mana poisoning radiating from her. A distinctive red gem in her necklace, a potential source of her affliction, offered no reaction from his detection ring, indicating she was not an executive. He studied her closely, his eyes glowing with analysis, wondering how she maintained such composure when her vessel should have been racked with pain. Perhaps she was controlling her own emotions. Just then, Philip arrived, struggling with a tall stack of books, and froze when he saw the woman. He stared, wide-eyed, his attention completely captured by her presence. She turned to Philip with a warm smile, and a thought clicked in Ray's mind. He realized the uncanny resemblance she bore to Philip's mother. It was a striking similarity that stirred a deep personal connection for Philip. Our boy was visibly shaken, his face a mix of hope and confusion as the woman offered to help him with his burden. She quickly made her excuses, saying she hoped they would meet again, then walked away with a soft click of her heels, leaving Philip to ponder the encounter. Philip turned to him, his voice filled with a child's vulnerable hope, asking if the woman could possibly be his mother. He offered a non-committal answer, seeing the pain in Philip's eyes, the fear of abandonment lurking just beneath the surface. He didn't believe she was Philip's mother, but the red gem in her necklace still bothered him. It marked her as a mage, and the gem itself was a clue. That distinctive necklace, now that he thought about it, needed further investigation. He decided to add her to the list for his information gatherers, just in case. As he finished his thoughts, a young girl joined them, excitedly asking if he had picked a book yet. Stepping out of the library, the trio found themselves in the middle of a tense standoff between two local gangs, Malome and Dunin, who were exchanging heated words. The gang shouted accusations, each blaming the other for encroaching on their territory and messing with their members. The leaders, full of bravado, escalated the challenge, threatening violence and daring each other to fight. He watched them carefully, his gaze unwavering as he processed the scene before him. Despite their bluster, he sensed a strong undercurrent of hesitation in their vessels. They were trying to intimidate, not truly fight, but he knew this fragile peace could quickly spiral out of control. He decided to intervene, not by stopping them, but by forcing a resolution. He amplified the negative emotions simmering within them, pushing them past their tipping point. A sudden, uncontrollable rage erupted, shattering their inhibitions. The gangs instantly exploded into a brutal brawl, fists and makeshift weapons flying. The leaders, now consumed by the amplified anger, screamed at their members to kill the enemy, threatening anyone who held back. The street became a chaotic mess of flailing limbs and pained shouts as the gangs brutally attacked each other, leaving several injured and bleeding. He stood calmly amidst the chaos, observing the raw, unfiltered release of emotion. Emotions, he knew, could either fade or grow stronger, and when they swelled past a critical point, they would explode, leading to unpredictable actions. But once exhausted, equilibrium would return. Just like that, their rage was pacified. The gang members stood bewildered, their anger suddenly gone, leaving them confused as to why they had been fighting. He stepped forward, grabbing the two leaders, his grip incredibly strong, halting their last attempts at violence. His power surged, stopping their attacks mid-swing, leaving them stunned and helpless in his grasp. The sheer, inhuman strength left them aghast, wondering if they had truly intended to fight someone like him. He held the two leaders firmly, their fight completely drained from them, leaving them shocked and compliant. He asked them about the real problem, kids disappearing from their sector. The gangs, now subdued, confirmed it, each quickly blaming the other. One of the members recounted how his partner had vanished while on patrol, leaving behind a chilling detail. All that was left was a pool of red light. He immediately connected the red light to Merc Red, a sinister organization he knew, realizing the disappearances were a much larger threat. Seeing their desperation, he took charge. He declared that he would save their missing family, and from now on, they would follow his lead. The real challenge was about to begin. Ray, a brilliant mage, embarked on a mission to unravel the mysterious disappearances of children plaguing the city. He gathered his team, instructing them to spread out and act naturally on the streets, hoping to draw out whatever was taking the victims. His companions dispersed into the crowd, each wearing a magical emblem that would help them communicate. He knew with grim certainty that one more child would go missing that very day, based on the disturbing pattern of previous abductions. His team reacted with shock and skepticism, questioning if this seemingly passive method would genuinely lead them to the missing children. Ray, however, was confident in his unique understanding of magic, certain that the red light witnesses described was a key clue. To him, magic was simply an aggregation of mana, a union of discrete parts, and if even the slightest trace of its original shape remained, he could trace it. With this theory, he could pinpoint the exact moment a spell was activated and follow its procedural movements thereafter. He asked his team to protect him as he concentrated, preparing to extend his magical senses across the city. Closing his eyes, he delved into the currents of the city's magical energy, feeling every element's position, shape, concentration, and path, then expanded his detection radius even further. The city's magical tapestry unfolded before him, crisscrossed by lines of prismatic light, revealing every subtle anomaly. His senses locked onto a distinct red energy pulsing at 182 Street, leading him straight to the source. His eyes snapped open, a clear target now in his sights. His team rushed towards him, eager to know if his unusual method had yielded any results. Without a word, he sped off, leading them through the streets as a vibrant red light began to emanate from his destination. The red light pulsed with an ominous energy, illuminating the urban landscape with its sinister glow, growing more intense with every step. Our boy leaped onto a rooftop, following the trail of magic, absolutely certain he was on the right path to the disappearance's origin. The trail led him to an abandoned house, its gate visibly locked by a powerful magic he could immediately sense. His companions finally caught up, winded, and asked if he believed all the missing children were inside this eerie place. His red-haired friend confirmed his suspicions, sensing a powerful locking spell cast upon the gate, one she couldn't easily undo. They considered stacking objects to get over the wall, but he cautioned against a direct approach, reminding them they knew nothing of their enemy. Then she introduced Nero, a sleek black cat she had befriended, suggesting they use him for a risky plan. She explained that animals always seemed to like her, and proposed using Nero for sense sharing to safely scout the mansion's interior. Ray was intrigued but hesitant, knowing that sense sharing required an incredibly strong emotional bond, which he lacked with the cat. He tried to greet Nero, but the attempt failed, the magic fizzling out, just as his companion had predicted. Undeterred, she presented him with a stack of scrolls, explaining she had improved the sense-sharing formula to work even with weaker bonds. To her utter shock, he declared he would simply try all the formulas at once, a feat that seemed impossible to anyone else. Her jaw dropped, completely stunned by his audacity and the sheer power it would require to attempt such a thing. He gently reached out to Nero, reassuring the cat he wouldn't hurt it, as countless magical constructs swirled around them. A soft glow emanated from his eyes as the connection began to form, a strange new perception opening within him. He could see through Nero's eyes, even catching his own reflection in the cat's intense gaze, a testament to the successful bond. His team erupted in relief and celebration, amazed that his unconventional method had actually worked. With the connection established, Nero slipped stealthily through the mansion gate, entering the grand, yet eerily silent, building. The cat padded silently through the mansion's interior, which was surprisingly clean and well organized for a supposedly abandoned place. A faint red glow emanated from Nero's paws as he moved, hinting at the magic still clinging to the environment. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed through the halls, children's laughter, light and playful, yet profoundly unsettling in the empty house. Ray, seeing through Nero, realized he couldn't actually see the source of the laughter, only hear it, creating a disturbing void. A mysterious woman appeared from the shadows, her smile unsettling, holding Nero casually in her arms, revealing she had been watching them all along. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Ray found himself in a grand mansion, a place he shouldn't have been, facing the woman from the bookstore. He suspected she was a mage from Murk Red, likely responsible for the missing children. Her eyes held a sinister glint as she smiled, seemingly oblivious to the chaos she caused. Ray watched her walk away, a disturbing sense of unease settling over him. She turned back with a sweet invitation, suggesting they have lunch together, but the offer felt more like a trap. Ray's instincts screamed danger, his gaze sharp and wary. The next morning, Ray, the red-haired girl, and Philip were welcomed by Lenia, the mansion's owner. The house was unsettlingly dark, even in broad daylight. Lenia greeted them with a warm smile, but Ray felt a deep unease. Dunin, their missing friend, was nowhere among the children. He, however, could still feel the binding spell he'd placed on Dunin, confirming their friend was somewhere inside this mansion. He had to be here. The other children burst into the room, carrying food and chattering happily. They were surprisingly bright and well cared for, a stark contrast to his expectations. He and his friends were quickly seated among the children, who spoke with affection about Lenia, praising her kindness and the life she provided. The food was good, and he ate, but his senses remained sharp. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong beneath the surface. Lenia's necklace pulsed with a suppressed, negative emotion, almost ready to burst, yet she maintained her calm, warm demeanor. She looked at him, her expression soft, and began to share her story, her voice gentle and inviting. Lenia introduced herself and explained that she was there for recuperation, having experienced an unfortunate accident a decade ago. The accident had left her confined to her home, feeling as if her whole world had fallen apart, but she recently found a way to overcome her sadness. She found purpose in saving street children, giving them a happy home where they spent every day together. He could see the light orange manna, a powerful maternal love, emanating from Lenia, the same emotion he had sensed the day before. Philip felt a pang of connection to Lenia's story, as he too had been separated from his mother around the same time. He, however, remained skeptical, questioning Lenia about the children's true desires and their lives on the streets. He noted her curiosity about his magic. He realized a peculiar emotion, regret, and obsession grew in Lenia whenever she looked at him, setting him apart from the other children. The other children's emotional vessels were eerily empty, much like his own in its natural state, yet they behaved as if full of joy. This chilling observation made him suspect Merc Red's darker abilities. Lenia excused herself to fetch dessert, leaving him and his friends alone with the children. The children quickly turned on him and his friends, their eyes now glowing red in the dim light, their cheerful demeanor replaced by an unsettling intensity. They clung to their new life, pleading with them not to be taken away. Their happiness morphed into fierce protectiveness, threatening to stop anyone who tried to interfere. The life they had on the streets didn't compare to Lenia's care, they insisted, and they would do whatever it took to stay. Lenia returned with small, innocent-looking cakes, a special treat for everyone. He instantly detected a narcotic within the dessert. The children, their eyes wide and unsettling, insisted they eat it, their cheerful demeanor now a chilling facade. When he hesitated, they tried to force the cakes upon him, their smiles becoming increasingly unnerving. He slammed his fork into a cake, shattering it and revealing the hidden drug. The magic holding the children's false emotions in place broke, and they, along with him and his friends, collapsed, unconscious. Lenia stood over them, a chilling smile on her face, her true intentions finally revealed. The true nightmare had only just begun. Ray found himself being carried through the mansion, his body unresponsive as he was laid down and brought to consciousness. He opened his eyes, the world a blur as he slowly came back to himself. His companion quickly offered him small green pills, advising him to take the antipyretics before they ventured further into the mansion. Ray took the pills, his mind already piecing together the events that led them here. He remembered spotting a peculiar medicinal herb in the mansion's flower garden, one he knew well from his time in Sector 50. That herb, known as blackout, was harmless normally but could become a powerful hypnotic if processed correctly. Niles had taught him how to counteract such substances. He popped the counteracting pill into his mouth, the implications of the herb's presence unsettling him. The real question was how Madame Lenia, the woman who had brought them here, knew about such back-alley medicinal herbs. A new chapter in their journey began, but the feeling of unease persisted. Our boy sensed that Philip and Veronica were nearby, yet separated, as he looked around his unfamiliar surroundings. He realized he was in a child's room, everything scaled down, making the situation even stranger. He heard a muffled sound and turned to see Dunin, tied up and gagged, struggling in a chair. Lenia then entered, her presence radiating a sinister calm. She approached Dunin, assuring him there was no need to be scared, promising he would soon be at ease. Lenia held up a glowing red gem necklace, its power activating as she used it to absorb Dunin's emotions, rendering him blank and docile. A chilling smile spread across her face as she watched the last vestiges of fear drain from him. She then moved to Ray's bedside, her voice soft as she called him, "My son," promising to protect him this time. Lenia attempted to use the necklace on him, but it fled uselessly in her hand. Ray had no emotions left for it to absorb. He had been awake all along. His eyes snapped open, a fiery aura surrounding him as he revealed his deception, moving with magic to surround her. Lenia recoiled in shock, unable to comprehend how he had woken up. He demanded to know where she got the necklace and what she had been planning to do by controlling the other children. She tried to deny everything, But the necklace, overwhelmed by her own surging emotions, began to crack under the strain. Her suppressed feelings burst forth, forcing her to confront a horrifying memory. The vision of a man stabbing a child flashed before her eyes, a traumatic past event that had clearly shaped her desperate actions. Her pain manifested as destructive mana, shattering the room around them. Overwhelmed, she cried out, her emotions consuming her as the room continued to break apart. The mansion crumbled around them, glass and debris flying as her emotional outburst ravaged the space. Ray, however, remained calm. He had already identified the color of her mana and knew he could follow her. Veronica's voice echoed in his mind, warning him not to overuse atmospheric mana lest he go berserk again. He dismissed the warning, his resolve firm. He needed to understand why Linnea had suddenly exploded. Scanning the wreckage of the room, he knew the answer had to be hidden somewhere within. His gaze fell on a broken frame, and as he picked it up, he saw a photograph of Linnea and a child. This was the key to everything. A white-haired young man, our hero, discovered a broken picture frame, revealing a photo of a woman and a young boy who looked strikingly like him. He felt a strange, unsettling connection to the past. Beneath it, a diary lay open, its familiar green cover suggesting forgotten memories. Inside were childish drawings and simple words describing cooking with his mom, a fleeting glimpse of happiness. Another page recalled a family photo showing him and his mother, a moment frozen in time. A sense of recognition began to settle over him. A pause, then the realization dawned. The young boy in the photo was undeniably his younger self. Then, a heartbreaking entry scrawled in desperate handwriting declared, "I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry." This raw apology from his mother, one he barely remembered, shattered the fragile peace. Power, fueled by buried grief and anger, erupted from the young man, obliterating the drawer and the surrounding area. Into the chaos stepped another figure, a dark-haired man whose presence was chilling. This was Junin, a vessel supposedly devoid of emotions, yet he radiated an inexplicable anger. Our hero was puzzled, wondering how such a contradiction was possible. Junin lunged, wielding a broken chair as a crude weapon, his fury a stark contrast to his supposed emptiness. The young man braced for the impact. He dodged, the attack missing him by inches, and used strengthening magic, a familiar aura, to augment his defenses. Again, Junin attacked, his movements powerful but unrefined, driven purely by rage rather than skill. While strong, the dark-haired assailant fought without any particular skill. The young man realized he couldn't stall any longer. Junin charged, screaming a threat to Madame Linnea, a name that struck a chord in our hero. He vowed never to forgive the attacker. Fists glowing with strengthening magic, the young man countered, meeting Junin's attack head-on with a determined glint in his eyes. The blow connected, sending Junin flying backward, his strength proving no match for our hero's controlled power. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light. It was clear he couldn't buy any more time. The situation demanded immediate action. Grappling with Junin, our hero's eyes turned red, unleashing a powerful crimson energy that overwhelmed the dark-haired man. Junin cried out, defeated and collapsing to the floor. Standing over the fallen figure, he saw two other men burst into the room shouting orders to chase him. Red magic erupted again, a sweeping wave of energy that sliced through the air, knocking both men down with ease. With focused intensity, the young man moved, his red energy crackling around him, ready for any further threats. From behind, a boy wearing glasses and a cap, armed with a broom, bravely tried to help by swinging at one of the fallen men. Our hero quickly intervened, deflecting the attack and dispatching the last opponent with a precise strike. Crying out in surprise, the boy watched as the young man moved swiftly, protecting him. A young red-haired girl, terrified, floated suspended in the air, caught in a swirling blue energy field. "Are you okay?" the boy asked, his voice shaking. The red-haired girl, still floating, cried out in fear, begging to be let down. Looking at the young man, the boy felt a mixture of fear and awe, realizing the extent of his power. Recalling the broken photo and diary, the young boy slowly pieced together the events. He realized the young boy in the picture must have been Madame Linnea's son. A somber question filled his mind. No, did he die? The red-haired girl looked on, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. The young man, seemingly unfazed, listened to the boy's questions, his expression unreadable. Around them, the mansion began to crumble, large pieces of ceiling and walls breaking off, reinforcing the urgency of their situation. "We don't have much time," our hero stated. Understanding the gravity, the boy gasped, feeling the tremor in his own chest. "All right," agreed the boy, a new resolve in his eyes as he looked at our hero and the scared girl. They started to run, descending a collapsing staircase as debris rained down around them, the building rapidly falling apart. Suddenly, a powerful red storm of energy erupted, catching the red-haired girl. "Ah!" she screamed. Watching in horror as the storm of red energy swirled around the girl, the young boy whispered, "What is this storm?" She was caught in the swirling, destructive force, her terrified screams echoing through the crumbling mansion. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Madame Lenia was trapped in a whirlwind of uncontrolled magic, her trauma twisting everyone into enemies, even Ray and Philip. Her power threatened to shatter her own body with its intensity. The mana within her very ring had spiraled out of control, fueled by the raw, emotional outburst from her vessel, making the situation critically unstable. Ray realized they had to calm her, and Philip, understanding the deep currents of grief from his own experiences, stepped forward, offering to share her pain. Philip knew the emptiness that came from losing family, a sorrow Madame Lenia had carried alone, and he believed this shared empathy was the only way to reach her. Though hesitant, Ray focused his magic, channeling immense strengthening power into Philip while drastically reducing his own protective barrier. Philip stepped into the raging magical storm, the winds so powerful they felt like they were literally sapping his strength away with every step. Ray's voice echoed in his head, a constant warning to be careful, a magical reassurance that allowed Philip to push through the oppressive, weakening elements in the air. With every step, Philip took closer to Madame Lenia. Ray felt his own magic being drained, struggling to maintain the strengthening spell. Lenia's screams ripped through the air, an agonizing cry from a heart tearing itself apart, unable to overcome the profound grief of losing her son, Joshua. Philip moved towards her, unwavering, as Lenia, lost in her memory, tried to push him away, still mistaking him for a threat. He gently held her, patting her back, reassuring her with soft words that he understood her pain and that it was okay to let it out. As Philip continued to embrace her, Madame Lenia finally broke down, her tears flowing freely as the shared emotions overwhelmed her. Watching this unfold, Ray felt a strange heat bloom in a corner of his own heart, a feeling he recognized from a distant past. He remembered the first time he felt it, under a desolate bridge, a moment of profound loss that he had hidden from ever since. Tears streamed down his face as images of his own lost family, happy and alive, flooded his mind, memories he had buried deep within himself. The suppressed grief burst forth from within him, a dark, swirling vortex of emotion, and he screamed, realizing he could no longer stop it. He had to face this grief, allowing it to stabilize his unstable second ring. His ring pulsed with newly found power, finally complete, a testament to his acceptance of his own hidden sorrow. Just as this transformation occurred, a dark figure, Curiosa, appeared, already heavily injured, their presence unnoticed amidst the emotional storm. With a decisive strike, he unleashed his newly refined magic, a potent wave of binding and weakening energy that slammed into the hooded figure. Curiosa struggled, unable to move, their body racked by the unfamiliar weakening magic, a testament to his rapid growth. His eyes glowed with fierce determination as he warned the intruder, making it clear that if they dared touch Madame Lenia or Philip, he would not hesitate to kill them. Ray's rage flared, a potent force erupting from him as he stood protectively before Madame Lenia and Philip, daring anyone to touch them. The hooded man, Curiosa, reeled back, stunned by the sheer, overwhelming power radiating from our boy. He couldn't believe the intensity of the emotions before him. Just recently, Ray had barely managed his first magic circle, but now, he was clearly operating at Circle 3, a leap in power that defied all logic. Curiosa's mind raced, realizing Ray had been hiding his true abilities all along, a calculated move he hadn't anticipated. Ray's sharp gaze pierced through Curiosa's disguise, understanding that the only reason this secretive figure would reveal himself now was to eliminate Madame Lenia. Her survival meant Ray could gain vital information, giving him an advantage in their future dealings. A dark energy pulsed around Rei, his curiosity about Curiosa's origins and motives growing to an almost unbearable level. Curiosa, equally intrigued, pushed Rei further, desperate to understand the young man's background and what drove him. But Rei simply demanded he back away from his companions. He knew he couldn't completely overpower Curiosa yet, but he wouldn't allow harm to come to those under his protection. Curiosa recoiled, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Rei had seen through his intentions, realizing their exchange of information had been flawed from the start. Rei, however, had no intention of revealing more about himself just yet, preferring to keep his cards close to his chest. His focus shifted to Madame Lenia, whose emotions, despite his attempts to comfort her, remained volatile. He realized the necklace she wore was actively suppressing her emotional state. Curiosa seized the opportunity, dangling the glowing necklace before Rei. He tempted him with the knowledge it held about the professor, knowing Rei's burning desire for information. The choice weighed heavily on Rei: destroy the necklace to free Lenia's emotions, but risk her mind breaking, or keep it intact for the potential intel. Curiosa watched him, convinced that Rei, like him, was a monster who would act selfishly when it truly mattered, prioritizing information over another's well-being. Rei's eyes burned red as he held the necklace, his momentary hesitation noted by Curiosa, who believed he understood the young man's true nature. A dark aura swirled around Curiosa, his voice dripping with condescension as he declared Rei was just like them, destined for ruin. But Curiosa's words only solidified Rei's resolve. With a swift, decisive move, he shattered the necklace, stunning Curiosa with his unexpected choice. Lenia's suppressed emotions exploded outwards, a brilliant light filling the room. Curiosa, defeated and surprised, began to fade away. Rei stood firm, his piercing gaze fixed on the retreating figure, knowing he had made the right decision. Curiosa, frustrated by Rei's unpredictability, vanished, leaving behind a baffled silence. Soon, Philip and the other children stirred, confused and disoriented, wondering what had just happened. Rei gently carried Madame Lenia, assuring Philip that she would be fine, even as the other children slowly regained consciousness. The children's emotions, previously dulled, were now fully restored, and they worried over Lenia as she slowly came to. Concern filled the air as the children gathered around Lenia, relieved to see her waking up. She opened her eyes, a faint memory of a bright light lingering, and instinctively reached for her neck, her eyes widening in realization. Her necklace was gone. The dam broke, and years of suppressed grief and pain poured out in a torrent of sobs, her body racked with uncontrollable emotion. Rei knelt beside her, offering what comfort he could, allowing her to finally release the sorrow she had carried for so long. As her tears subsided, Madame Lenia began to recount her story, revealing a past as a mercenary who had retired to raise her beloved son, Joshua. Her life with Joshua in Sector 47 had been filled with joy. She cherished him above all else, willing to sacrifice anything for his happiness. But then, 10 years ago, an unspeakable tragedy struck. A man wielding a blood-stained knife stood over Joshua's lifeless body. Lenia's eyes widened in horror, the sight burning into her memory as her world shattered around her. Her screams echoed through the house, a raw, primal sound of despair as she cradled her son, completely losing herself in the agony. Consumed by grief, she isolated herself, until one day, a man arrived, claiming she possessed truly beautiful emotions. He offered her the necklace, a sinister gift designed to help her brush aside her emotions. The truth of the professor's involvement was now laid bare, but what he truly sought from Lenia, and why, remained a chilling mystery. Lena tearfully confessed her actions, explaining how a cursed necklace had amplified her grief and led her to kidnap the children. The terrible emotion she felt from Joshua's betrayal only magnified, yet she couldn't bring herself to discard the necklace, driven by a desperate greed. She tormented the children in her desperate attempt to fill the void Joshua left behind, now offering to accept any punishment for her crimes. To her astonishment, the children rushed to comfort her, telling her it was truly okay. They didn't care about her past actions, only the kindness she had shown them even amidst their own suffering. They were happy during their time with her, having never experienced such care before. Tears streamed down her face as the children embraced her, urging her not to be sad, their words an immense comfort. An overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over her, realizing the void in her heart was finally being filled. Lena recovered quickly, transforming the mansion into a shelter and school. welcoming even more street children. Our boy reflected that with these children, Lena would surely be fine, their presence filling the emptiness Joshua left behind. A sense of regret lingered, thinking it was a shame she wasn't his real mother, but he knew they would meet again someday. Veronica, however, was determined to find her, declaring she would search wherever Lena might be. A small black cat, who had been following Veronica, ended up joining their group, proving less troublesome than finding new servants. Their journey continued, and Walter wondered if Lena's story about the walking castle could possibly be true. His companion then produced a small, worn diary she had found in the debris. She explained it was her own diary from her mercenary days, hoping it contained helpful information about the rainbow. He began to read, turning the pages of the diary. An entry described a terrifying sandstorm that suddenly plunged everything into darkness, making her wonder if the sun had exploded. When she looked up, she saw something far beyond expectation, a giant mechanical castle walking across the desolate landscape. His friend brought up the idea of changing cars, suggesting their current one was an old model with poor performance. He was asked if he wanted one with a larger interior, reminded they had the Ignis Bank card. Walter hesitated, admitting he inherited the car from someone named Niles. Niles was someone he was deeply grateful for, a mentor who taught him how to fight, mix drugs, drink, and even seduce women. Veronica was impressed, thinking Niles sounded awesome, and asked if he was living in Sector 50 now. He revealed that Niles was dead, leading Veronica to apologize for bringing up what she thought was a painful memory. Niles was only half right, he clarified, meaning his death wasn't entirely painful. As long as he didn't purposefully draw out sad emotions, remembering Niles didn't hurt him. That profound realization meant he no longer feared facing sorrow after that day, a pivotal moment that had changed him. The group finally arrived in Sector 46, a desolate place of tall, imposing walls. This was the place where Niles' organization had been located, and his ring began reacting strongly, indicating Merc Red executives were also present. The streets were eerily quiet, all stores and stalls were closed, an unnatural silence hanging in the air. War had clearly broken out between large organizations, and the lack of activity suggested it might be ending soon. Our boy decided they should split up to gather information, sending Veronica and his friend to 32nd Street. A lack of guards on the rooftops further suggested one side had overwhelming control of the area. As he walked, shouts echoed and a man suddenly fled past him, pursued by attackers. Attackers fired, hitting the man, who stumbled and fell. Our boy watched the man fall, recognizing something distinctive about him. Covered in blood, the man's unique neck tattoo caught Walter's eye. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. A curious mage asked the man with the lotus tattoo about its meaning, finding himself drawn into a story. The man, Niles, explains his tattoo represents the organization he once led, Lotus, named after a book about a street boy finding success. He wanted to help street kids blossom their talents, just like the protagonist. Lotus started small, almost like a game, but quickly grew in strength, eventually controlling 3/4 of the sector with over 200 members. Niles reminisced about his past glory, claiming to beat 20 people with his bare hands and having 7 girlfriends. The white-haired mage, however, saw through his bravado, sensing a deep well of regret and lingering attachments beneath the surface. He called Niles a liar. The mage then saw a memory, Niles, tied up and bleeding, surrounded by former comrades with lotus tattoos. One of his loyal subordinates, also wounded, cursed the traitors, vowing they would live with their betrayal. The subordinate's rage was palpable, as he accused them of destroying everything Niles had built. The traitors, unmoved, simply ordered him to be silenced. The white-haired mage realized the men attacking Niles also bore the lotus tattoo, raising questions about their authenticity and motives. As the traitors opened fire, Niles unleashed a burst of magic, freezing them in place, protecting his bleeding subordinate. The remaining attackers, realizing Niles was a mage, screamed for their comrades to keep firing, desperate to prevent him from casting more spells. They reloaded and continued their assault, but Niles' magic held strong, keeping them at bay. The white-haired mage watched, stunned by the raw power. In that tense moment, the white-haired mage asked Niles how he knew his brother and what had happened in this sector. A traitor lunged with a knife, but Niles moved with incredible speed, intercepting him. He easily disarmed the man, delivering a swift, powerful blow. The attacker was thrown back, defeated in an instant. The white-haired mage was surprised by Niles' fighting style, recognizing it from his own memory. The other attackers hesitated, shocked by the sudden display of force. The white-haired mage urged the subordinate to run, knowing they couldn't stand against Niles. Niles walked away, leaving the defeated man on the ground. The white-haired mage looked at him, a profound realization dawning in his mind. He finally understood. He was looking at his own brother, Niles. The white-haired mage tended to the wounded subordinate, urging him to get treatment from Veronica. The subordinate thanked him, accepting the help. He then asked the subordinate if Niles was truly still alive. The answer was heartbreaking. Niles had been alive until 78 days ago, dying while saving the subordinate. Niles had formed an organization and changed the sector, much like the white-haired mage himself. The subordinate explained that after Niles disappeared, Lotus splintered into factions. One faction sought to uphold Niles' will, while the other opposed it. They maintained a fragile balance for years, but that peace was shattered when the opposition brought in outside mages. The white-haired mage then revealed he knew Brooke, the leader of the opposition, was the one who betrayed Niles. He remembered Niles mentioning Brooke, but never thought he would be capable of such an act. The subordinate was utterly shocked by this revelation, then erupted in a furious tirade against Brooke, calling him a shameless bastard. He realized the white-haired mage knew more than he let on. The mage pressed for more information, asking if the mages Brooke brought in used a red gem. The subordinate confirmed they did, recalling their distinctive magic. He remembered mages wielding fire and ice, their powers stark against the ruined landscape. The white-haired mage realized there was an executive in the sector, wondering what their true plan was by supporting Brooke. The incoming mages were approaching fast. The white-haired mage decided against killing them, opting instead to capture them. He needed answers, and these mages were the key to uncovering the truth behind his brother's fate. Ray, a genius prismatic mage, found himself facing multiple Circle 1 opponents. While it would have been dangerous earlier, he was now Circle 2 and saw an opportunity not to kill, but to capture them. He knew their combined magic, from lightning to earth, ice to lightning, fire to water, was no match for his understanding. He would take the dominant element and force it between their combined spells, shattering their magic from within. The mages were stunned as their powerful spells suddenly dismantled, leaving them powerless, their faces contorted in confusion and fear. Screams of confusion erupted as their magic failed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They watched in horror as their own power turned against them. His opponents collapsed, their bodies racked with pain as their magic was nullified. One by one, they fell, groaning in defeat, their grand illusions shattered. He had taken them all down, capturing them as he intended. It was a strategic decision, ensuring he gathered information rather than simply eliminating threats. Later, he arrived at a hidden base with his companions, the captured mages hanging upside down, bound by purple energy. Colin, one of the base's members, rushed out, overjoyed to see him alive. The others, however, were wary, especially of the mages he brought with him. Colin quickly tried to calm them, explaining that he was a mage himself and had saved them. The other members were skeptical, noting that he and his companions looked nothing like Colin's supposed kids. Colin clarified that Niles, another founding member, had supported him greatly in Sector 50, revealing that Niles wasn't truly dead. This news stunned the group into silence. His companions offered apologies for the rude behavior of their members, explaining their comrades had been lost to mages. He accepted their apologies, understanding their caution and the trauma they had endured. He showed them the gems he had taken from the captured mages, identical to the ones Walter had possessed. This confirmed his suspicion. The wall was connected to Merc Red. Colin began to explain the history of their organization, Lotus. It was founded by 3 orphans, Brooke, Niles, and himself, who had once been street enemies. They had all led their own gangs, until Niles emerged as the strongest. He united them, and though Brooke and Colin resisted at first, they soon followed Niles wholeheartedly. Niles, after becoming an adult, found the discarded book in a garbage dump and proposed they form an organization to protect other orphans. His goal was to get rid of gangs that threatened orphans, and if he couldn't stop the violence, he would become the greatest force of violence in the sector. They raised orphans and formed Lotus, which eventually became the strongest in Sector 46. Under Niles' improved policies, orphanages were built, and they envisioned an ideal world where all children were safe. But that dream shattered one day when Niles was attacked by remnants of an enemy organization and fell into the Elton River, presumed dead. Soon after, Brook led his faction to attack the enemy, but it was a cruel betrayal. Over half of their faction died at the hands of their own comrades, all part of Brook's sinister plan. His opposition to Lotus's existing policies, his focus on his own faction, everything was a setup. Brook's faction even brought in mages, leaving Colin's supporting faction in dire straits. With their organization in peril, Colin desperately requested help from the mage. He was indeed indebted to Niles, but he hadn't been directly involved and had no real reason to help Lotus or Colin. Yet something about the situation bothered him deeply. He remembered Niles' regret and lingering attachments, emotions that arise when someone leaves something unfulfilled. He wondered if Niles had left something behind in Sector 46. As he pondered, a sudden, searing pain erupted within him. It was a latent spell, intricately engraved, something he had completely failed to notice until now. He realized he had been carrying a hidden danger. A cruel smile spread across the face of one of the captured mages, still bound. The mage, now glowing with dark energy, declared him a brat getting in my way. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Ray faced the leader of Merc Red, who was holding Chappelle and Jeremy captive. The leader was arrogant, immediately mocking our boy for getting in his way. He casually admitted to owning the two captives, making it clear he had zero interest in exchanging prisoners. The casual cruelty in his voice was chilling. Ray watched him, a quiet anger stirring within him as he observed the man's disregard for human life. The leader then asked if Ray was another mage called in from the outside. Our boy calmly explained he had helped Colin of his own volition, having come to Sector 46 for a different reason entirely. The leader, still smug, suggested Ray attend to his business and leave, adding that it would be a shame to kill such a talented mage. Ray realized the leader likely knew the true reason for his presence here. The executive then boasted about his almighty existence, claiming he watched over all from the heavens, knowing everything and being stronger than anyone. He even threatened to easily find Ray's location and kill him, even at that very moment. Ray, unfazed, countered that he knew the executive's location too. Our boy revealed the leader was an executive of Merc Red, an organization that operated like a shadow government. The executive's reaction was swift and telling, a flicker of surprise and annoyance crossing his face, confirming Ray's deduction. Ray continued, detailing the executive's movements, his ring, and the instructions he had received regarding the rainbow. He ended by asking which of them could truly see through the other, a bold challenge to the executive's claims of omniscience. The executive, clearly taken aback, watched Ray with a new intensity. He challenged Ray to a fight, asking if he truly believed he could win. Ray, without a hint of doubt, confirmed that he could. The executive declared that if Ray could crush his subordinates and win the ongoing war, he would grant him a chance to stand against him. He promised to answer any questions Ray had as a reward for his victory. Our boy accepted the terms without hesitation. With a final, chilling chuckle, the executive vanished, leaving Ray alone with the injured captives. Veronica rushed to Ray's side, her face a mask of concern as she scolded him for his injured hands and for not protecting himself with mana. Ray explained his actions were a deliberate attempt to provoke the executive, a risky move he felt was necessary. Veronica, still worried, pointed out that there were others who needed treatment, turning to Colin for confirmation. He just looked at her, stunned. They arrived at a makeshift infirmary, the air heavy with the stench of blood and antiseptic. The room was filled with victims of magic, their pained groans echoing through the space. Many were severely wounded, their chances of survival uncertain. Veronica gasped at the sight, her hands flying to her mouth in shock. She knew she had to do something, even if a doctor might not save them all. She closed her eyes, gathering her focus, as Colin and the boy watched in confusion. A soft, glowing light began to emanate from her hands, filling the room with a gentle warmth. The wounds on the victims began to visibly heal, the magic washing over them like a soothing balm. Colin watched in utter disbelief, having never witnessed such powerful healing. The recovered patients expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Veronica, calling her a lady. She humbly dismissed their thanks, clearly just glad to help. Colin, still amazed, remarked on the incredible level of healing magic. He had never seen enemy mages use anything like it. Ray explained that white mana, the kind Veronica possessed, was found in those with great care for others. The enemy mages, devoid of such compassion, could never wield it. He revealed his decision to ally with the supporting faction, believing it would accelerate his path to confronting the executive. This alliance, he felt, would also help him find the something Niles had left behind in Sector 46, a lingering attachment he needed to uncover. Ray volunteered to join the next battle, eager to move forward. Veronica, however, gently grabbed his arm, insisting he finish his treatment first, worried about the danger he was in. She carefully applied ointment to his injured hands, her brow furrowed with concern, fearing he would end up with scars. As she tended to him, Ray reflected on Veronica's white mana, recalling a moment in Sector 49 when he was losing himself to his emotions. It was her blindingly bright, sun-like mana that had brought him back, helping him regain his reason. In that profound realization, he looked at her and declared, simply and deeply, "You are my son." Veronica's eyes widened in utter surprise, her face flushing a deep, unmistakable crimson. Colin, a young mage, found himself observing a war-torn city, a familiar unease settling over him as he prepared for another dangerous operation. The presence of Nero, his familiar, only amplified the quiet tension in the air. The mission was simple on the surface. Secure supplies dropped at the border. Macaulay, the second squad leader, explained that the enemy deliberately left the rations exposed, mocking their desperate need. Previous attempts to seize these supplies had always ended in heavy casualties, even when successful. Colin realized something was off, recalling how enemy forces always seemed to know their every move, blocking retreat paths and herding them into specific areas. It felt as if someone was watching them from above, despite no visible sentries. This chilling thought echoed a past conversation with Walter, another mage who had described a similar, unseen surveillance. He had left mana traces on freed individuals, and those traces had stopped moving, indicating their deaths. Yet, the enemy leader, Brooke, hadn't relocated his base, a puzzling decision that suggested a calculated ruthlessness. Our boy deduced Brooke shared a similar emotional defect with Walter in Curiosa, a twisted disposition that found enjoyment in toying with his enemies. Colin wondered how he could exploit such a flaw. This current situation, with the enemy dragging out the war and allowing small, costly victories, perfectly reflected Brooke's cruel nature. Colin knew this psychological warfare held a weakness, if he could only find it. The squad arrived at the drop zone, the tension palpable. Veronica, the mage tasked with defense, tried to reassure everyone she wasn't nervous, though her trembling hands told a different story. Colin offered a quiet word of relief, appreciating her effort. Macaulay observed his squad, their faces etched with anger, anxiety, and fear. This war was a constant drain, leaving their spirits heavy with loss. Orders were barked, Squad 1 to secure the perimeter, Squad 2 to load the rations. Colin and Veronica were instructed to guard the perimeter, but warned not to stray. The loading began, the men working quickly, their movements hurried by the ever-present threat. Macaulay watched, a grim determination on his face. Suddenly, enemy fire erupted. The ambush was swift, their attackers moving with shocking speed. Macaulay yelled for cover, but it was almost too late. Veronica reacted instantly, creating a massive magic barrier that shimmered into existence, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Her powerful display left the squad in awe, a moment of unexpected hope. Macaulay urged his men to keep loading the rations, knowing the barrier wouldn't hold forever. Time was running out. Bullets hammered against the magical shield as the squad worked frantically, desperately trying to secure their precious cargo. As the last of the supplies were loaded, Macaulay ordered everyone to get on the truck. But one man, Bruno, hesitated, his eyes fixed on something behind the barrier. Colin realized the enemy had breached the barrier from the rear, an unguarded spot. Bruno stood frozen, his pistol aimed but unable to fire. The figure emerging was Mark, a young man with a familiar face. Colin's eyes widened, a dreadful understanding dawning on him. Macaulay screamed at Bruno to shoot, to protect the squad, but Bruno couldn't. Then, a shot rang out, and Mark fell, struck down by Bruno's own hand. Macaulay, horrified, continued to shout at Bruno to get on the truck as the vehicle lurched forward, speeding away from the massacre. Inside the truck, silence hung heavy, broken only by Macaulay's strained voice, accusing Bruno of endangering everyone. Colin watched Bruno, who could only offer a choked apology, his face a mask of profound sorrow. Our boy understood the person Bruno had killed was his younger brother Mark. At the moment Bruno encountered his brother, his emotional vessel, previously filled with despair, had bloomed with a bright yellow joy and delight. This raw emotion revealed a deeper truth about the factional conflict. Not everyone followed Brook out of loyalty. Many Lotus members were orphans, once helped by the original leader, Niels. After Niels disappeared and Brook seized power, most had simply chosen the side with the highest chance of survival. Macaulay lamented that their precious allies had become their enemies. Colin then posed a question that startled him. What if they could prove Brook had betrayed Niles? Macaulay's reaction was one of pure shock, the implication of such proof shaking him to his core. Without it, they couldn't turn the tides of war. Just then, a spell flew at the truck, forcing the driver to swerve violently. The situation had just escalated, and Colin knew this was only the beginning of Brook's twisted game. Ray and his companions found themselves ambushed by 5 Circle 1 mages, a trap clearly set on a wide road. One of the mages smirked, confirming their suspicions that they had been deliberately led into this open space. Flames erupted around the convoy as the mages launched their initial assault, surrounding the vehicles in a fiery ring. Inside the truck, Veronica huddled in fear, while Mr. Macaulay gripped his weapon, ready to protect her from the chaos outside. Stepping out onto the bridge, Ray calmly faced the attackers, prompting one of the mages to recognize him as their target. Our boy prepared for battle, a quiet determination in his gaze as he channeled his own elemental power. He unleashed a torrent of water magic, swiftly countering the mages' fire and causing their spells to fizzle out. The attackers were stunned, their magic inexplicably vanishing, realizing that Sir Allege's warnings about Ray's abilities were true. One mage, overcome with a wild, exhilarating power, began to laugh maniacally, feeling an amazing surge of strength. He challenged Ray, conjuring an enormous fireball, daring our boy to withstand its destructive force. The sheer scale of the attack dwarfed everything around it, engulfing the entire bridge in a blazing inferno. Ray stood firm, revealing that he too had been holding back, ready to unleash his full potential. As he activated his true power, a crimson aura flared around him, shocking the mages with its intensity. The attackers recoiled in disbelief, questioning if a Circle 2 mage could truly wield such immense power. Realizing his true strength far exceeded their estimations, they decided to retreat and report back to Sir Allege immediately. Ray pursued them, leaping across the bridge as the mages fled in their vehicles. From inside their car, the mages panicked, shocked by the devastating fireball and wondering if they should continue the chase, ultimately deciding against it. His pursuit was cut short when his truck suddenly malfunctioned, grinding to a halt on the bridge. Upon inspection, Ray discovered that sharp cement spikes had unnaturally risen from the road, a clear sign of magic. Just as he processed this new threat, 2 figures appeared, striking swiftly and managing to wound him. 2 Circle 2 mages stood before him, their unique gray mana shimmering, indicating a new and formidable challenge. Veronica, seeing the new threat, bravely offered to buy time for Mr. Macaulay to finish replacing the tires. Ray nodded, his concern for her safety evident in his quiet acceptance. The 2 mages decided to pursue our boy, knowing Sir Allege would be displeased if they allowed him to escape. He faced them, his mana crackling, but they were quick, parrying his attacks with their enchanted knives. The mages pressed their advantage, their blades finding their mark and drawing blood from Ray. He recognized their gray mana, understanding its troublesome components of stasis, obstruction, and fusion. Despite the challenge, Ray resolved to do his best, his eyes flaring crimson as he began to gather a different, more potent emotion. He needed more rage, a deeper well of power to take down these skilled opponents. With every strike, his determination hardened. He would take down the foes in front of him. He would make them bleed out. He would burn them all to ash. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. In a world of complex magic and unseen threats, the journey of our genius prismatic mage continued, each chapter bringing new challenges and deeper mysteries. He stood amidst an inferno of his own making, a singular burning command echoing in his mind, "Kill them all." Just as the fury threatened to consume him whole, a soft voice cut through the flames, calling his name. It was a gentle reminder, a promise of constant presence, pulling him back from the brink. He jolted awake, gasping, the vivid dream of fire and destruction fading into the harsh reality of battle. He looked down at his hands, still tingling with the echoes of that overwhelming power. He realized how close he had been to losing himself completely, acknowledging the dangerous pull of his own anger, any longer, and he would have been swallowed by the very rage he sought to wield. His enemies, seeing his pause, mistakenly believed they had an opening. They pressed their attack, launching their petrification magic with renewed vigor. He braced himself, aware of the difficulty in dealing with their specific brand of magic. But this moment also brought a deeper understanding of the mysterious gray mana he commanded. Gray mana, he knew, was unique. Its core components were stasis, obstruction, and fusion, but it was never found in isolation. It always mingled with other emotions within a person. Unlike other emotions, however, gray mana that settled within a mage would actively prevent the circulation of other feelings. This was why some people he observed always seemed to have their rings full of it. He remembered his old mentor, the Circle 4 mage, who had taught him magic. The mage always exuded an impossible calm, no matter the situation. He had watched his mentor for a long time, trying to decipher the secret to his unwavering peace, but the mage showed no outward emotion, offering no clues. Eventually, he had to ask directly how someone could always be so at peace. The mentor simply smiled, finding the question entertaining. The mage explained that it wasn't about not feeling emotions, but about control. He simply managed every emotion that arose within him. He kept them from flowing out, maintaining what most people would call inner peace. It was a profound lesson in self-mastery. He now understood. He must control his own emotions, allowing his hostility to burn, but only to the precise degree necessary for the battle at hand. He focused, shaping his rage into a contained, potent force. With this new level of control, he could feel the gray mana responding more readily than ever before. This wasn't just about managing anger. It was about unlocking a deeper connection to his magic. He felt a surge of power, a clear sign of his progress. With newfound precision, he unleashed a devastating wave of stasis magic. The ground around his enemies erupted, forming sharp, jagged spikes. The sheer scale and intricacy of his attack far surpassed anything his opponents could muster. This was no longer just a fight, it was a display of overwhelming dominance. His enemies, utterly bewildered, could only watch in terror as their techniques were not only matched but completely overshadowed. They realized with dawning horror that he had made their own magic his. A wave of panic swept through their ranks. One of them screamed, recognizing that at this rate they would all be utterly destroyed. Despite their orders to hold, the situation was dire. They knew they couldn't stay, even with the executive's commands looming over them. His power grew, manifesting as colossal tendrils of hardened earth that snaked through the battlefield, crushing and impaling his foes. The sheer distance over which he could cast such elaborate and destructive spells was impossible for them to comprehend. This was a level of magic far beyond their capabilities. With his enemies neutralized, he surveyed the damage, taking a moment to confirm the shift in his own power. His gray mana was indeed much easier to wield. He felt the distinct change in the mana ratio within his rings, indicating that gray mana was now a dominant force, second only to his white mana. He knew, deep down, that the executive was still watching him, even now, from some unseen vantage point. The previous route had been compromised, meaning his every move was being tracked. The executive had boasted about watching from the heavens, but he quickly dismissed the idea of flying animals. There hadn't been a single bird during the entire fight. He pondered what else could observe such a large area without revealing itself. Then, a faint, rhythmic sound reached his ears, digging. Someone was digging underground, and the executive's words clicked into place. He had been too distracted by the heavens to consider what was happening beneath his feet. Now, he understood exactly how he was being watched, and how to use it to his advantage. A tiny white rat scurried through the abandoned streets, its small form a stark contrast to the desolate cityscape. The rat paused, sniffing the air, its movements jerky as if being pulled by an unseen force. A faint purple aura enveloped it, binding it with ethereal chains. Ray, the protagonist, watched as the rat struggled, then stopped, its movements now controlled. He understood immediately that this was a puppet, an enemy's eye, and he knew how to use it. He realized the enemy was dominating these rats, watching over them, but with a crucial limitation. The enemy, Ray deduced, couldn't move his base thoughtlessly due to the high mana cost and the risk of breaking the connection if his servants moved too far. For the enemy to observe an entire sector, his servants had to be a single, numerous, and small species, and that left only one option: rats. This discovery was a bigger boon than Ray had expected. He could now figure out the enemy's domination magic range. He knew a lot of information about his group had likely been leaked, but the enemy was completely unaware that Ray himself possessed domination magic. Back at their base, Veronica and the others anxiously awaited Ray's return, worried about his safety as the evening wore on. Veronica, despite her outward calm, was the most anxious, her eyes wide with concern as she tried to reassure the others. Then, a voice cried out that the Sir Mage had returned, and everyone rushed to greet Ray, relieved to see him safe and sound. Ray confirmed that he had finished off the two mages, a statement that caused a collective gasp of awe and renewed hope among his allies. He then called for Mr. Macaulay, Mr. Colin, and the other squad leaders, announcing that he had devised a plan to end the war. His audacious plan was to lure all their enemies, including the mages, Brooke, and his faction, into one place, and even the neutral faction, to take them all out with a single attack. He revealed he had surveyed the entire area using one of the enemy's rats, which allowed him to uncover vital information. Elsewhere, workers toiled in deep pits, cursing their predicament as they dug for something specific. One worker angrily questioned why they were dragging their feet, while another tried to calm him, reminding him that the mages might hear them. The angry worker retorted that he didn't care if the mages heard, emphasizing that they were the employers. He lashed out about taxes and the burden of funding their growing organization. His brother tried to soothe him, agreeing that Niles hadn't run the organization well, but cautioned against such outbursts. The angry worker then questioned if what they were looking for was truly buried there, to which his brother confirmed it was somewhere in the sector. Ray explained that the enemy mages were looking for a specific gemstone, one that glowed with a yellow light as bright as the sun, and they had been warned to be careful of sparks. Ray intended to pretend he had secured this gem, then lure all their enemies into a single building where he would prepare a powerful magic circle. The goal was to destroy all their enemies in one devastating blow. He then revealed that they had a magic circle expert among them, looking at Veronica. At the 15th Street Jade Jeweler, the owner, a man with a cigar, sat brooding about the war's impact on his business. A guest had arrived, a mage, wishing to buy a gem, a request that struck him as utterly insane given the ongoing conflict. Ray and his companions arrived at a gem shop, where Mr. Jade, the owner, presented them with the brightest yellow gem in his store, as they had requested. Philip, one of Ray's companions, asked if the gem was enough to fool their enemies, but Mr. Jade was visibly frustrated, lamenting how the ongoing war prevented him from running his business properly. Ray remained focused on his objective, outlining his plan to expose Brooke's betrayal of Niles, a figure so foundational to their organization, Lotus, that his treachery would shatter the opposition's unity. He explained that most neutral members were unaware of Brooke's betrayal, and they lacked concrete proof. The goal was to force Brooke to confess with his own mouth, amplified for all to hear. This confession would be the catalyst, turning the neutral members against Brooke and fracturing the opposition from within. Mr. Jade, still simmering with resentment over the war's impact, tried to suppress his true feelings. He found it difficult to look at his unwelcome guests. Ray decided to accelerate things, activating his emotion amplification magic. Mr. Jade's hidden rage surged, causing him to erupt in an uncontrolled outburst, cursing the war and his uninvited customers. Shocked by his own words, Mr. Jade instantly regretted his outburst, trying to backtrack and claim it was a misunderstanding. But Ray wasn't done. He intensified the merchant's anger, forcing him to continue his tirade, revealing his true disdain for the conflict and the faction leaders. The merchant was left breathless and humiliated by his involuntary confession. He pleaded with Ray, offering any proof of his loyalty if it meant an end to the manipulation. Ray explained that this power was exactly how he planned to extract Brooke's confession. He then shifted the conversation to a new strategy, finding a suitable bait to lure Brooke out. Colin suggested using an old folding knife that belonged to Niles, etched with a flower symbol. Niles had always joked about passing it down to the next leader of Lotus. This knife was more than a keepsake. It was the key to Niles's personal safe, likely filled with his savings, currently held within the opposition's base. Brooke, desperate for legitimacy, would undoubtedly covet such an item. Ray agreed, concluding that the knife would make perfect bait. With the plan solidified, they returned to the original purpose of their visit, purchasing the gem. Mr. Jade, still flustered from his earlier outburst, hesitantly quoted the price, 4.6 million shillings. Philip, initially startled by the cost, realized his mistake. He had only been counting his own funds. Ray assured him that with their combined resources, they could afford it, reminding Philip that this fight belonged to Lotus, and they would manage. Mr. Jade, wrestling with his conscience, made a surprising offer. He would give them the gem for free. He admitted his guilt, explaining that fear of retaliation had prevented him and other merchants from fully supporting Ray's faction, even though they knew the faction was fighting to protect them all. He wanted to alleviate some of that guilt, however small, by contributing to their cause. Philip was deeply moved by the merchant's unexpected generosity. Meanwhile, Veronica, a young girl with a tragic past, meticulously drew a complex magic circle on the ground, a task she performed with focused intensity. She worked diligently, though a small internal thought revealed her awareness of her own circumstances, a quiet humor masking her resilience. Ray approached her, checking on the progress of the magic circle, which was crucial for their impending confrontation. Veronica confirmed it was going well, acknowledging that Ray had designed its general structure. Their plan was to lure the enemy to this rooftop, where the close proximity of buildings would force enemy mages to converge. Ray then delivered a chilling detail, revealing that the magic circle she was so carefully crafting was a fire type, designed to annihilate every enemy in one devastating attack. Veronica froze, her eyes wide with dawning horror. The implications of his words hung heavy in the air, a stark countdown to the brutal reality of what was to come. Ray, a mage of quiet confidence, stood on a rooftop with his associate, Macaulay, observing the enemy stronghold below. Macaulay explained their plan to use a specific item, bait to lure their foes to a target location. The mage simply acknowledged the strategy, his lack of nervousness striking Macaulay, who wondered if it was true confidence or just a simple truth. Macaulay recalled a time not long ago when he wouldn't have dared to execute such an insane plan, having lost all hope of winning. Then, an unexpected ally appeared, a mage who claimed to have received help from Macaulay's brother, Niles, in the past. Feeling a growing trust, Macaulay asked if he would share his story after they won the war, eager to hear about the path he had walked. The mage paused, then agreed, admitting he wasn't good at speaking, but would tell what he could. Just then, a comrade announced that preparations were complete. Macaulay, looking at his new ally, declared with renewed conviction that they would win this war, all because he now had a plan. The air crackled with tension, signaling the start of a desperate gambit. A fierce firefight erupted in the 19th Street outskirts, where Macaulay's team was under heavy fire, desperately trying to load supplies while fending off attackers. Amidst the chaos, the mage stepped forward, activating his full-body metallization. His skin transformed into metal, a powerful magic that made him impervious to bullets. He moved with impossible speed, a blur among the gunfire. Shots pinged harmlessly off his armored form, even one aimed directly at his head. The mage remained unfazed, bullets deflecting all around him as he carved a path through the enemy lines. He single-handedly protected his team, allowing them to finish loading the crucial supplies, while Macaulay urged his men to board their transport. With the supply secured, Macaulay's team began their retreat. To ensure the enemy followed, the mage deliberately dropped a brilliant yellow gem. The pursuing enemies immediately recognized its significance, their leader, Colin's rival, barking orders to chase after them. He knew the gem was what they needed and wouldn't let it get away. As they sped away in their vehicle, the mage instructed Macaulay to head right, a move that would lead them further into enemy territory. The road ahead was barricaded, but the chase was on. An incredible number of enemies had started pursuing them in such a short time, just as planned. The mage began to show the strain of his earlier actions, a trickle of blood running from his nose. Macaulay, concerned, asked if he was all right. Despite the toll, he reassured Macaulay he was fine, instructing him to drive steadily towards their destination. His composure was unwavering, even as his body screamed for rest. The car sped up, leaving the immediate danger behind. The lure had worked perfectly. A significant portion of the enemy force was now chasing them. Meanwhile, Colin, seething with rage, furiously drove after them, his vehicle skidding around corners in a desperate pursuit. He had believed the key to his safe, containing a vast fortune, had been destroyed during an attack on a rival faction. Seeing the mage with it now ignited a primal fury. He envisioned opening that safe, escaping his life as someone else's lapdog, and reclaiming his independence. His hand trembled on the steering wheel, a maniacal laugh escaping him. Colin screamed at the mage to hand over the key, his face contorted in desperation and greed, furious that anyone would dare steal what was his. The mage's response was a defiant middle finger, a gesture that pushed Colin past his breaking point. Colin trembled with rage, his entire body shaking as he roared the mage's name, every ounce of his being consumed by hatred. His eyes blazing, Colin aimed his pistol and fired, vowing to kill the mage who dared to steal his future. The 38th Street outskirts hummed with tension as the Merc Red faction closed in on their target. All members of the supporting faction they had been chasing had entered an abandoned building, but one of Colin's men worried it was a trap. Colin, their leader, dismissed the concern, confident in their numbers and his recent success in nabbing a couple of mages. He saw no reason to hesitate, despite the suspicious circumstances. Just then, a figure arrived, his presence commanding attention. Colin eagerly greeted the new arrival, a powerful mage from Merc Red, proudly announcing that their prey was surrounded. This was Beherat, a mid-level combatant of Merc Red, who had been ordered to secure a gem and capture the white-haired mage alive. Beherat's instructions were clear. Colin's group would enter from the ground floor, while his own mages would infiltrate from the adjacent building's roof. Colin, delighted to be partnering with such a strong mage, asked to accompany him, believing he would be safe by his side. Beherat, with a subtle smirk, allowed it, seeing our mage as nothing more than a convenient human shield. With a brisk movement, he ascended the stairs, his intentions hidden behind a calm demeanor. His boss, a being who only smiled when witnessing human despair, found sustenance and delicacy in suffering. Therefore, Beherat felt a solemn duty to grant his boss the white-haired mage's utter despair at the planned time. Below, the Merc Red forces rushed the entrance, eager for the reward offered for capturing Colin. But as they burst in, they were met with a hail of gunfire. Colin's men cried out, realizing they had walked straight into a trap. Amidst the chaos, the Merc Red mage simply extended a hand. A surge of dark, crimson energy erupted from him, tearing through the structure and enemies alike. He effortlessly created a clear path forward, his power undeniable. Inside, multiple strong barriers shimmered, indicating the presence of another mage. He observed the scene, his gaze sharp. He confirmed that the barriers were the work of a second mage, not just the boy they sought. The Merc Red mage announced his plan to head to the second floor, instructing Colin's men to deal with the forces on the first. Colin, still hoping for protection, pleaded to come along. Our mage, seeing Colin's desperation, agreed, silently acknowledging the man's utility as a temporary distraction. With a quick, powerful movement, he launched himself up the stairs. His movements were swift, a red aura trailing behind him. Meanwhile, his sinister boss, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, watched from afar. This entity thrived on the despair of others, finding it both sustenance and a delicacy. The Merc Red mage knew his mission was to deliver utter despair to the white-haired mage at the planned time, and he wouldn't deviate. He reached the second floor, still carrying Colin. There, he saw the white-haired mage, our protagonist, standing before a magic circle. A flash of surprise crossed his face. He immediately understood the situation. Our mage was trying to activate a magic circle, and his arrival meant trouble for that plan. Veronica, a red-haired mage, knelt by the circle, her face etched with frustration. Something was blocking the elements, preventing the magic from activating. An unknown power underground was drawing in the elements, holding them in place, and Veronica was desperately trying to find the cause, urging our mage to wait a little longer. Our mage understood the gravity of the situation. A powerful opponent like the Merc Red mage reaching the roof would endanger everyone. He knew he had to buy time. With a decisive motion, he dropped Colin, preparing to face his opponent alone. The Merc Red mage acknowledged our mage's reputation for taking down other formidable opponents, and challenged him to show his true capabilities. Their blades met in a flurry of sparks and blue light, a powerful clash that echoed through the abandoned building. The Merc Red mage was taken aback by our mage's skill, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. Our mage responded with a sweeping red attack, pushing his opponent back. The Merc Red mage registered the attack, realizing our mage had attempted to block his sword, but then quickly shifted to attack his left side. This was a precise move that exploited the Red Mage's subconscious habit of loosening his defense on his non-dominant side while attacking, a habit nobody knew. The Red Mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Our mage had perceived his secret mannerisms after crossing swords just once. This brilliant observation from his opponent left Bahirat in stunned silence, a chilling testament to the formidable challenge he now faced. One swift encounter was all it took for the seasoned sword user to perceive our young mage's fighting style, leaving him questioning if such insight was even possible. A sudden strike from the young mage drew blood from the older man, marking a dangerous turn in their confrontation. The older man gritted his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Red energy flared around the sword user as he committed to crushing this boy before him. He knew instinctively that any hesitation would lead to a grim reality for him. Blades clashed in a flurry of red light, the older man's movements now significantly faster. He felt a desperate urgency, knowing he couldn't afford to waste any more energy in this battle. The young mage, focused and steady, heard a crucial update. The power blocking the elements for the magic circle was weakening, with activation expected in 5 minutes. His head throbbed, but he pushed through the pain, aware that the enemy was now heading towards the roof. The blue-shirted ally rushed to report this critical movement. On the lower floors, a wave of allies surged forward, answering the call to eliminate the enemies on the roof. Each man was driven by the promise of reward. They pushed and shoved, a chaotic rush towards the top, all convinced that victory was their destiny. This war, for them, was a clear path to triumph. On the roof, a protective shield shimmered, barely holding against the barrage of magical attacks. The long-haired sword user observed the scene, a glint in his eye. Inside the shield, a red-haired mage strained, her face etched with exhaustion as she maintained the fragile barrier. She knew its limits were fast approaching. Nearby, Brooke, the man with the bandaged nose, clutched a radio. Our young mage approached him, a quiet intensity in his gaze as he prepared his next move. A dark red aura pulsed around the young mage as he spoke. "You'll need this, won't you?" He offered Brooke something, hinting at a deeper game at play. Brooke's eyes widened in outrage, his face contorted with fury as he screamed in disbelief. The young mage's words had struck a nerve, igniting a volatile response. Amidst the escalating chaos, our young mage remained an island of calm, his expression unreadable. He knew this was no time for distraction, even as his opponent's rage boiled over. Brooke, consumed by his emotions, lashed out, convinced our young mage was challenging his authority. The air crackled with his unrestrained fury. The young mage deftly parried the enraged attack, his movements precise. He recognized the danger of being swayed by such raw emotion. A small glowing orb of red energy pulsed in his hand, a testament to his control. He understood that without maintaining his inner peace, he too could be consumed by the swirling emotions. Brooke continued his furious rant, demanding the return of his key, unable to comprehend the manipulation at play. His words were a torrent of accusations and threats. The young mage revealed his strategy. Brooke's emotions were already overflowing, a vessel on the verge of berserking. He had foreseen this outburst. He knew that Brooke's rage would definitely explode before the magic circle could fully activate, confirming his earlier suspicions about the man's unstable state. "That's why I have this," he stated, holding up Brooke's radio, which he had secretly stolen earlier. With this, they wouldn't need the sound amplification magic circle, they could just broadcast to the entire opposing faction. He began to subtly provoke Brooke, questioning his worth compared to Niles, and mentioning Lotus. Brooke, already on the brink, finally snapped, his emotions erupting in a violent confession. Over the radio, Brooke screamed, confessing to killing Niles and claiming Lotus for himself. His own allies listened in stunned horror as their comrade's dark truth was laid bare. The long-haired sword user watched, astonished, then quickly regained his composure. He acknowledged the young mage's cunning plan, but resolved that the fight would still end soon enough. Meanwhile, Ray reported that the external power blocking the magic circle was almost completely gone, with activation just 30 seconds away. The red-haired mage knew her shield couldn't last that long. A frantic countdown began as the young mage continued to fight, his every move calculated against the relentless attacks of the long-haired sword user. Each second ticked by with intense urgency. The magic circle pulsed with an ominous yellow glow as the countdown reached its final seconds. Time itself seemed to stretch and then snap as it hit 0. With a resounding crack, the protective shield shattered into countless fragments. The long-haired sword user, cloaked and menacing, stepped forward, believing victory was now his. A triumphant smirk spread across the cloaked figure's face. "Your shield is broken now," he declared, confident that the battle was finally decided in his favor. But the young mage's eyes, now glowing with an intense, otherworldly blue, suggested a power far beyond what his opponent anticipated. What happens next changes everything. Our mage found himself ensnared, surrounded by enemies, as a hooded figure boasted about his meticulous, inescapable plan. The figure detailed how magic strength depended on circumstances, claiming he knew about our boy's secret fire magic circle. Rain began to fall, perfectly orchestrated to neutralize any fire, making days of preparation seem utterly wasted. He even conjured shimmering water armor for his followers, confidently explaining how it would render them impervious to flames. From the very beginning, the hooded figure claimed our mage had no chance, merely playing in the palm of his hand. But then, our mage revealed the stunning truth: his magic wasn't fire at all. Instead, blinding lightning surged from his hands, striking the ground. The initial crackle of electricity sent enemies reeling, and a wave of pain washed over the mage as he unleashed his true power. A torrent of golden electricity erupted, engulfing the hooded figures who had so confidently worn their water armor. The lightning ripped through the air, amplified by the very water meant to protect them, turning their defense into a conduit of destruction. Their screams were swallowed by the crackling storm. As the enemies were overwhelmed, their confident smiles replaced by terror. As the storm cleared, our mage stood, exhausted but victorious, the rain still gently falling around him, washing away the remnants of the battle. He looked upon his companions, the young girl and boy, who had collapsed from the sheer exhaustion of the fight, letting them rest. Leaving them, he moved to another scene where Colin, desperate and hurt, held a gun to another man, Brooke, refusing to believe his pleas. Colin, his face contorted with rage, accused Brooke of killing their friend Niles, desperate to cling to the memory of their shared past. Deep within Colin, opposing emotions swirled, affection for old bonds warring with the burning desire for vengeance. His hand trembled, caught between loyalty and retribution, the gun a heavy symbol of his agonizing decision. Our mate then intervened, revealing the shocking truth: Niles was alive, an impossible revelation that struck Brooke with crushing force. Brooke, hearing the news, stood frozen, the weight of the past moments crashing down on him, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and dawning understanding. He remembered a younger Niles, a bright, smiling boy, and the wave of regret for his own betrayal washed over him, raw and painful. The memory of his own cruel act, a knife plunged into his friend, brought him to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he faced his past. With a somber look, Colin made his choice, ending Brooke's life, a final act of justice or mercy, as our mage watched in silence. The war, our mage mused, would finally end with Brooke's death, yet the meaning of Niles's legacy remained elusive, a puzzle he still couldn't solve. He turned to Colin, ready to descend, when a sudden jarring sound erupted, changing the atmosphere in an instant. A wave of shouts from an unseen crowd echoed through the city, leaving our mage and Colin stunned. The sounds were a chilling promise of something far greater, an ominous warning that the true conflict was only just beginning. 30 minutes earlier, a group of soldiers waited on the first floor. One complained, wondering why they were even there, while another chuckled, hoping for a reward. A sense of uselessness washed over the first soldier. He couldn't let Brooke win like this, even if it meant dying in vain. Then, a chilling realization hit him, and he declared over the radio that he had killed Niles, shooting him on the bridge and pushing him off. Lotus, he claimed, belonged to him. The other soldiers reacted with bewildered whispers, questioning if he had gone mad, but he just boasted that Niles was nothing compared to him. Ray, the genius prismatic mage, overheard this disturbing confession, remembering Brooke's lie about Niles's death. A cold fury settled over him, the truth of Brooke's betrayal undeniable. Meanwhile, other neutral faction soldiers, who had been on the fence, realized something significant had happened. They decided it would be better to eliminate their current allies. Despite the shocking revelation, Ray concluded that knowing the truth changed nothing for him, and a surge of dark energy erupted from his chest. A powerful burst of lightning magic erupted from him, striking down the treacherous soldiers in a blinding flash. The survivors watched, bewildered by the lightning. Ray smiled faintly, telling them it was fine, that Niles' talents would bloom one day as a profound light enveloped their chests. The remaining neutral faction soldiers looked on in utter confusion, asking why their former allies were now fighting alongside them against their shared enemies. Ray simply observed the scene, knowing this was the thing Niles had left behind, a legacy now manifesting before their eyes. It was a moment of profound significance, the weight of a fallen comrade's dream made real. He watched the transformed soldiers, glowing like stars, fighting for their cause. This was exactly what Niles had wanted to see and protect while he was alive. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, and Ray wondered if Niles, wherever he was, could also see these radiant stars shining below. Standing alone in the pouring rain, he whispered Niles' name. He knew Niles was gone, but he felt a fierce resolve that he had protected what his friend had left behind. With renewed determination, he commanded his allies to attack, to leave no one behind, to finish every last one of them. Their footsteps splashed as they surged forward, crying out as if to desperately announce their existence to the world, for they were born in a dirty, lowly place. Only by putting in dozens of times more effort could they keep their heads above the surface, instead of being buried. They were the lotus, the flowers blooming in the mud. A subordinate approached Ray, asking if they should proceed downstairs. Ray agreed, but then his eyes were drawn to a crater, sensing something powerful rising. It was not an ordinary clump of mana, it felt like an incredibly concentrated bundle of elements, far more intense than anything he had encountered before. The raw power erupted from the ground, a familiar warmth washing over him, as if he had always been connected to it. He reached out, wondering if he would be the one to awaken it from its long slumber, gently asking if it had had a pleasant dream. Later, Ray stood with a leader who explained that Lotus would likely enter a period of reorganization, with facilities needing rebuilding and new plans to be made. They would also hold a meeting to decide the fate of Brooke's subordinates. When Ray asked about the neutral faction, the leader stated they would be under surveillance, despite their help during the war. A quiet assurance from Ray followed, stating that they would never betray their convictions again, a sentiment that clearly surprised the leader. In a recovery room, his red-haired ally realized that enemy executives could use domination magic, which finally explained why Ray had lied about the magic circle being a fire spell. Ray confirmed his deception, explaining he needed to keep it secret to fool the enemy, and his allies readily admitted they would have given it away. Then, he announced he had something to show them. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, glowing golden prism, its light casting intricate patterns around them. What new power this held remained a mystery, but its presence promised a future unlike any they had imagined. Ray, the young mage, revealed a glowing yellow gem, its brilliance catching the light as his friends, Veronica and Liam, looked on in stunned surprise. They wondered if it was a charged stone, but its intense elemental concentration was unlike anything they had ever encountered. He explained that the gem allowed him to cast magic, its power radiating as he demonstrated. He recounted finding it beneath the building where the recent battle had taken place, a moment that had felt otherworldly. When he first saw the overwhelming starlight, he felt an irresistible urge to approach it. The world was briefly enveloped in light as he reached out, and when his vision returned, the starlight was gone. Yet, he could still feel its presence. He believed this gem was a rainbow fragment, explaining why their magic circle had temporarily failed during the battle. Its interaction with their electric elements had, in fact, awakened the dormant gem. He suspected this powerful relic was precisely what Merc Red had been so desperately searching for. Veronica, intrigued, asked to hold the gem, but as it touched her hands, electricity surged from her body, stinging her. A powerful tremor shook the room, startling everyone, and the surrounding walls cracked under the force. Ray quickly reassured the recovering workers that it was just a test. Veronica described mana trying to forcefully leave her body, a sensation she had never experienced. Ray confirmed he felt the same, realizing the gem's immense power. She acknowledged her grandpa always said she was good with elements, but even she couldn't control this artifact. Yet, Ray had handled it effortlessly on his first try, cementing her belief in his extraordinary talent. Veronica playfully declared herself his son, while Ray quietly reflected that even if he had found the gem earlier, controlling its electric element would have been a challenge. He knew all mana resonated with emotions, and the yellow mana of the electric element was linked to excitement and anticipation, feelings he rarely experienced. But gazing upon countless stars had once filled him with immense elation, excitement, and exhilaration. That profound experience had allowed him to later draw out and control yellow mana. The next day, restoration work was beginning on the streets, a sign of returning normalcy, but Ray had other, more pressing matters to attend to. He walked through the recovering city hearing whispers of the war's end and the single young mage who had defeated all the mercenaries. He knew his destination well. Ray had been informed the Merc Red executive hadn't left his base since the battle, and he intended to meet him alone. His friends were concerned, but he insisted on going by himself, gem in hand, to test its strength. He finally arrived at the executive's base, finding the man calmly playing chess. The executive invited him to play, instructing him to take white, as the less experienced player should dictate the pace. Ray acknowledged that Niles had taught him once, implying a basic understanding of the game. The executive observed Ray, noting his refined appearance and the deep navy mana swirling within him, marked by 4 rings. He recognized the emotions associated with deep navy: pride, ridicule, derision, and contempt. This collection of emotions, the executive mused, represented pure arrogance, which perfectly explained his actions so far. He knew exactly how to deal with someone like that. The executive then proposed a bet. Information. He smirked, asking what valuable information Ray could possibly possess. Ray countered, betting information related to rainbow fragments. This caught the executive by surprise, as Ray then asked for information regarding Merc Red's professor. His objective was clear. The chess game began, the pieces moving with decisive clicks. Soon, Ray declared checkmate. The executive was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had lost so quickly. Ray explained the difference. The executive had moved his king, but Ray had not moved his own. The executive's expression darkened as he finally understood the profound implication. Annoyed by Ray's unexpected cleverness, he decided the situation was a bother and moved to simply kill him instead. He lunged forward, mana surging, but Ray remained calmly seated, unfazed by the sudden attack. Electricity crackled around Ray, ready to meet the executive's assault. The executive, now fully powered by his navy mana, taunted Ray, claiming he still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. But Ray, with the glowing gem in his hand, looked up with an expression of unwavering resolve, prepared for whatever came next. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming.